Hello everyone, I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes, we invite you to listen to part 4 of the series. Chapter 171, 14, Preaching Tao, The Struggle of Great Destiny, 100 Years of Eternity, subscribe please, _2. It was merely suppressed by the human alliance. Not only the ancient gods but also those high-level powerhouses of the human alliance. They were deliberately, and sometimes unintentionally, spreading their own evolutionary paths. The vast array of evolutionary paths collected by the Cosmic Human Alliance could not possibly be achieved solely through forced uploads by the evolvers. It had to be voluntary. Lin Yuan had once asked his senior brother. That is, the Chiquin Star Lord's eldest disciple. The strongest among the 13 disciples. The senior brother told Lin Yuan he said spreading one's own evolutionary path related to the ultimate leap. Of course, the ultimate leap was too far away for the senior brother. Even the Chiquin Star Lord was far from that level. To truly reach that step, one had only hoped by creating an evolutionary path that fully suited oneself. Currently speaking, whether it was the senior brother, the second brother, or the third brother, they were all following the evolutionary paths of their predecessors. Since most of the superpowerhouses in the main world are spreading their own evolutionary paths, then that surely means this method is undoubtedly correct. In the main world, within the human alliance, thousands of evolutionary paths emerge concurrently. The martial path evolutionary path created by Lin Yuan needs to go through heavy competition before it can attract some evolvers. It's just in other worlds. The difficulty of Lin Yuan spreading his own evolutionary path is naturally not high. After all, with invincible strength, why fear others won't cultivate? However, spreading an evolutionary path, that is, a cultivation system, is a very time-consuming affair. Lin Yuan possessed against heaven's understanding, and from a high perspective. He could reach the peak in just a few decades. But what about other people? They might need several generations, or even dozens of generations, to achieve something. To prevent the martial path evolutionary path from mysteriously dying out during its spread, Lin Yuan had to cultivate a protector to take over after his departure from this world and ensure the vigorous development of the martial path. This protector's lifespan must be exceptionally lengthy, as passing it down generation by generation could easily lead to issues. And most importantly, he must be absolutely loyal to Lin Yuan, no matter if thousands or tens of thousands of years pass, still able to execute Lin Yuan's commands perfectly. The protector chosen by Lin Yuan was none other than Situ Ming. Situ Ming himself was a 5-colored lotus with a long lifespan, easily living thousands to tens of thousands of years. Plus, with both his primordial spirit and physical body coming from Lin Yuan, he was absolutely loyal. Even after Lin Yuan's time limit arrived, he could still replace Lin Yuan and ensure the martial path could be passed down for a long time. When Lin Yuan initially saved Situ Ming, he spared no effort using a 5-colored lotus as well as many other resources and time, ultimately even a drop of his vital blood. It was all in consideration of this day. Several months later, Situ Ming returned to the underground palace. Master. Situ Ming knelt before Lin Yuan with unmatched fervor. Nuan Shu, Moyang Demon Lord, and others also stood by respectfully. Tianjian Mountain had been flattened by a certain existence's foot, and this news had spread across the 5 domains like a hurricane. After all, many ordinary people lived around Tianjian Mountain, and even cultivators of the 4th and 5th realms. Under the step of the Taiyin primordial spirit, all the powerhouses on Tianjian Mountain were utterly annihilated. But outside of Tianjian Mountain, there were still many who witnessed this scene. All sorts of rumors arose in no time. They said Tianjian sect had offended the gods, thus the punishment was brought down, and so on. People outside had all sorts of speculations. In fact, the demonic Tao had various guesses too. But all speculations vanished after Situ Ming returned. Because Situ Ming told them it was the master's doing. From today onwards, all cultivators of the demonic Tao will also cultivate this method. Moreover, use all means possible to spread this cultivation method throughout the 5 domains mainland. Lin Yuan said indifferently. Before him, a stack of books was laid out. It recorded the martial path evolutionary path he had organized recently. Lin Yuan, while maintaining its core unchanged, had substantially modified it to integrate it as much as possible into this world. Yes. Nuan Shu and Moyang Demon Lord immediately agreed. North. After sending everyone away, Lin Yuan still sat cross-legged next to the vitality spring. At Lin Yuan's current realm, he had vaguely sensed that at the far north, beyond the northern region and even the north of the Endless Sea domain, there indistinctly existed a black hole. This black hole, like a gluttonous beast, was incessantly devouring the heavenly earth vital energy. This caused the overall heavenly earth vital energy to decline at a certain slow pace. 50,000, 100,000 years ago, the 5 domains mainland had seen the birth of 11th realm powerhouses. But from 10,000 to 50,000 years ago, 11th realm powerhouses had become legends, and even 10th realm powerhouses were extremely rare. As for now, in the 10,000 years since, the only confirmed 10th realm powerhouse was Tianjian Z. Under the prospering of great destiny, those children of destiny might step into the 10th realm, but it was a temporary solution, not addressing the root cause. The so-called great destiny was merely exhausting the potential of thousands, tens of thousands of years to come. After these children of destiny have passed away, this world might not even see a 9th realm powerhouse. And the chief culprit of all this was the massive black hole that Lin Yuan had vaguely sensed. Located north of the Endless Sea domain, Eastern region, in a purple bamboo forest, Xiaohua, Yang Bixin, and Shen Lang, the 3 children of destiny, stayed here. Even if Xiahou Yuan is strong, it should not affect us. His strength is his own affair, we still need to continue cultivating. Yang Bixin spoke softly but was the quickest among the 3 to recover. Absolutely. Heaven forges ahead, and a gentleman should ceaselessly strive to strengthen himself. Shen Lang quickly rallied. Embarrassed. Xiaohua's eyes were red, but he also recovered in that moment. The 3 looked at each other and laughed. Just as they were about to continue chatting, suddenly, a roaring noise came from deep within the purple bamboo forest. Seeing this, Xiaohua and the others immediately stood up and approached. They vaguely felt that there was something extraordinary about the roaring noise. Shortly after, the trio arrived in front of a gigantic cave entrance. The entrance was pitch black, but immense primordial chi fluctuations were emanating from within, as if it connected to another world. What is this? Xiaohua frowned. This is an entrance to the underground world, a rare sight every tens of thousands of years. Shen Lang pondered for a moment, his expression becoming excited. With Shen Lang's explanation, Xiaohua and Yang Bixin gained some understanding of the underground world. The so-called underground world was the subterranean world of the 5 domains, vast and immense, most importantly. It retained the concentration of primordial chi from tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of years ago. In the past 100,000 years, entrances to the underground world appeared several times. Each time, the cultivators who entered emerged significantly stronger, indeed the top opportunity in the world. Ha ha ha. Even the heavens are helping us. Xiaohua and the others glanced at each other and stepped in without hesitation. Once the 3 had entirely entered the black hole entrance, the ground shook again, and chunks of rock fell, completely concealing the entrance. Time slowly passed. Tianjian Mountain was flattened by a powerful entity. The truth gradually spread that Demon Lord Xiahou Yuan's demonic power was complete. He sent out his primordial spirit, transforming into a gigantic godly figure 100,000 zhang high, leveling Tianjian Mountain. When this incident first broke, most did not believe it because it was too incredible. 100,000 zhang tall primordial spirit, that's extremely powerful. But as time passed, the demonic Tao continued as usual, and more people started to believe. After all, if the story were false, Xiahou Yuan would have quickly come forward to debunk it, lest the next target to be flattened be the demonic Tao, right? But Xiahou Yuan did not deny it, and no demonic being came forward to explain, which meant it was tacitly accepted. In this scenario, Xiahou Yuan remained alive and well, only proving that the news was true. Suddenly, Xiahou Yuan was revered by many powerhouses of the 5 domains as the strongest in the world. To be precise, the strongest in the last 100,000 million years. 100,000 zhang tall primordial spirit was simply terrifying. And just then, a cultivation system known as martial Tao rapidly spread across the 5 domains mainland. Those without cultivation aptitudes, the ordinary people, began trying this martial Tao cultivation system. Even those cultivators in the 3rd realm, 4th realm, upon discovering the potential of the martial Tao cultivation system, decisively abandoned their own cultivation and switched to martial Tao. And just like that, 100 years hurriedly passed by. Chapter 172, 15 How Tall is the Demon Lord? Super large chapter of 5,000 words. 100 years had passed, and the world had transformed significantly. In the eyes of ordinary people, this might represent a lifetime. Even for cultivators, below the 6th realm, 100 years could be considered half of one's life. Especially this century, the changes in the world were far greater than those of the past 1,000 or even 10,000 years. The first and foremost was the leveling of Tianjian Mountain, an impact that was not merely temporary but profound and enduring. What was Tianjian Mountain? It was the mountain gate of the Tianjian sect, the stronghold of the foremost power in the world. For tens of thousands of years, the Tianjian sect had given rise to more than one cultivator of the 10th realm, and its influence in the 5 domains mainland was deeply entrenched. Such a colossal power, even if it were to decline, would do so gradually, only completely falling after thousands or tens of thousands of years. Yet now, it had been flattened in a single stroke. More crucially, it wasn't just the disciples of the Tianjian sect who died. Before the flattening of Tianjian Mountain, it was the time of Tianjian's 800th birthday celebration. At that time, the mountain had gathered all the powerful allies of the Tianjian sect. But the outcome? These mighty individuals perished along with Tianjian Mountain. This led to a catastrophic loss for most powers in the 5 domains. Subsequently, when facing the onslaught from the demonic Tao forces, the native powers of the 5 domains simply collapsed. In the first decade of this century, the demonic Tao accomplished the feat of unifying the 5 domains, a feat not even the Tianjian sect in its heyday, despite many powers submitting to them, could claim to have truly unified the 5 domains. And all this was accomplished by the demonic Tao forces. To be precise, the demonic Tao forces were able to do this entirely because of Lin Yuan. Without Lin Yuan's destruction of the major arteries of the righteous powers in the 5 domains, even if the demonic Tao wished to unify the 5 domains, they would have been dragged into a lengthy war, taking far more than 10 years to achieve unity. Of course, the so-called unification of the 5 domains by the demonic Tao was merely superficial. Behind the scenes, there were still many remnants of the original powers of the 5 domains trying to launch counterattacks, attempting to reclaim everything they had lost. But with Lin Yuan present, all resistance was futile. Lin Yuan did not even leave the underground palace, but merely sent out his Yin God and Yang spirit, inflicting heavy losses on the resisting forces. Even so, such resistance continued to occur. Each interval between resistance efforts was getting longer, clearly indicating that the resistors also knew that they were no match for Demon Lord Xiahou Yuan head-on. They could only lurk in the shadows, waiting for an opportunity to strike. In the eastern region, Binhai City. Inside an inn, a storyteller was fervently speaking. Speaking of recent events, a group of strong individuals arrived in the coastal areas, suspected to be disciples of the Qingshui sect which was annihilated by the demonic Tao forces 100 years ago. The surviving disciples fled overseas and now they have returned, surely up to no good. This storyteller clearly had a well-informed source, even providing his own insights. From what I see, the eastern region is about to experience unrest, the storyteller said, his words filled with emotion. Great chaos in the world was definitely not good news for common folk like them. Meanwhile, in a corner of the inn, an old man with white hair and beard sipped his wine, savoring it joyfully. If there had been a 9th realm expert present, they would have detected that this old man, with his unfathomable aura, was also a cultivator of the 9th realm. However, this old man was different from other cultivators of the 9th realm. He did not seek power or wealth but enjoyed traveling through the 5 domains and savoring fine wines. This osmanthus brew from Binhai City is becoming more flavorful. The old man nodded in approval. Oh, Grandpa, you shouldn't drink. Did you hear what the storyteller just said? The eastern region is becoming restless. The young girl at his side tugged at his sleeve. Oh. The old man responded indifferently and continued to enjoy his osmanthus brew. Grandpa. The girl became a bit anxious and couldn't help but ask, "Do you think the 5 tribes will make a move? What does a little girl like you have to worry about such matters?" The old man glared at her and, seeing tears starting to form in her eyes, quickly soothed her. "I don't know if the eastern region will be unstable, but a while ago, some folks from Dihua sect sought me out, wanting me to take action and occupy an Earth-grade spirit spring." "Ah. So, Grandpa, did you agree?" The girl's eyes immediately brightened. "Of course not. An old man like me should just enjoy his twilight years." The old man shook his head and said he did not have the courage to oppose the Demon Lord. Who was the Demon Lord? He was the strongest being in 100,000 years. Ordinary cultivator may not understand the concept of cultivating a primordial spirit to 100,000 zhang. But as a 9th realm cultivator, the old man was aware of the immense difficulty and the almost inconceivable awe that it inspired. Besides, the 5 domains under the rule of the demonic Tao forces, it's not much different than before. The old man glanced at his granddaughter, a curious expression on his face. 90 years ago, when the demonic Tao unified the 5 domains, the old man had seen it all. Originally, he thought that the suffering of all beings was about to begin, for how could the 5 domains possibly fare well under the rule of the demonic Tao? Would all beings simply be penned up and used as nourishment for the cultivators of the demonic Tao? However, as time passed, the old man suddenly realized that this scenario never actually happened. After unifying the 5 domains, the demonic Tao forces actively disseminated a cultivation system known as martial Tao. This system, which had a low threshold, was explained in detail by appointees from the demonic Tao forces. This generous act was something that had never occurred in tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years before. Chapter 173, 15 How Tall is the Demon Lord? Super large chapter of 5,000 words, _2. The once great powers of the 5 domains, to maintain their own status, would never have passed on their family's cultivation techniques. Not to mention specially sending people to instruct others. This was simply. The elder was unable to describe such a measure. He only felt that the thoughts and considerations of the demon venerable were completely beyond those of ordinary people. "Grandfather, I want to go to the central region, and visit the sacred land of demonic Tao," the young girl whispered at that moment. The sacred land of demonic Tao was the very underground palace where Lin Yuan cultivated. Over a century, this underground palace had become a sacred site in the 5 domains, with countless cultivators going there to pay their respects. Of course, to avoid disturbing the demon venerable, all cultivators could only observe from 50 leagues away from the underground palace. The sacred land of demonic Tao. The elder was somewhat hesitant. But upon recalling that he had never opposed the demon venerable over the years, his expression quickly became calm. "All right." The elder nodded, giving his consent. Beneath the underground palace, next to the vitality spring, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, his aura completely withdrawn, as if he was in an entirely different space. Seemingly illusionary, seemingly ethereal. Name, Lin Yuan. Role, holder of the Myriad Realms Gate. Bound talent, heaven-defying comprehension. Current state, consciousness descent. Remaining stay duration, 140 years. 140 more years of staying duration. Lin Yuan glanced at the ethereal text below his line of sight and thought to himself. Unbeknownst to him, he had already been in this world for 160 years. The 300-year stay had almost imperceptibly passed by a large part. The 16th realm. Lin Yuan examined himself. 100 years had elapsed, and Lin Yuan had broken through 2 realms, from the 14th realm to the 16th realm. However, upon entering the 16th realm, Lin Yuan faintly felt that this realm seemed to be the limit of this world. Advancing further might provoke the innate rejection of the world. Perhaps directly expelling Lin Yuan from the world. No, that's not right. The limit of the world should not be merely the 16th realm. Is it because of that black hole to the north? Lin Yuan's thoughts surged as his gaze once again drifted northward. More than 100 years ago, Lin Yuan had detected a massive black hole to the far north, beyond the endless sea domain. This black hole, at every moment, was devouring the heavenly earth vital energy of this world. As a result, the upper limit of the world's powerhouses had been decreasing again and again. 50,000 years ago, even 100,000 years ago, there were traces of 11th realm powerhouses. Yet, in the recent tens of thousands of years, the 10th realm has become quite rare. Perhaps tens of thousands of years later, even powerhouses of the 9th realm will become a legend. It was due to that black hole that the upper limit of this world had decreased and was almost unable to accommodate Lin Yuan anymore. Over tens of thousands of years, whenever a 10th realm powerhouse emerged, they would disappear from the 5 domains within just decades or a century, perhaps heading for that black hole to the north. Lin Yuan looked thoughtful. After the demonic Tao unified the 5 domains, he had greatly increased access to historical records, understanding the final actions of those 10th realm powerhouses over tens of thousands of years. While Lin Yuan was pondering over this black hole, he seemed to sense something, emitting a slight sound of surprise, and turned his gaze toward the east. Under Lin Yuan's perception, 30 leagues away from the underground palace, 2 figures were stealthily approaching. One was the form of an elderly man, possessing the power of the 9th realm. The other was a girl in her teens, currently full of curiosity and inspecting the direction of the underground palace. Lin Yuan's gaze fell on the young girl. The Bai family still has descendants. Lin Yuan closed his eyes, feeling a sense of nostalgia welling up within him. The Bai family had significant ties with Xiahou Yuan, who hadn't yet achieved greatness in his demonic practices when he fell in love with the direct daughter of the Bai family. Later, because Xiahou Yuan made too many enemies, the Bai family was implicated and exterminated from top to bottom. The Bai family held a special significance for Xiahou Yuan. Back then, Yuan Yi, from the Tianjian sect, under the guise of Bai Qing'er, approached Xiahou Yuan, which is how she managed to gain Xiahou Yuan's trust. It was because she pretended to be a descendant of the Bai family's bloodline. Otherwise, how could a cold and ruthless man like Xiahou Yuan invest so much emotion in a woman? Finally, his mental state was forced, and he was suppressed in the 18th layer of the Great Abyss underground. However, now, Lin Yuan once again felt the aura of the Bai family bloodline from that young girl. This type of bloodline was not the disguise like Bai Qing'er's, it genuinely originated from the depths of her lineage. 30 leagues from the underground palace. The elder was somewhat nervous. They were now within 30 leagues from the underground palace, having ventured far deeper than the designated 50 leagues. Xiao Bai, are you sure it's all right to be this close? The elder asked again. Originally, he had come with the young girl, like other cultivators, to slowly view the area from 50 leagues away from the underground palace. But as the girl was exploring, she led the elder along a small path within the 50-league boundary, until now, when they were only 30 leagues from the underground palace. This made the elder sweat coldly when he thought that just 30 leagues away was the demon venerable Xiahou Yuan, who could level the Tianjian sect with one step. The elder's legs grew weak. Grandfather, what are you afraid of? I specifically found out about this path. Many people have walked it, just to get closer to the sacred site for a better view. The girl led the way in front, her tone brimming with excitement. Are you sure? The elder was now somewhat regretting bringing the girl here. Though the girl was not his biological granddaughter, having been found by him in the wild. The elder's affection for her was genuine, always treating her as his own granddaughter. Absolutely sure. Before us, many have already used this path to visit, and no problems occurred. Chapter 174, 15 How Tall is the Demon Lord? Super large chapter of 5,000 words, _3. The girl patted her chest and said, I hope so. The old man steadied himself, trying hard not to overthink. He had also noticed that many people had trodden the path beneath their feet. Yet, even being so close to a personage like the Demon Lord, the old man still felt fear from the bottom of his heart. Grandpa, you're too timid. The girl couldn't help but say. Timid, the old man thought helplessly to himself. But didn't know how to retort. Just then, in front of the path that the girl and the old man were traveling, a tall man appeared silently. The tall man stood there quietly, seemingly lost in thought. Upon seeing this, the girl immediately grinned and laughed. Grandpa, look. It's not just us on this road, there are others who want to get a closer look at the Holy Land. The girl immediately said. That's good. The old man breathed a sigh of relief. The tall man stood there without a hint of a cultivator's aura. To the old man, this was a sign of safety. If even ordinary people could get close without harm, they probably wouldn't have any problems either. Having walked along this path for so long without encountering anyone, the girl, upon meeting the tall man, immediately went up to strike up a conversation. Are you here to observe the Holy Land too? Observe the Holy Land. The tall man turned his head, glanced at the girl, and didn't answer. Don't be shy, apart from observing the Holy Land, who else would come here? Thinking the tall man might be shy, the girl approached and said, It's just as well we met, you can come with us. My grandpa is really powerful, a great master of the 5 domains. The girl extended an invitation. The tall man remained unmoved, neither accepting nor declining. This made the girl somewhat exasperated. What's with this guy, acting like a mute? Did he even understand what she was saying? Let me put it this way, my grandpa is a 9th realm powerhouse. Do you know what the 9th realm is? The girl couldn't help but reveal some home truths. In the 5 domains mainland, there are fewer than 100 9th realm powerhouses, and my grandpa is one of them. If you follow us, you don't need to worry about safety. Were you picked up by your grandfather? Finally, the tall man spoke up, his voice deep and magnetic. He hadn't detected the by-family bloodline in the old man. Ah. How did you know? The girl's eyes widened. She was certain she had not told the tall man about this matter. Could it be that you are? The girl's eyes lit up. Are you a fortune teller, someone who can divine? Did you realize instantly that I'm not my grandfather's biological granddaughter? The old man vaguely sensed something and his voice trembled slightly, not even daring to look directly at the tall man. But at that moment, his voice was so faint that the girl did not notice it at all. I didn't think you actually had some skill. I always thought those fortune tellers were just scam artists. The girl became interested. The tall man's ability to immediately see that she was not related by blood to the old man was obviously no simple matter. Come. Help me see when I can become a powerhouse like my grandpa. The girl stood on tiptoe, patted the tall man on the shoulder, and said, Don't worry, as long as you're accurate, I won't skimp on your reward. Let me tell you, my grandpa has a lot of treasures. Just take your pick of any. Seeing the girl actually daring to pat the tall man on the shoulder, the old man felt a rush of blood to the head and started to grow dizzy, his legs trembling, nearly collapsing right there and then. And it was precisely as the girl stood on tiptoe to pat the tall man on the shoulder that the air seemed to solidify. One after another, figures appeared all around. The aura emanating from each figure was that of a 9th realm peak. No fewer than 29th realm peak powerhouses stood quietly a short distance away. The leader among these figures exuded an aura that surpassed the 9th realm. However, all these figures appeared behind the girl, and considering her low power level, she didn't notice anything amiss and remained unaware. But whereas the girl was oblivious, the old man next to her sensed everything very clearly. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead, his legs shook uncontrollably, and he was nearly about to kneel on the spot. Retreat. The tall man stood with his hands behind his back, speaking indifferently. Suddenly, every figure that appeared vanished swiftly, as if by command. The alley returned to its original state. Only the old man knew what had just happened. He and the girl had nearly walked through the gates of death. You remind me of an old friend of mine. The tall man smiled faintly. He reached out and gently touched the girl's head. Ouch. The girl didn't understand why, but facing the tall man's gesture, she had no intention of resistance and stood there dazed. Go back. Practice well. The tall man raised his right hand. With a gentle wave. The old man and the girl felt darkness before their eyes. When they opened their eyes again, they found themselves 50 miles away once more. Grandfather, what was that? The girl was a bit bewildered. It took her a long while to react. What had just happened? Wasn't she just talking with the tall man? Only the old man had recovered his senses. He directly grabbed the girl's collar. Then he sprinted in the opposite direction of the underground palace. Several hours later, thousands of miles away from the underground palace, the old man finally stopped. Fear still lingered on his face. Do you know who that was just now? The old man took a deep breath, raised his hand to slap the girl but couldn't bring himself to do it. Ah. Who was he? The girl blinked her eyes. By now she had also begun to realize. Demon Lord. He is Demon Venerable Xiahou Yuan. The old man's voice trembled as he spoke. He is the Demon Lord. Bai's eyes widened once again. After a long while, Bai suddenly remembered a question. It was a question she had been too embarrassed to ask before, but having just met the Demon Lord and survived, she naturally wanted to ask it aloud. Grandfather. Everyone says Demon Venerable Xiahou Yuan is unfathomably tall. So how tall is he really? The girl looked at the old man full of anticipation. How tall? The old man seemed to see the tall figure of the man flashing before his eyes once again. He should be as tall as the heavens, I suppose. Chapter 175, 16 World Consciousness Descent. Please subscribe. It's just. The elder suddenly remembered something. He examined the girl over and over again. If he hadn't seen wrongly just now. Did the girl stand on her tiptoes and pat that tall man on the shoulder? If that tall man was the Demon Lord, didn't that mean the girl had patted the shoulder of the Demon Lord? Such an audacious act, and yet they both managed to come out alive, was simply inconceivable. That was Demon Venerable Xiahou Yuan. A ruthless person who could flatten Tianjian Mountain with one stomp. At that moment, when he saw the girl reaching out to pat the other's shoulder, fear clouded his consciousness. However, unexpectedly, nothing happened afterward. She resembles an old friend. The elder remembered a sentence said by the tall man. Could it be that this granddaughter he had picked up was a descendant of an old friend of Xiahou Yuan? For a moment, the elder was puzzled. After thinking for a while, he decided not to think further about it. No matter what the girl's relationship with the Demon Lord was, she was his granddaughter. Having lived together for over 10 years, their bond was like that of family, if not by blood. The underground palace. Lin Yuan's gaze reached far towards where the elder was. Descendant of the Bai family. Lin Yuan's expression was calm. The descendant of the Bai family was Xiahou Yuan's deepest bond. Just now, when Lin Yuan appeared in front of that girl, he reached out and touched her head. And casually transmitted a strand of primordial qi to her. This strand of primordial qi could subtly improve the girl's aptitude. With this primordial qi, entering the 9th realm in the future would be no difficult task. Lin Yuan's action also served as a complete severance of the original ties between Xiahou Yuan and the Bai family. The 5 domains. Lin Yuan's gaze was profound. Under his command, the demonic Tao forces unified the 5 domains mainland with terrifying speed. It wasn't that Lin Yuan wished to claim the throne of the 5 domains, rather, he wanted to spread the martial Tao cultivation system as widely as possible. Only by unifying the 5 domains could he openly propagate martial Tao, which was Lin Yuan's true purpose. During the few hundred years he would stay in this world, he wanted to fully integrate the martial Tao cultivation system into the 5 domains. That way, even if he were to leave one day, or even if the demonic Tao forces were overthrown, the martial Tao cultivation system wouldn't necessarily disappear. Just like a star colonizing movement, colonizers would spread their culture and language as extensively as possible on the colonized planet. Thus, even if the colonizers were to be driven out and the colony became independent, it would likely still use the language and culture of the colonizers. There are countless evolution paths in the main world, each standing alongside strong practitioners. Even a martial path evolutionary path, no matter how excellent, couldn't compete with those that had existed for tens of thousands or even millions of years. Therefore, why not open up a new battlefield and spread one's evolution path through other worlds? Even though the scale of other worlds was far less than the main world, like the current 5 regions world, which at most was comparable to a higher-grade life planet in the main world. One could not ignore the sheer numbers. With the door to the myriad realms, Lin Yuan could spread it an infinite number of times. Furthermore, even if there are 100 billion citizens on a high-tier life planet in the main world, how many can truly cultivate a certain evolution path? In other worlds, Lin Yuan believed that with his means, he could make the martial Tao cultivation system the mainstream system of cultivation. That is, the first cultivation system that all beings would prioritize to practice. Day after day, as the years accumulate, what do those super strong beings in the main world have to compare with Lin Yuan? Although I'm not sure what use there is in spreading the evolution path I created, or what its relationship with the ultimate leap is. There's no harm in it for me, just a small effort required, thought Lin Yuan privately. After all, no matter how many people practiced the martial Tao cultivation evolution path, it wouldn't affect Lin Yuan. And as for worrying about his descendants surpassing Lin Yuan, the founder. If it were the founder of an ordinary evolution path, there might be such concerns. But as for Lin Yuan, with his against heaven's understanding, not to mention the latecomers, even the trailblazers would be quickly caught up by Lin Yuan. The successors wouldn't even qualify to look up to him, let alone surpass him. My lord. At that moment, a voice came from outside. Come in. Lin Yuan said as if he had anticipated it, nodding his head. Soon. A figure walked in with utmost respect. It was Situ Ming. 100 years had passed, and with Lin Yuan's assistance, Situ Ming had successfully advanced into the 10th realm. He was the first among Lin Yuan's subordinates to reach the 10th realm. A perfect vessel indeed. Lin Yuan looked at the respectful Situ Ming and thought to himself. Situ Ming's body was a 5-colored lotus, with both flesh and primordial spirit coming from Lin Yuan. Therefore, in Lin Yuan's eyes, Situ Ming was the most perfect vessel for consciousness descent. In simple terms, if Lin Yuan's physical body were destroyed, he could directly take residence in Situ Ming's body. freewebnovel.com. The two would be a perfect match without needing any time to adapt. Of course. In Lin Yuan's eyes, Situ Ming's usefulness was far greater than just being a vessel for descent. With Lin Yuan's current strength, even if all the powerful beings of this world attacked together, they wouldn't be sufficient for him to slap away. The only threat to Lin Yuan was the consciousness of the world itself. There was no need to prepare any vessel for descent. I need you to do something. Lin Yuan looked at Situ Ming and slowly spoke. Please speak, my lord. Situ Ming immediately responded formally. To say the least, even if Lin Yuan asked him to take his own life right now, Situ Ming would execute the command without hesitation. 140 years from now, I will leave this world. At that time, you will take my place, ensuring the spread of the martial Tao cultivation system. If there is any sign of its decline, intervene to prevent it. Lin Yuan stated. All things cannot escape the passage of time. Though over the past century, the martial Tao cultivation system had already spread widely throughout the 5 domains mainland. Chapter 176, 16 World Consciousness Descent, please subscribe, _2. More and more people began to practice martial Tao. But as time passed, there could be many accidents. And Situ Ming was the contingency plan left by Lin Yuan, the best candidate to protect the path of martial Tao. Situ Ming wasn't of the human race. His true form was a 5-colored lotus, possessing a longevity that spanned over 10,000 years. Moreover, with Lin Yuan there to aid his cultivation, entering the 11th realm before his time limit was no issue. With such a protector, Lin Yuan naturally felt at ease. After all, Situ Ming's physical body and primordial spirit were both bestowed by him, ensuring absolute loyalty, and even as time passed, no other thoughts would arise. As for what to do after 10,000 years, once Situ Ming passed away, Lin Yuan felt that if martial Tao could exist for 10,000 years in the 5 domains mainland, it would surely have taken deep root, making it impossible to erase even if one wished to. And even if something unexpected really occurred, there would be nothing Lin Yuan could do, as 10,000 years was not just a distance, but an immensely long span of time. Yes. Situ Ming agreed without hesitation. If the demonic Tao forces are threatened. Situ Ming asked cautiously. He meant to ask whether he should intervene to maintain control over the 5 domains if the demonic Tao forces could no longer maintain their rule in the future. You don't need to concern yourself with that. Just ensure the continuation of the martial Tao heritage. Lin Yuan waved his hand. Ensuring the transmission of a cultivation system and ensuring the transmission of a unified power are not the same in terms of difficulty. The latter is full of hidden dangers, and if Situ Ming truly dared to meddle, even with the strength of the 11th realm, he might not come out unscathed. Situ Ming wasn't Lin Yuan, who had the power to crush everything. The fact that 11th realm powerhouses had once emerged in this world indicated the possibility of more appearing in the future. Lin Yuan, on the other hand, didn't care. With the strength of the 16th realm, no amount of 11th realm fighters posed a threat to him. Besides, Lin Yuan had left some trump cards for the demonic Tao forces, ensuring that they would continue to rule the 5 domains for hundreds, perhaps thousands of years after his departure. You may leave. After today, you need not show yourself in front of others, Lin Yuan instructed. Just observe the 5 domains from the shadows. As you command. Situ Ming felt somewhat disheartened. He vaguely sensed that his master was giving his last words. But how could that be possible? A 10th realm powerhouse lived for 2,000 years, and his master crushed 10th realm fighters as if stepping on ants, so why would he be giving his last words so soon? Watching Situ Ming's departing figure, Lin Yuan fell into contemplation again. To fully integrate the martial Tao cultivation system into this world, Lin Yuan had made 3 preparations. The first preparation was the unification of the 5 domains. To spread the martial Tao cultivation system in the most orthodox way. The second preparation was having Situ Ming, the protector, to ensure that the martial Tao cultivation system could still be spread steadily after his departure, capable of facing and resolving any accident that might occur. The first 2 preparations were for unexpected situations under normal conditions. They covered nearly all possibilities. As for the third preparation, Lin Yuan targeted the world consciousness of this world. The world is conscious. This was something Lin Yuan had vaguely sensed during his first travel. In the martial world, when Lin Yuan finally began to touch its upper limits, he felt a pressure coming from the heavens and the earth, like a whale stranded on the beach. This was the world consciousness's rejection. As for the second and third worlds he traveled to, Lin Yuan never had this feeling, solely because those 2 worlds were special. In the Dragon Tiger world, there were items like the true martial sword and primeval demon spirits from higher realms. Its world level was vaguely elevated, so Lin Yuan never felt rejection in the end. The Divine Arms world was even more akin to being incomplete, with parts of its laws extracted by the ancient godly beings to create divine weapons, leading to the world's consciousness being weakened. In this current world, Lin Yuan could faintly sense the will of the world. What is the world consciousness? It has no joys or sorrows and is similar to the artificial intelligence of the main world, constantly maintaining the operations of the world itself. Lin Yuan's third preparation was to prevent the world consciousness from deliberately suppressing the martial path evolutionary path. If the world consciousness detested the martial path evolutionary path and under its own evolution, even with the presence of the protector Situ Ming, the martial path evolutionary path might not last long and could disappear through various accidents. World Consciousness, Freednol.com. Lin Yuan murmured softly. The world consciousness was not a tangible entity. If Lin Yuan wanted to meet with the world consciousness, it could be difficult or not, depending on the approach. The simplest method was through the Children of Destiny. The Children of Destiny are products born from the outburst of the world's grand fortune, targets of the world consciousness's keen attention. If Lin Yuan found a child of destiny, he might be able to communicate with the world consciousness. Of course, even without a child of destiny, there were still ways to force the world consciousness to appear. That is, by destroying this world. Lin Yuan naturally would not employ this method. But it could be used to intimidate the world consciousness. Child of Destiny. Lin Yuan pondered. Over 100 years ago, the Taiyin primordial spirit had once glimpsed those 3 children of destiny, remembering their auras. But soon after, these 3 children of destiny disappeared from the 5 domains mainland. Lin Yuan speculated that under the empowerment of the heavenly and earthly movements, they must have encountered some extraordinary fortunes. I'll wait a bit longer. After pondering for a moment, Lin Yuan sank back into cultivation. With his current level of strength, as long as those 3 children of destiny reappeared on the 5 domains mainland. Chapter 177, 16 World Consciousness Descent, Subscription Request, _3. They could perceive it in an instant. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, several years had gone by. In a certain purple bamboo forest in the eastern region. Thunderous roars. A series of booming sounds came forth. Suddenly, 3 figures soared into the sky. A vast, distant aura wildly dispersed. The area within tens, hundreds, even hundreds of miles, was all enveloped by a terrifying aura. Ha 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 ha. We're out, we're finally out. Xiaohua, Yang Bixin, and Shen Lang, the 3 of them laughed wildly. Their clothes were tattered, but their eyes shone with extreme brightness. Over a century, they had endured endless torment underground and had finally passed the test, emerging through their own strength. And after such a long time of cultivation, their strength had leaped from the peak of the 9th realm to the 10th realm. And not just the 10th realm but the peak of the 10th realm. Furthermore, in the underground world, the trio had discovered a joint attack skill. After they perfected it, their combined attack could withstand opponents from the 11th realm and even the 12th realm. After a long time, the three vented their emotions. They started gathering together to discuss what to do next. Our current strength could dominate a region even 10,000 years ago, and if we use that secret technique, maybe even demon Venerable Xiao Yuan. Shen Lang said this but stopped short, his gaze revealing a hint of ambition. The underground world century had been a persistent nightmare because of demon Venerable Xiao Yuan. If the three of them could defeat Xiao Yuan, no, just withstand him, or even just save their lives from him, that nightmarish influence would completely vanish. With their minds fulfilled, even striving for the 11th realm might successfully happen. Then, Xiao Wu also felt slightly excited, about to ask when they would seek out Xiao Yuan. Suddenly, just then, a deep, magnetic voice came through. No need to look for me. In an instant, the heavens and earth turned upside down, the sun and moon lost their light. A mysterious aura filled the area for thousands of miles. Under the shocked gazes of Xiao Hua, Yang Bixin, and Shen Lang, a towering figure approached from the horizon, each step seeming to compress space. In just a few steps, he stood before them. I came by myself. This towering figure stopped, looking down at Xiao Hua and the others. Demon Venerable Xiao Yuan. Xiao was scalp-numbed, his spirit shuddering, feeling as if the power of the 10th realm within him had completely succumbed to stillness. In front of Xiao Yuan, Xiao Hua felt he wasn't the invincible fighter of the 10th realm, but rather a baby, a mere ant. How can he be so strong? Shen Lang felt utterly disheartened. The sensation Xiao Yuan gave them now was far stronger than that of the primordial spirit from a century ago, by 10-fold, 100-fold. During these 100 years, not only had they made significant advances, Xiao Yuan had also been refining his skills continuously. Even refining at a pace much faster than theirs. Xiao Hua opened his mouth, wanting to say something. But then he saw Xiao Yuan, suspended in the sky, raising his right hand toward them. Boom. Novel Fire Your Story Source. A terrifying aura instantly began to compress. Xiao Hua and the others suddenly spat out blood, their consciousness beginning to blur. Are we going to die? Yang Bixin slowly closed her eyes. However, just then, a cold, vast consciousness appeared silently. Xiao Hua slowly stood up, his eyes, which had been red, now turned pure gold. He looked up at Lin Yuan. Though looking up, there was a sense of looking down. As if heaven were looking down on all creations. World consciousness. Lin Yuan withdrew his hand, placing it behind his back. You've finally shown yourself. Chapter 178, 17, Trade, Crossing the Seas, the 11th Realms Beyond the 5 Domains. Xiao Hua stood erect, his eyes a pure golden color, void of any emotional fluctuation. Upon seeing this, Lin Yuan was not surprised. For him, Situming was the perfect vessel, and he could dominate his body with just a thought. After all, everything about Situming was bestowed by Lin Yuan, who couldn't resist him, and he didn't even harbor the thought of resisting. Similarly, in the eyes of the Supreme World Consciousness, the perfect vessel is naturally the child of destiny. Check out Novel Fire. Whenever the World Consciousness wishes, it could descend into the body of the child of destiny at any moment and take control of everything. Faced with the descent of the world will, the child of destiny couldn't resist, and no matter how strong, it was pointless. Years ago, Lin Yuan planned to force the world consciousness to appear through those 3 children of destiny. Regrettably, the 3 children of destiny had disappeared from the 5 domains mainland a century ago. Until moments ago, the aura of the 3 children of destiny re-emerged, and Lin Yuan immediately rushed over. Actually, Lin Yuan had no intention of killing the children of destiny. He was merely feigning a murderous intent to test the waters. Even if the world consciousness did not appear in the end, Lin Yuan intended to hold back. After all, the children of destiny are the favored ones of the heaven and earth's grand fate, the spokespersons of world consciousness, and killing them directly would be too wasteful. Rather, it was better to slowly refine the traces of grand fate from their bodies, which might prove useful to him. However, Lin Yuan was fortunate, as this slight probing managed to force the world consciousness into appearance. Lin Yuan speculated that the world consciousness valued these three children of destiny so much because it had invested a lot in them. If it were 100 years ago, these three children of destiny would only possess the strength of the ninth realm. Even if Lin Yuan decided to hunt them down, the world consciousness might not necessarily intervene. A child of destiny of the ninth realm, even if one died, cultivating another one wouldn't be difficult. But the 10th realm, especially these three children of destiny, being at the peak of the 10th realm, just a hair's breadth from the 11th realm, Lin Yuan even sensed a kind of homogeneous aura from them. If the three joined forces and stimulated the homogeneous aura within their bodies, they could utterly unleash the power of the peak of the 11th realm or even the 12th realm. To cultivate these three children of destiny, the world consciousness obviously had also invested a lot, and wouldn't allow them to die easily at the hands of Lin Yuan. State your demands. With pure golden eyes, Xiaohua spoke in a flat tone. At this moment, his own consciousness was in a deep slumber, completely replaced by the world consciousness, making him the most powerful existence in this world. So powerful that even Lin Yuan couldn't match him. But the world consciousness isn't a living being, everything it did had to follow rules, far from being as unrestrained as Lin Yuan. I want the martial Tao cultivation system to be eternally inherited in this world, thriving for tens of thousands of years. Lin Yuan spoke. Without the tacit approval of the world consciousness, even if Lin Yuan made many preparations, the martial Tao cultivation system would struggle to endure. Lin Yuan might not face any mishaps while he was present, but as soon as he left this world, under the suppression of the world consciousness, it might once again nurture another child of destiny specifically to eradicate the martial Tao cultivation system. Impossible. Xiaohua directly refused. As the absolute dominion of this world, he was very clear that the cultivation system from the first realm to the 10th realm was the most suitable for this world. As for the martial Tao cultivation system, while not weaker than the native cultivation system, the world consciousness faintly realized that allowing this path to rise in the 5 domains was not a good thing. This cultivation system, which clearly bore the mark of a specific existence, could influence him if allowed to develop over a long period. Compared to the third world that Lin Yuan traveled through, the Divine Arms world, this world's world consciousness was much more intact, able to make decisions that were most beneficial for itself. Impossible. Lin Yuan's expression remained unchanged. Since the world consciousness hadn't immediately left, it indicated that there was still room for negotiation, and Lin Yuan's initial demand was rather steep, yet there was still significant room to step back. Outside the purple bamboo forest, Yang Bixin and Shenlang's faces were pale. When the world consciousness descended into Xiaohua, it casually threw them out. Clearly, it didn't want these two to overhear the direct conversation between Lin Yuan and itself. Lin Yuan had no objection to this. Xiaohua, he. Yang Bixin's lips trembled slightly. The power of Xiahou Yuan, that formidable devil, far exceeded their imagination. Before meeting Xiahou Yuan, the three of them were full of ambition, devising a series of plans. Such as what to do if Xiahou Yuan struck first. What to do if they attacked first. And how to save themselves if they couldn't defeat Xiahou Yuan, among others. However, when they actually faced Xiahou Yuan, the three realized how naive their ideas were. Ambition. A series of plans. No amount of preparation could bridge the gap in absolute power. In front of Xiahou Yuan, the three were like ants waiting for judgment, incapable of any other action. If it weren't for Xiaohua at the end. At that thought, Yang Bixin and Shenlang exchanged glances. As powerhouses at the peak of the 10th realm, they were certainly far inferior to Xiahou Yuan, but they could instantly determine that Xiaohua was replaced by the world consciousness. They also realized that Xiaohua seemed like a different person. And Xiaohua's transformation directly caused Xiahou Yuan to stop and even expelled them, not allowing them to hear the conversation between the two. Could it be? Shenlang harbored a guess in his heart. He had received the heritage of an 11th realm powerhouse from 50,000 years ago, knew many secrets of the world, including descriptions of the world consciousness. Chapter 179:17, Trade, Crossing the Sea, and the 11th Realms Beyond the 5 Domains _2. However, within the description of the 11th Realm powerhouses, the world consciousness is referred to by another name. Heavenly Tao. Or the Heavenly Lord. What should we do now? Yang Bixin asked in a low voice. She glanced toward the direction of the purple bamboo forest. At that moment, it appeared hazy, almost like another world. What should we do? Shen Lang thought for a moment and said helplessly, let's just wait here. He understood what Yang Bixin meant, questioning whether they should take the chance to leave. However, they had just emerged from the underground world, and in a brief moment, Xiahou Yuan appeared. This meant that it was extremely easy for Xiahou Yuan to find them. With Xiahou Yuan's strength, even if they took the chance to leave now, as long as he still harbored the intent to kill, they could not escape. Instead of that, it would be better to continue waiting and see how the conversation between the two inside concluded. If Xiaohua persuaded Xiahou Yuan, they could justify not fleeing. If the persuasion failed, even if they fled to the ends of the earth, they would still face death. Upon hearing this, Yang Bixin fell silent. With her intelligence, she could think of these points too, yet she was too shocked and momentarily asked such a question. About half an hour later, under the watchful eyes of Yang Bixin and Shen Lang, the hazy space near the distant purple bamboo forest gradually became clearer. Seeing this, Yang Bixin and Shen Lang did not make any hasty moves but waited another 2 hours before mustering the courage to approach it. Soon, they found Xiaohua lying unconscious in the original spot. As for Xiahou Yuan, he had already vanished without a trace. The two quickly went forward, helped Xiaohua up, and began using their methods to treat his injuries. Not long after, Xiaohua slowly woke up. What happened? Xiaohua felt a splitting headache, as if some gigantic object had been stirring him for days and nights. Yang Bixin and Shen Lang immediately told him everything they knew. I felt like I had become a different person. Xiaohua steadied his mind and frowned in thought. The three conversed for a while longer. Unlike when they had just emerged from the underground world, Xiaohua and the others no longer dared mention Xiahou Yuan. Exclusive content. Under the vast sky. Lin Yuan pondered deeply. He had just talked with the world consciousness for a bit over half an hour and had barely reached a consensus. The world consciousness promised to allow the martial Tao cultivation system to spread in this world, not directly or indirectly interfering with it. And this also met Lin Yuan's expectations. As long as the world consciousness didn't act against it in secrecy after his departure, Lin Yuan's contingency plan should ensure that the martial Tao cultivation system could be safely passed down for tens of thousands of years. And tens of thousands of years later, it was estimated that by then, a great number of people would have advanced far in the martial Tao cultivation system to ensure its ongoing legacy. Of course, the world consciousness made such a concession. Also because Lin Yuan had made a promise. The Eye of the North Sea. Lin Yuan slightly lifted his head, staring into the distance toward the north. Accurately speaking, to the north of the Endless Sea domain. Over 100 years ago, Lin Yuan had felt that there was a black hole emerging there, ceaselessly devouring the primordial qi of this world. And this black hole was what the world consciousness referred to as the Eye of the North Sea. The Eye of the North Sea appeared in this world tens of thousands of years ago, suddenly. Since then, the primordial qi of heaven and earth began to slowly decline, losing the support of primordial qi, and the upper limit of the world gradually fell. The world consciousness also made efforts, and over tens of thousands of years, every time a 10th realm powerhouse was born in the 5 domains mainland, under its guidance, they went to the Eye of the North Sea to attempt to seal or suppress it. But the effect was minimal. At best, they could only prevent the Eye of the North Sea from expanding. Yet, every moment, the Eye of the North Sea continued to devour the primordial qi of this world. Lin Yuan also learned from the world consciousness that the place where the strongest gather the most was not the 5 domains mainland. It was in the region of the Eye of the North Sea. For tens of thousands of years, the world consciousness, in an attempt to resolve the Eye of the North Sea, continually hinted at the strong to go there. Generation after generation, these powerhouses gradually settled in the region around the Eye of the North Sea. As a result, the region around the Eye of the North Sea was not lacking in 10th realm powerhouses, and there were even 11th realm powerhouses. The world consciousness must be cultivating those three sons of fortune, hoping to use them to suppress the Eye of the North Sea, Lin Yuan thought to himself. Combined, those three sons of fortune could unleash combat power at the peak of the 11th realm and even the 12th realm. Even in the region of the Eye of the North Sea, they would be considered among the top powerhouses. The Eye of the North Sea. Lin Yuan's eyes turned deep. His promise to the world consciousness was to do his best to repair the Eye of the North Sea but didn't guarantee success. However, even without the conversation with the world consciousness, Lin Yuan would have eventually made a trip to the Eye of the North Sea. After all, allowing the Eye of the North Sea to continue devouring the primordial qi of this world and causing the world's upper limit to decrease was detrimental to Lin Yuan. Cultivation would also be suppressed. Eventually, if it continued, one day, this world would be devoured. Then, what Tao would Lin Yuan pass on, having painstakingly laid out the martial Tao cultivation system, only for it to be devoured along with the world? Let's go. Let's make a trip to the North Sea. Lin Yuan did not even return to the underground palace but flew directly north. Now in the five domains mainland, stability had been achieved. Even if there were remnants of power rebelling from 100 years ago, they could not affect the overall situation. Nguan Shu, Moyang Demon Lord, and others rigorously governed the five domains in accordance with the rules set by Lin Yuan, so major issues were unlikely. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Lin Yuan had left the range of the five domains. He arrived above the Endless Sea domain. Chapter 180, 17, Trade, Crossing the Sea, and the 11th Realms Beyond the Five Domains _3. The terrifying wind and waves were blowing wildly, making it extremely difficult for ordinary warriors of the 6th and 7th realm to move even an inch. However, all the wind and waves calmed down completely within 100 yards of Lin Yuan. Above the stormy sea, the area near Lin Yuan appeared as though another world had formed. No wonder only those from the 10th realm are summoned by the world consciousness. Lin Yuan thought to himself. Thank you for using novel fire. Even for warriors of the 9th realm, passing through this sea area would be challenging. North of the Endless Sea domain, a white tower stood tall. Atop the tower, a chubby man was sitting cross-legged. Only 20 more years, then I can go back and take a good rest. The chubby man sighed. Even a 10th realm powerhouse, sitting here for decades or centuries, would find it tedious in the company of the vast sea. I wonder when the Eye of the North Sea will disappear. I've heard that in that direction, there's the five domains mainland, far larger and more vast than North Sea Island. The chubby man silently thought to himself. Having been born and lived on North Sea Island, he naturally longed for the so-called five domains mainland. It's just that Master Nalen and a few vice masters don't allow us to leave, the chubby man grimaced. Master Nalen and the vice masters are the 11th realm powerhouses of North Sea Island and the Endless Sea domain, ruling high above, commanding many warriors to jointly suppress the Eye of the North Sea. Huh. It seems like someone is coming. The chubby man seemed to have noticed something and immediately focused his gaze on a spot to the south. On the vast sea surface, a streak of escape light was approaching fast. Could it be a 10th realm powerhouse from the five domains mainland? The chubby man's eyes lit up. He had long known that, every once in a while, 10th realm powerhouses from the five domains would come to join the suppression of the Eye of the North Sea. However, as time passed, the 10th realm powerhouses coming from the five domains seemed to decrease steadily. The most recent one arrived almost 10,000 years ago. I heard that these powerhouses from the five domains mainland are initially very arrogant and unbridled, everything about them just needs a little reminder. The chubby man suddenly thought. The 10th realm powerhouses from the five domains mainland were generally invincible existences, extremely proud in nature. Suddenly arriving at North Sea Island, a place filled with strong warriors, they definitely found it hard to adapt. Swoosh! The chubby man flew up immediately, ready to greet the new arrival from the 10th realm and caution the newcomer not to make any mistakes on North Sea Island, especially not to offend those few. The chubby man was thinking when. Just then. Boom. Several streaks of escape light flew from behind. They were also flying toward the newly arrived 10th realm. Ah. The chubby man widened his eyes. Master Naylan, and several vice masters. The chubby man took a deep breath, recognizing the escape lights coming from behind. They were indeed the 11th realm powerhouses of North Sea Island and the Endless Sea Domain. Does that person have a grudge with the Master and Vice Masters? Seeing Master Naylan and several Vice Masters personally coming, the chubby man couldn't help but feel sorry for the new 10th realm arrival. However, the next moment, under the shocked gaze of the chubby man, Master Naylan and several Vice Masters flying toward the new 10th realm arrival suddenly stopped and slightly bowed, respectfully saying to the new 10th realm, "We greet you, sir." Chapter 181:18, Sealing the Eye of the North Sea, 120 years later, subscription requested. Do you know me? Lin Yuan immediately understood. It must be the world consciousness that notified the powerful beings around the Eye of the North Sea. The world consciousness is aloof, even 9th realm and 10th realm powerhouses do not have the qualifications to contact it. If it weren't for the fact that Xiao Hua and the other two were about to die by Lin Yuan's hand, the world consciousness would not have descended. But it was different for the 11th realm powerhouses. The 11th realm powerhouses can be said to be the limit of this world. For hundreds of thousands of years, the strongest were only at the 11th realm. Lin Yuan had made a deal with the world consciousness to come here and try to resolve the hidden dangers of the Eye of the North Sea. The world consciousness naturally made prior arrangements with the 11th realm powerhouses in this area to prevent any mistaken incidents. Yes. Master Naylan and several vice masters said respectfully. At this moment, Master Naylan's mind was shaken. It was not long ago that he received the directive from the Heavenly Tao, instructing him and his people to welcome an important figure. A person who might completely resolve the issue with the Eye of the North Sea. Under the directive of the Heavenly Tao, they all had to obey this person without any dissenting thoughts. In short, after this person's arrival, the several 11th realm individuals and many 10th realm powerhouses on North Sea Island were all subject to this person's commands. Although Master Naylan found this puzzling, he could only comply. Very good. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. He was quite satisfied in his heart. The world consciousness of this world had considered everything thoroughly. But then again, given that this related to the future of this heavenly earth, the world consciousness would naturally try its best to avoid any accidents. However, Lin Yuan looked around. The farther north he went, the more Lin Yuan could feel the concentration of heavenly earth vital energy increasing. Here, it was almost 10 times that of the 5 domains mainland. This was not hard to understand. For hundreds of thousands of years, the Eye of the North Sea had acted like a black hole, devouring heavenly earth primordial chi from all directions. This caused the concentration of heavenly earth vital energy in the 5 domains mainland to continuously decline. Where did all the heavenly earth vital energy go? Naturally, it went into the mouth of the Eye of the North Sea. However, as the Eye of the North Sea consumed massive amounts of heavenly earth vital energy, the concentration of vital energy around it naturally rose dramatically. Just like a long river flowing into the sea, as the water flows into the ocean, it irrigates numerous fields along both banks. Lin Yuan speculated that the concentration of heavenly earth vital energy where he was now was close to the peak from hundreds of thousands of years ago. This level of primordial chi concentration increased the closer one was to the Eye of the North Sea. No wonder there are so many at the 10th and 11th realms. Lin Yuan thought to himself. In the 5 domains mainland, a 10th realm powerhouse might be born every thousands or tens of thousands of years, and as for the 11th realm, there has been none for 50,000 years. If not for the few ancient records, perhaps people would think the 11th realm was a legend. Yet near the Eye of the North Sea, Lin Yuan could sense the presences of dozens of 10th realm powerhouses and 6 11th realm powerhouses. Among them were Master Naylan and the 5 Vice Masters. Master Naylan's strength was at the peak of the 11th realm, only a half step away from the 12th realm. If so many powerful beings were to emerge, it undoubtedly required an extremely high environmental demand. However, with the rich heavenly earth vital energy here, under the beckoning of the Eye of the North Sea, the thriving of so many powerful beings by converging all the world's primordial chi here is not unthinkable. Lead me to the Eye of the North Sea. After asking a few casual questions, Lin Yuan directly said. This way, sir. Master Naylan immediately led the way for Lin Yuan personally. The other 5 vice masters also closely followed. The group then headed towards the location of the Eye of the North Sea. Novel Firecom story. In the distance, a plumpman just watched as Lin Yuan, surrounded by Master Nalen and the 5 vice masters, headed towards the direction of North Sea Island. Why are the master and vice masters so respectful? The plumpman couldn't believe it. Had it not been for seeing it with his own eyes, he could hardly imagine that the usually authoritative Master Nalen and the 5 vice masters would exhibit such a servile side. Who is that person? The plump man's concentration once again focused on Lin Yuan. Initially, the plumpman thought Lin Yuan was a newcomer from the 5 domains mainland at the 10th realm. But now, it seemed his assumption was massively mistaken. A mere newcomer at the 10th realm wouldn't cause a stir even for him, let alone for Master Nalen and the vice masters. Ah, if only I didn't have 20 more years of my guard duty, I would definitely follow and investigate. The plumpman sighed. He was obligated to guard the tower for this century and couldn't leave. Under the guidance of Master Nalen and the 5 vice masters, Lin Yuan soon arrived in front of an island. To call it an island would be an understatement, it was more like a small continent. Although it couldn't compare with the 5 domains, it was home to several hundred million of the human race. The auras of the dozens of 10th realm powerhouses Lin Yuan had sensed earlier came mostly from this island. This island, we all call it North Sea Island, Master Nalen explained by his side. The Eye of the North Sea is over there. Master Nalen raised his hand and pointed. In the north of North Sea Island, a faint black line was visible. If one looked closely, it would appear as a deep abyss-like void. Every moment, an immense amount of heavenly earth vital energy surged into this void. Soon, Master Nalen led Lin Yuan to the front of the Eye of the North Sea. Compared to viewing it from a distance, being close to the Eye of the North Sea was even more awe-inspiring. It resembled a crack in the world, pitch black as night. Chapter 182, 18, Sealing the Eye of the North Sea, 120 years later, subscription requested, _2. Around 800,000 miles in radius. Lin Yuan roughly estimated the range of the Eye of the North Sea. The Eye of the North Sea expands slowly on a regular basis, and 9 10th realm warriors are enough to guard it. But every 100 years, the Eye of the North Sea will expand wildly for a period. At that time, I, along with several deputy island lords, will take action and operate the sealing skill to suppress. But it's of little use. The Eye of the North Sea is still slowly expanding. I remember thousands of years ago, the Eye of the North Sea was only 750,000 miles in radius, now it's approaching 800,000 miles. As Master Nalen said this, a trace of worry appeared on his face. Following this trend, in another 100,000 years, the Eye of the North Sea will expand to a radius of 2 million miles. At that time, with the Eye of the North Sea displaying an attitude of devouring heaven and earth, they, even if sacrificing their lives, would not be able to suppress and contain it as they can now. I see. Lin Yuan nodded slightly, having a clear understanding in his heart. Bring me all the secret techniques you use to seal the Eye of the North Sea to examine. From Lin Yuan's observations, the few 10th realm warriors guarding the 4 directions of the Eye of the North Sea were employing suppression techniques that had a very good restraining effect on the Eye of the North Sea. Although the Eye of the North Sea was still slowly expanding, under the suppression of the secret techniques, the speed of expansion was noticeably slower. Lin Yuan speculated that this suppression technique might come from the world consciousness, and even if not, it was formed under the covert guidance of the world consciousness. This is the secret technique used to suppress the Eye of the North Sea. Without hesitation, Master Nalen took out a jade stone which recorded the secret technique Lin Yuan had spoken of. To suppress the Eye of the North Sea as much as possible, Master Nalen had already disseminated this technique widely. Even if Lin Yuan didn't ask for it, once back on North Sea Island, he could easily obtain it. Thank you. Lin Yuan accepted the jade stone. Next, Lin Yuan returned to North Sea Island with Master Nalen. Suppressing the Eye of the North Sea was not something that could be done overnight. To Lin Yuan, visiting the Eye with Master Nalen and then returning to the island was nothing out of the ordinary. North Sea Island. A grade cave mansion. This cave mansion was the one with the most abundant primordial chi on the entire North Sea Island. It should have belonged to Master Nalen, but with Lin Yuan's arrival, it was naturally to be occupied by Lin Yuan for the time being. This is really comfortable. Lin Yuan took a deep breath and a large amount of the heavenly earth vital energy, which had condensed to substantial form, flowed into his nostrils. Although for someone at Lin Yuan's level, this amount of heavenly earth vital energy was a drop in the bucket, compared to the barren 5 domains mainland, it was undoubtedly dozens, no, hundreds of times better. All right. Time to get down to business. Lin Yuan's expression became slightly more serious. From his observation during the day, Lin Yuan knew that the Eye of the North Sea was beyond the power of humans to contend with. Even if Lin Yuan were more powerful, he could not directly resolve the situation with the Eye of the North Sea. The best method, just like what Master Nalen and others were doing, was to use the sealing skill to suppress the expansion of the Eye of the North Sea. With this in mind, Lin Yuan's consciousness merged with the jade stone, beginning to browse the sealing skill. The Eye Sealing Skill, the name is pretty straightforward. Lin Yuan glanced over the name of the secret technique and shook his head slightly. The Eye Sealing Skill was divided into 4 levels. Entry, Minor Accomplishment, Major Accomplishment, Perfection. Generally, only those who cultivated this secret technique to the state of major accomplishment were qualified to go and suppress the Eye of the North Sea. Like Master Nalen and the 5 deputy island lords, they had cultivated this technique to the state of perfection. Lin Yuan began to repeatedly observe this secret technique. Your comprehension is against heaven's understanding, observing the secret technique, Eye Sealing Skill, and you have comprehended the innate Eye Sealing Skill. Several days later, Lin Yuan comprehended the innate Eye Sealing Skill from the original Eye Sealing Skill. Beidou. Another, grade cave mansion. Master Nalen and the 5 deputy island lords sat facing each other. That person, what exactly is his background? One of the deputy island lords couldn't help but ask. They didn't doubt the instructions of the Heavenly Tao for a moment, it was just that Lin Yuan came from the side of the 5 domains mainland. In their eyes, the heavenly earth vital energy of the 5 domains mainland was long since mostly drained by the Eye of the North Sea. It was extremely difficult to even give birth to a 10th realm warrior, so how could someone possibly emerge who could completely resolve the existential threat posed by the Eye of the North Sea? Are you questioning? Master Nalen glanced at the deputy island lord. Not at all, not at all. I'm just curious. The deputy island lord quickly shook his head. What a joke. Who dares question the will of the heavenly Tao? There's no need to be curious. Since we have received the heavenly Tao's instructions, our full cooperation with that person is imperative, there's no need for further thought, doing our best is all that's required. Master Nalen said indifferently. Upon hearing this, the other vice masters immediately cast their eyes downward and fell silent. Exactly how should we cooperate, after issuing the warning? Even Master Nalen couldn't help but mutter to himself. From receiving Lin Yuan until now, the latter had behaved in a perfectly regular manner. From every aspect, he didn't seem to have the capability to solve the Eye of the North Sea issue thoroughly. Half a month later, Lin Yuan followed Master Nalen to the Eye of the North Sea once again. Gazing at the pitch-black void of the Eye of the North Sea, Lin Yuan's gaze was calm. After half a month of comprehension, with his against heaven's understanding, Lin Yuan had not only cultivated the Eye Sealing Skill to the state of perfection. He had also founded the innate Eye Sealing Skill and flawless innate Eye Sealing Skill based on that secret technique. In particular, the flawless innate Eye Sealing Skill was many times more ingenious than the original Eye Sealing Skill. Of course, the flawless innate Eye Sealing Skill required cultivation above the 15th realm to be activated. That's also why, for tens of thousands of years, the practitioners of the 10th and 11th realms of the North Sea Island had always used the Eye Sealing Skill. It was certainly because their understanding fell far behind Lin Yuan's. Another reason was that, with their strength, they were utterly unable to promote the transformation and fundamental change of the Eye Sealing Skill. All right. Have them all withdraw. From today onward, the Eye of the North Sea is in my hands. Lin Yuan spoke up. At these words, Master Nalen's pupils shrank slightly. Ordinarily, guarding the Eye of the North Sea required at least 9 10th realm powerhouses to stand guard from every angle and direction. In doing so, they could contain the Eye of the North Sea's expansion as much as possible. But now, if Lin Yuan made the 9 10th realm powerhouses withdraw, wouldn't that leave the Eye of the North Sea to expand unchecked? It wasn't that Master Nayland doubted Lin Yuan's strength, but the Eye of the North Sea was too huge, spanning a full 800,000 miles in radius, and the strength of a single person simply couldn't cover it all. My lord. A vice master at the side was about to speak up and dissuade. Do as he says. After pondering for a moment, Master Nayland directly instructed. Yes. The other vice masters, seeing this, immediately stood up and cleared out the 10th realm powerhouses from around the Eye of the North Sea. Boom. As they ceased their guard, the diffusion of the Eye of the North Sea noticeably sped up. My lord. Upon seeing this, Master Nayland's heart bled internally. Given the current size of the Eye of the North Sea, even if it expanded by a meter, the rate at which it devoured the heavenly earth vital energy would dramatically increase. This is bad. The Eye of the North Sea is beginning to expand wildly. The vice master who first spoke seemed to sense something and his face turned pale. However, before he could say anything more, he witnessed an unthinkable scene. Lin Yuan, who had been standing beside them, instead of backing away, suddenly took a step forward and swiftly ascended above the Eye of the North Sea. Immediately after, he released his radiant Yang spirit and wandering Yin spirit, his formidable Taiyin primordial spirit and Taiyang divine spirit, tens of thousands of feet tall, stood at either end of the Eye of the North Sea, while he himself sat enthroned above it. An overwhelming suppression power surged out, enveloping the entire Eye of the North Sea, preventing it from expanding even an inch, no matter how much it tried to. Even as time passed, the Eye of the North Sea was actually shrinking. The vice masters were dumbstruck. For tens of thousands of years, the Eye of the North Sea had always been expanding, and no matter how hard they tried, it had never diminished in the slightest. The world has been saved. Master Nayland looked up at the figure above the two monumental primordial spirits and murmured to himself. Exclusive. Such rich heavenly earth vital energy. Atop the Eye of the North Sea, Lin Yuan felt enveloped by boundless heavenly earth vital energy. Throughout the suppression of the Eye of the North Sea, the heavenly earth vital energy from the entire world hadn't dissipated, but continued to flow towards the Eye of the North Sea. However, since the Eye of the North Sea was suppressed and couldn't absorb the heavenly earth vital energy, it naturally all went to Lin Yuan. Time slowly passed. In the blink of an eye, 120 years had passed. Chapter 183, 19, Return, please subscribe. North Sea Island. The 10th realm powerhouses chatted leisurely, occasionally glancing at the Eye of the North Sea, which had shrunk to 100 meters across. Over these 100+ years, their lives had been both comfortable and shocking. It was comforting that they no longer had to guard the Eye of the North Sea and didn't have to face the profound depths that seemed as unfathomable as the abyss. And watching the Eye of the North Sea shrink day by day was a pleasure to their spirits. As for the shock, it all came from one person. The mysterious superior being, who surpassed their tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of years of achievements with his own power alone. Over these 100+ years, that mysterious superior being sat above the Eye of the North Sea, his two primordial spirits having reached 1,000,000 zhang tall, each standing on opposite ends of the Eye of the North Sea. I'm telling you, I almost personally received the superior being. If it wasn't for Master Nayland and the vice masters taking the limelight, I probably would have been the first to speak with the superior being, a chubby man boasted proudly, not mentioning his initial thought, which was to remind Lin Yuan to keep a low profile when coming to North Sea Island. This is a novel fire special. Who knows what background this superior being comes from, how such a powerful being was born, a slim 10th realm powerhouse couldn't help but mutter. True dragons can't be raised in shallow waters, this is common knowledge to cultivators. But the mysterious superior being who completely suppressed the Eye of the North Sea, relative to them, was much more than a true dragon, wasn't he? Let alone the superior being himself, just the 2,000,000 zhang tall primordial spirits he had sent out made them tremble in their hearts and minds. All right, Master Nayland and the vice masters have already said not to discuss the superior being in private, violators will be punished, a stern-looking 10th realm powerhouse said in a low voice. I was just saying, I didn't speak ill of the superior being, the slim 10th realm powerhouse immediately shook his head. Besides, if Master Nayland and the vice masters forbid us from discussing him, do you think they don't talk about that mysterious superior being themselves? He couldn't help but say. If Master Nayland and the vice masters have forbidden it, they definitely abide by it themselves, spoke the stern-looking 10th realm powerhouse earnestly. What do you think? How strong is the superior being? 14th realm, or 15th realm. Inside the Beidou, a grade cave mansion, Master Nalen and several vice masters also gazed in the direction of the Eye of the North Sea. One of the vice masters thus expressed his astonishment. The higher their strengthened realm, the more they could feel the terror of Lin Yuan, Frububble.cm. Such a dreadfully powerful force, far transcending the limits of this world, curbed any thought of resistance in them. Not sure. But I think, the superior being must have already transcended the divisions of realms. The heights at which the superior being resides are indescribable and incomprehensible to us, said another vice master in a low voice. No wonder, Heavenly Tao hinted that we should comply and heed the superior being's words, a third vice master pondered with a contemplative expression. Master Nalen looked calmly at the distant Eye of the North Sea. Most of his time over the past 100+ years had been spent watching the Eye of the North Sea slowly vanish, and Master Nalen's concerns faded little by little. After our generation, countless generations of descendants will never have to face the threat of the Eye of the North Sea. Master Nalen's awe for Lin Yuan grew greater, almost to the point of outright reverence. It's just. There was always one doubt in Master Nalen's heart. Why was the heavenly earth vital energy still flowing unceasingly towards the North Sea even though the Eye of the North Sea had been completely sealed? Above the Eye of the North Sea, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. Ever since the Eye of the North Sea had shrunk to 10,000 li, he recalled his Yin God and Yang spirit back into his body because he alone could suppress the Eye of the North Sea at this scale. This is really comfortable. Lin Yuan looked quite pleased. He didn't fully suppress the Eye of the North Sea but left a small gap, allowing it to continue inhaling and exhaling the heavenly earth vital energy of this world. As the boundless heavenly earth vital energy arrived here, it was naturally snatched up by Lin Yuan for cultivation. In other words, for these 120 years, the Eye of the North Sea had been working entirely for Lin Yuan, gaining not the slightest benefit and continually shrinking. 18th realm. Lin Yuan breathed out softly, by then he had reached the 18th realm. Of course, the 18th realm is a term from this world. According to the Human Civilization Alliance of the main world, it would be considered 6th rank, 12th level. What a pity. Stepping into the 6th rank isn't something that can be solved just with primordial qi, Lin Yuan mused silently. In the main world, advancing from the 5th to the 6th rank is harder than the combined difficulty of advancing from the 1st to the 5th rank. The 5th rank is the continent sinking rank, while the 6th rank is the fallen star level. A qualitative change exists between them, and bridging that gap is no easy feat. While there is the 4th rank as a cushion between the 3rd rank city destroyer grade and the 5th rank continent sinking rank, there is no such cushion between the 5th and 6th rank. The evolver must break through on their own. Even with a complete evolution path to guide them, it is incredibly challenging for ordinary evolvers, let alone Lin Yuan, the founder of the martial Tao evolutionary path. Although Lin Yuan had many evolution paths for reference, including those transcending the 6th rank and even the extremely mysterious Xianhuang evolutionary path. Taking reference is one thing, but continuing to create the 6th rank chapter of the martial path evolutionary path is another matter entirely. It's about time. Lin Yuan glanced at the Eye of the North Sea beneath him. In fact, Lin Yuan had the power to completely seal the Eye of the North Sea already 30 to 40 years ago. Chapter 184, 19 Return, please subscribe, _2. However, in order to continue enjoying the vast heavenly earth vital energy brought by the inhalation and exhalation of the Eye of the North Sea, Lin Yuan had forcibly dragged on until now. It seemed that the world consciousness of this realm had noticed. But it had no way to intervene. The world consciousness still relied on Lin Yuan to deal with the Eye of the North Sea, so it was impossible to fall out with him at this time. Only now. Lin Yuan had already reached the 12th segment of the 5th rank, and his subsequent cultivation had little to do with the external primordial qi. Moreover, with only a little more than 10 years remaining until his stay limit, there was no need to continue lingering here. Suppress. With this thought, Lin Yuan looked down at the 100-meter radius of the Eye of the North Sea below. Boom boom boom. Under the terrifying suppression, once again, it cascaded downward. The 100-meter wide Eye of the North Sea immediately began to shrink again. 90 meters. 80 meters. 70 meters. Just as the Eye of the North Sea had shrunk to 10 meters. A terrifying consciousness pierced through the Eye of the North Sea, reaching Lin Yuan's ear. Cease your actions. This terrifying consciousness emitted psychic fluctuations that allowed Lin Yuan to intuitively understand the meaning it conveyed. Cease your actions. Lin Yuan let out a slight smile, unconcerned. Over the years, he had long surmised that behind the Eye of the North Sea stood a powerful being. Because when he observed the Eye of the North Sea carefully, with his against heaven's understanding, he would occasionally enlighten himself to some devouring secret techniques. Of course, these devouring secret techniques were not comparable to the devouring heaven evolution path, but it was obvious that they belonged to the unique skills of some powerful existences. Lin Yuan originally thought that the existence behind the Eye of the North Sea would remain silent until it was completely suppressed. Only he did not expect that the other party would ultimately lose patience. As long as you cease your actions, everything is negotiable. The terrifying consciousness sounded somewhat urgent. We can make a deal. The terrifying consciousness continued to emit psychic fluctuations. I'm not interested in deals. Lin Yuan did not cease his suppression, and the Eye of the North Sea continued to shrink. To be precise, Lin Yuan had little interest in making deals where there was too great a disparity between the parties. The existence behind the Eye of the North Sea was at least a powerhouse beyond the 6th rank, and making deals with such a being was akin to negotiating with a tiger for its skin. Who knew when he might fall into the other party's hands? Lin Yuan was willing to make deals with the world consciousness because the world consciousness was not a sentient being, without emotions like joy, anger, sorrow, or personal feelings. Moreover, Lin Yuan had means to contend with the world consciousness if necessary. In the worst-case scenario, he could just destroy this world, and nobody would benefit. Frububble.cm But the existence behind the Eye of the North Sea. Lin Yuan didn't think he had any means to restrain it. Instead of worrying about fear, it was better to avoid contact altogether. Boom boom boom. The Eye of the North Sea continued to shrink. 5 meters. 3 meters. 1 meter. At last, the terrifying consciousness that originated from the depths of the Eye of the North Sea began to curse. Hum. An invisible psychic attack swiftly penetrated Lin Yuan's primordial spirit. Unfortunately, Lin Yuan's Yin spirit and Yang spirit had united as one, forming the Taiji primordial spirit, immensely stable, augmented by the psychic defense secret technique, Mind Palace Tower. Faced with a psychic attack that originated from the depths of the Eye of the North Sea, its power unknowably weakened by many times, he naturally had nothing to fear. Ultimately, several days later, the Eye of the North Sea shrank to a speck finer than a strand of hair. With a slight motion of Lin Yuan's mind, the speck fell into his hand. With such a size, the Eye of the North Sea no longer posed any threat. It couldn't even perform the inhalation and exhalation of heavenly earth vital energy anymore. Whoosh! Lin Yuan's figure vanished. He appeared above North Sea Island. By this time, Master Nalen, along with the 5 deputy island masters and many 10th realm individuals, had long been waiting in their place. When the Eye of the North Sea continued to shrink down to 10 meters, Master Nalen and the others realized that the greatest threat looming over countless powerhouses in this world might become a thing of the past. Therefore, they had led everyone to wait here early on. After all, once the Eye of the North Sea was fully dealt with, the mysterious powerful individual would naturally appear. You have lived here for thousands, tens of thousands of years. Lin Yuan looked towards Master Nalen and the other powerhouses. The thousands, tens of thousands of years here referred not to a single generation but to generations upon generations. Since hundreds of thousands of years ago, when the Eye of the North Sea first appeared, under the implications of the world consciousness, one powerful being after another arrived here. After hundreds of thousands of years of proliferation, even Master Nalen was a descendant of some of the early generations of powerhouses. However, everyone will need to continue staying for another 500 years before you can go to the 5 domains, Lin Yuan said indifferently, surveying his surroundings. Currently, the demonic Tao forces that Lin Yuan had left on the 5 domains mainland were enough to suppress everything. Read on Novel Fire. But if the powerhouses from North Sea Island were to swarm into the 5 domains, it would be a different story. Dozens of 10th realm powerhouses and 6 11th realm powerhouses could completely disrupt the situation in the 5 domains. Therefore, Lin Yuan set a 500-year period for everyone. With this buffer time, losing the inhalation and exhalation of the Eye of the North Sea, the 5 domains' heavenly earth vital energy will recover, and it's possible for some 10th or even 11th realm powerhouses to emerge after 500 years. Yes, Master Naylan and the other powerhouses agreed without hesitation. They had managed to wait for thousands, tens of thousands of years. Naturally, a mere 500 years was not a problem. In that case, with a wave of his hand, Lin Yuan sent out specks of light that flew into the foreheads of each powerful being. These specks of light were formulated by Lin Yuan using the aura of the North Sea Island combined with his own power. If anyone left the boundaries of the North Sea Island region, it would trigger the light to self-destruct. Remember, you can go to the 5 domains only after 500 years, Lin Yuan reminded them once more before his figure disappeared from view. 5 domains. Chapter 185, 19 Return. Please subscribe, _3. Great Xia Empire. For 120 years, Nuan Shu and the various demon lords, strictly following Lin Yuan's instructions, governed the 5 domains in an orderly manner. And thus, they established a vast empire, named the Great Xia Empire. The Xia here is taken from the word Xia in Xiahou Yuan's surname. Great Xia Empire. Imperial Palace. Nuan Shu rubbed her brow, her expression revealing weariness. The Great Xia Empire had no emperor, only 12 ministers assisting the state, led by Nuan Shu, formerly under the command of Demon Venerable Xiahou Yuan. The concentration of heavenly earth vital energy is increasing again. Nuan Shu walked to the window, murmuring to herself. Over the years, she too had stepped into the 9th realm, and with her keen senses, she had naturally noticed that across the entire mainland of the 5 domains, the heavenly earth vital energy was slowly becoming more concentrated. In the future, the heavenly earth vital energy will continue to increase until 50 years from now, when it recovers to the environment from hundreds of thousands of years ago. Just then, a deep voice suddenly sounded, startling Nuan Shu. When Nuan Shu turned around and saw the owner of the voice, her eyes immediately began to redden. "My lord." Nuan Shu immediately knelt down, speaking excitedly. "Rise." Lin Yuan shook his head. "These 10 tokens contain the power I have left behind." No sooner had Lin Yuan's words fallen than 10 wooden tokens floated in front of Nuan Shu. "In the future, should you face an insolvable predicament, you may shatter a token, and then the power within the token will grant you temporary strength of the 13th realm." Lin Yuan said indifferently. This was also the safeguard Lin Yuan had left for the Great Xia Empire. Even if hundreds of thousands or millions of years passed, the power of the 13th realm would still be able to sweep away and crush everything. "Yes." With some hesitation, Nuan Shu couldn't help but ask, "My lord, are you leaving us?" The words Lin Yuan said had led Nuan Shu to an unsettling speculation. With Lin Yuan's strength, why would he need to leave tokens as a last resort if he were still in the world? Where in the world is there no separation? Lin Yuan shook his head, clearly consenting. "Then where are you going, my lord?" Nuan Shu gathered her courage to ask. "Where to?" Lin Yuan pondered for a moment. "From whence I came, there I shall return." Lin Yuan's figure vanished. Exclusive to Novel Fire. Leaving behind only Nuan Shu still kneeling on the ground, her face a portrait of confusion. Southern Domain. In the midst of a dense forest, the figure of Lin Yuan appeared. Lin Yuan glanced. He noticed at a distant mountain village, Xiaohua, Shenlang, and Yang Bixin, disguised as commoners, were playing with children there. "Ah, the children of destiny." Lin Yuan sighed. If it weren't for him, Xiaohua, Shenlang, and Yang Bixin would probably have become the most dazzling trio in the 5 domains mainland. After all, these 3 were favored by the world's consciousness, intended to be the principal force to resolve the Eye of the North Sea. But now, these 3 were clearly stricken hard by Lin Yuan, directly retreating to live in seclusion in a remote forest. Western Domain. In the midst of a desert, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged on the sand. "It's time to leave." Lin Yuan let his thoughts wander. This moment was only a short while away from the end of his time here. Martial Tao. Lin Yuan's perception spread infinitely, faintly feeling the force of life carried by the martial Tao cultivators spread across the 5 domains mainland. If one day the martial Tao cultivation system disappears from this world, Lin Yuan suddenly murmured to himself, then a second Eye of the North Sea will appear. Lin Yuan's thoughts flickered slightly and the eye of the North Sea, fine as a strand of hair, appeared before him. Then he swallowed it in one gulp. Next, he began sinking into the desert. Sinking continuously. Without end. Meanwhile, on the other side of the desert, heavenly earth vital energy coalesced, forming a figure. This figure had eyes of pure gold, lofty and aloof, cold and unfeeling. It glanced at the spot where Lin Yuan had sunk in, then its form once again turned into heavenly earth vital energy and disappeared on the spot. Chapter 186, 20 Chikuan Star Lord, I just went into seclusion, and you're already 5th rank. Please subscribe. Main world. Kanglin Star, Central Continent Manor. In a daze. Lin Yuan opened his eyes. Back already. As consciousness returned, Lin Yuan quickly woke up. Nearly 20 days have passed. Lin Yuan checked the time. 300 years had passed in the 5 regions world, but only half a month had gone by in the main world. The final arrangement. Lin Yuan stepped out of the nutrition pod, went to the balcony, leaned on the railing, and fell into deep thought. Before leaving the 5 domains mainland for the last time, Lin Yuan left a contingency with his own body. It was that if one day, his body no longer sensed the unique vital energy fluctuations emitted by the martial Tao cultivators on the 5 domains mainland, then the body submerged beneath the endless desert of the western domain would self-destruct. In the 5 regions world, Lin Yuan's strength before departure was at the 18th realm. Converted to the main world's realms, that would be the 5th rank, 12th segment. Such level of powerhouses, with the vast energy contained within their bodies, if they self-destructed, then it's estimated that the entire western domain continent would fall into ruin and collapse. It might even affect the other domains' continents. Of course, to the high and mighty world consciousness. Losing a few continents would have no impact, but before leaving, Lin Yuan transformed the eye of the North Sea into a black speck as thin as a strand of hair and swallowed it as well. Once his body exploded, the terrifying release of energy might very well tear that speck open again, forming a new eye of the North Sea. When that happened, whether the world consciousness could find a second Lin Yuan was highly doubtful. This was also the final warning Lin Yuan left for the world consciousness. Keep your promises, or we all go down together. As for whether the world consciousness could perceive Lin Yuan's warning. After leaving the eye of the North Sea, Lin Yuan vaguely felt a sense of being watched. That was the world consciousness. To the 5 regions world, Lin Yuan was a world-ending level threat, and was always under the focus of world consciousness wherever he went. Therefore, the last few words Lin Yuan said to himself. Others couldn't hear, but the world consciousness definitely could. Even to make the world consciousness understand, Lin Yuan purposely took out that black speck from the eye of the North Sea and swallowed it again right in front of it. This dimensional travel. Lin Yuan began to examine himself. Organizing the gains from this travel. First off, it was the realm of strength. From the 4th rank 12th segment to the current 5th rank 12th segment. He had crossed an entire great realm, giving Lin Yuan's strength a qualitative leap. Next was the comprehension of other evolution paths. In addition to the Xianhuang evolutionary path, Lin Yuan had comprehended more than 100 evolution paths in the 7-star cave world, including those 16 that surpassed the 6th rank. Novel Fire Your Story Source. Lin Yuan had already grasped them all. He had even comprehended the 5th rank chapter of the Xianhuang evolutionary path and was now pondering the 6th rank chapter. This Xianhuang evolutionary path. Lin Yuan's expression turned contemplative. Even with his against heaven's understanding, after pondering for 300 years, he had only reached the 5th rank chapter. How could other evolvers comprehend it? Lin Yuan speculated. There were 2 possible ways to cultivate the Xianhuang evolutionary path. One was that the evolvers suited for the Xianhuang evolutionary path might comprehend it at an inconceivably fast rate. It should be noted that Lin Yuan wasn't actually suitable for the Xianhuang evolutionary path. His understanding of it was purely forced, a mere entry forced by his against heaven's understanding. The other possibility was that comprehending the Xianhuang evolutionary path required some auxiliary item. Lacking such an item, Lin Yuan's comprehension was so slow. Lin Yuan felt the latter was more likely. Or perhaps both possibilities existed. After the Chikuan Star Lord took him as a disciple, he only gave a brief explanation before going back into seclusion. He hadn't had the time to explain in detail the origins and cultivation methods of the Xianhuang evolutionary path to Lin Yuan. Of course, it was also possible that the Chikuan Star Lord never imagined Lin Yuan's progress would be so rapid. Never mind that. As long as I can comprehend it, that's good enough. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment and decided not to think too much about it. After all, the Xianhuang evolutionary path had indeed helped him greatly. The martial path evolutionary path had been smoothly developed to the 5th rank 12th segment, and the Xianhuang evolutionary path, along with other evolution paths, had played a significant role. Even the forthcoming 6th rank, or even the 7th rank. These evolution paths had given Lin Yuan plenty of inspiration and direction. 6th rank. Lin Yuan muttered to himself. Since he had reached the 5th rank 12th segment, naturally the next consideration was the 6th rank. In the main World Human Civilization Alliance, the transition from 5th rank to 6th rank was a watershed. Below the 6th rank, as long as there were sufficient conditions, evolvers could freely change their evolution paths. For example, Lolan He from the Thunder Rain Star region replicated his physique to change from one evolution path to another. Or like some cosmic rare treasures that once ingested would cleanse many evolution marks on the body, returning it to its initial state and allowing a choice to cultivate a new evolution path. But reaching the 6th rank, the evolution path seeps into the soul, and changing it becomes no easy task. Freewebnovel.c Sigma, even if a great price is paid to switch the evolution path, one can only switch to a similar source evolution path. For instance, a water system 6th rank evolver who wants to change paths can, at most, switch to another water system evolution path. As for cultivating a fire system evolution path, impossible. So, before cultivating to the 6th rank, one must be prudent. Because once at the 6th rank, some aspects become irreversible. First, restore my strength. Lin Yuan had already grasped a rough direction for the 6th rank, but the specifics of how to develop the martial path evolutionary path 6th rank chapter still required careful consideration. Chapter 187, 20 Chikuan Star Lord, I just closed the gate for a bit, and you're already 5th rank. Subscribe please, _2. Bang. Lin Yuan returned to his room. He took out the bottle of Scarlet Spirit Liquid. This was a privilege exclusively for the peak masters of the Red Kuan lineage. As a disciple of the Chikuan Star Lord, Lin Yuan didn't need to waste time on basic energy accumulation. As long as he reached the realm required, he could directly transform his physical soul with the Scarlet Spirit Liquid. Before the 4th traverse, Lin Yuan had applied for a bottle of Scarlet Spirit Liquid, as preparation for this moment. Gulp. Gulp. Lin Yuan picked up the bottle of Scarlet Spirit Liquid. He tilted his head back and started drinking. While breaking through from 4th rank level 11 to 4th rank level 12. Lin Yuan dared only to consume a drop of Scarlet Spirit Liquid, any more would be a tremendous waste, despite the mild energy of the Scarlet Spirit Liquid not causing his physical body to burst. But now, from 4th rank to 5th rank, an entire great realm, a single drop of Scarlet Spirit Liquid was naturally far from enough for Lin Yuan. With a breath. As a great amount of Scarlet Spirit Liquid entered, it transformed into vast volumes of mild power, which Lin Yuan quickly absorbed. Physical body. Soul. Both were transforming at an extraordinarily fast pace. 1 or 2 days later. Outside the main building of the manor. Ho Ming was meticulously scanning his surroundings. As the captain of the guard for the 13th peak master of the Red Kuan lineage, Ho Ming's task was to ensure the 13th peak master's safety. For that, he would even sacrifice his own life. This was an instinct rooted deep within Ho Ming's soul. He was a 6th rank evolver secretly trained by the Red Kuan lineage. Naturally, there would be no issues with his loyalty. What is this? As Ho Ming was patrolling, suddenly, a faint fluctuation reached him. Ho Ming swiftly turned around, looking towards the main building behind him. If not for this faint fluctuation, which carried Lin Yuan's aura, Ho Ming might have instinctively attacked at this moment. For this weak fluctuation had already reached the 5th rank. It's the peak master. Ho Ming's pupil slightly constricted. He found it hard to believe. He remembered that not long ago, Lin Yuan's strength was still at the 4th rank level 11. And now, he had already stepped into the 5th rank. How is this possible? Worthy of being the disciple of a Star Lord. Ho Ming sighed, feeling that the Qikuan Star Lord had indeed spotted a true gem. I must ensure the Peak Master's safety. After his moment of reflection, Ho Ming's spirit rose once again. After becoming Lin Yuan's captain of the guards, Ho Ming's loyalty was solely to Lin Yuan. Even the Qikuan Star Lord could no longer command him. I've finally recovered. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, a smile appearing on his face. This recovery of strength was unprecedentedly smooth compared to the previous 3 times. It was worth exposing some of my talents to become the 13th Peak Master of the Red Kuan lineage. Lin Yuan thought to himself. If he didn't have the identity of the 13th Peak Master, he would probably still be worrying about which cosmic rare treasures to choose to buy. Moreover, many of the evolution paths also needed to be purchased. There's still 1/10 left. Lin Yuan glanced at the scarlet spirit liquid in front of him. He then put it away. To save it for next time. 5th rank level 12. I can now organize the 5th stage section of the martial path evolutionary path. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, contemplating internally. Now that Lin Yuan had almost completed the 5th rank stage, the next step was figuring out how to step into the 6th rank. 5th stage section. Lin Yuan's thoughts whirled. The second layer chapter of the martial path evolutionary path involved the fusion of 2 extreme powers of yin and yang, known as the Taiji Dao. The third layer chapter was an understanding of numerous rules. The 4th rank chapter involved further understanding of these rules, perfecting the Taiji Dao. Novel Fire Original. As for the 5th stage section, it was the primordial spirit. The Taiyin primordial spirit, Taiyang divine spirit. And their union, the Taiji primordial spirit. Of course. To reduce the difficulty of the martial Dao cultivation pathway, Lin Yuan divided the primordial spirit of the 5th stage section into 3 levels. The Taiyin primordial spirit, Taiyang divine spirit, and the final Taiji primordial spirit. The evolvers after need not cultivate into a Taiji primordial spirit. They only need to cultivate either a Taiyang divine spirit or a Taiyin primordial spirit. This is quite similar to the yin-yang realm of the 2nd layer chapter. In the Dragon Tiger world, all the heavenly masters cultivate either the Taiyin pole extreme or the Taiyang pole extreme. As for the Taiji, which unifies yin and yang, only Lin Yuan has managed to cultivate it. Feed Null.C Sigma. Thus, in the martial path evolutionary path's 3rd rank chapter, Lin Yuan also divided it into 3 layers. Taiyin chapter, Taiyang chapter, and the Taiji chapter. These 3 tiers are laid out side by side, allowing the cultivator to choose based on their own talent. In the martial Tao cultivation system, after the 5th rank, the primordial spirit can leave the physical body to act on its own, much like the special talent avatar. Suddenly, Lin Yuan thought to himself. The talent avatar is a method possessed by a few unique races deep in the cosmic starry skies. It can separate out a body, akin to an external incarnation. After Lin Yuan reached the 5th rank, his condensed primordial spirit was similar to an avatar. Although it lacked flesh and blood, the power it demonstrated with just the force of the primordial spirit wasn't much weaker than his physical body. In some aspects, it was even stronger. For example, speed. Without the constraints of a physical body, the speed of the primordial spirit was inconceivably swift. And size. The primordial spirit is a concentration of soul force. Theoretically, it could be infinitely large. With Lin Yuan's current strength of his primordial spirit, if he exerted his full power, he could transform into a giant of 1,000,000 feet. I have more than one primordial spirit, both Yin spirit and Yang spirit can act independently, akin to having 2 avatars. Lin Yuan secretly thought to himself. If an avatar with the talent avatar perishes, regenerating it would require a significant sacrifice. Even some talent's avatar would be lost forever once dead. But Lin Yuan's primordial spirits, as long as the physical body, Yin spirit, and Yang spirit don't all perish at the same time, they could quickly evolve into the other 2. The Tao of Taiji, where Yin and Yang blend, the extreme of Yin turns to Yang and the extreme of Yang turns to Yin. Yin and Yang can naturally convert into each other. Even if the yang spirit is destroyed, as long as the yin spirit still exists, it could quickly split off a yang spirit. A few days later, Lin Yuan had almost finished organizing the 5th stage section. Goddess of Wisdom. Lin Yuan connected to the Goddess of Wisdom, planning to upload the 5th stage section. Having realized the importance of spreading the teachings, Lin Yuan naturally would not keep them to himself. Besides, given the difficulty of practicing the 5th stage section, other evolvers, no matter how talented, could at most cultivate either a yin spirit or a yang spirit. As for a Taiji primordial spirit like Lin Yuan's, even if it were cultivated, it would be only after thousands or tens of thousands of years. Moreover, through traveling across the 5 regions world, Lin Yuan faintly realized. As long as he, a founder, was still alive, other cultivators on the martial path evolutionary path were naturally suppressed by him. Just like Xiahou Yuan's suppression over the demonic Tao in the world. Of course, initially, Lin Yuan's suppression of other martial arts evolutionaries was not apparent. But as his power increased, this suppression would gradually intensify. Virtual world. Within a vast palace. The elder clad in a crimson robe suddenly opened his eyes. At this moment, his eyes burned like constant stars, yet no longer radiated light and heat. Obviously he had barely managed control. Finally, I've mastered this secret technique. The Qikuan Star Lord closed his eyes and upon reopening them, the star pupils had vanished. To cultivate this secret technique, the Qikuan Star Lord had paid a great price, having acquired dozens of star cores, and at last refined them within his eyes. My dear disciple must be getting impatient. Just after mastering the secret technique, Qikuan Star Lord thought of his newly accepted 13th disciple. He couldn't help it, during the secret technique cultivation period, most of his focus was concentrated in his eyes, utterly unable to suppress the power of the star cores, so after hastily accepting Lin Yuan, he resumed his closed-door cultivation. Dear disciple, come and see me. Qikuan Star Lord connected his consciousness to the virtual world, confirmed that Lin Yuan was not in seclusion but was online, and promptly sent an invitation. Kanglin Star, Central Continent Manor. Lin Yuan had just finished uploading the Martial Path Evolutionary Paths, 5th stage section. Then he received a request from the Qikuan Star Lord. Dear disciple, come and see me. The voice message from Qikuan Star Lord echoed in his ears. The teacher has emerged from seclusion. Lin Yuan immediately stood up, his consciousness also connected to the virtual world, arriving at a vast palace. Everything here was fiery red. Greeting, teacher. Lin Yuan bowed lightly towards the Qikuan Star Lord seated on the high throne. Yes, get up. The Qikuan Star Lord scrutinized Lin Yuan closely. Suddenly, his expression slightly changed. Although Lin Yuan had not synced his power in the virtual world. Which is to say, Lin Yuan's physical soul was still at the peak of the 4th rank. But with the eyesight of the Qikuan Star Lord, after a few more glances, he subtly sensed that Lin Yuan's mental power had surpassed the 4th rank. Dear disciple, have you reached the 5th rank? After a moment of silence, the Qikuan Star Lord could not help but ask. Chapter 188, 21 The Evolution Scholar, please subscribe. A few days ago, I chanced upon the entry into the 5th stage. Lin Yuan did not deny it, the human civilization is vast and boundless, filled with countless geniuses. A span of 1 or 2 years to cross a great realm might be considered rare for a certain star domain or for a few star domains. However, if looked at from the entire territory of human civilization, it's not so dazzling after all. Not to mention others, in years past, the Qikuan Star Lord seized the body of a starry sky wanderer Kuan juvenile and ascended in a single step, a legend that spread through more than half of the human civilization territory. So, as long as Lin Yuan remained a member of the human race, and did not reveal the door to the myriad realms deep in his mind. Even if he displayed an extraordinary talent, no problems would arise, instead, he would be treasured and protected even more by the Qikuan Star Lord and the Goddess of Wisdom. Over 2 million years of the Starry Sea era, the Human Civilization Alliance swept through the 8 directions of the universe, causing different species to retreat step by step. Aside from those few top powerhouses, what was more important was the protection mechanism for geniuses. Without this mechanism continuously supplying fresh blood, the dominant presence of human civilization that pressured many different species would not be possible. truly reached the 5th stage. The Chikuan Star Lord fell silent, thinking it was an illusion just moments ago. Only when he heard Lin Yuan confirm it did he immediately realize that his newly accepted disciple had a talent even greater than he had anticipated. Comprehending the Xianhuang evolutionary path merely indicates one's suitability for training in this evolution path, but how high one can eventually go is still an unknown matter. However, given Lin Yuan's current performance, his potential in the future goes without saying. Let me take a moment. The Chikuan Star Lord rubbed his temples. He had already arranged a series of training plans for Lin Yuan during his retreat. The Chikuan Star Lord was skilled in guiding disciples and casually went through the battle videos from Lin Yuan's arena matches again after his previous exit from seclusion. From that, he came up with a training plan tailored for Lin Yuan. This training plan was custom-built for Lin Yuan, accurate to every step of his subsequent cultivation. But now, Lin Yuan had broken through to the 5th stage. The training plan thought out by the Chikuan Star Lord naturally had to be scrapped. It wasn't because the Chikuan Star Lord's training plan was limited to the 4th rank chapter. In fact, his training plan covered the 6th rank chapter, even including advice on how to break through to the 6th rank. However, this training plan was based on Lin Yuan as previously known to the Chikuan Star Lord. Now that Lin Yuan had stepped into the 5th stage, his talent surpassed the expectations of the Chikuan Star Lord, and to use the original training plan would be obviously inappropriate. Simply put, the training plan was no longer worthy of Lin Yuan's current level. I need to think. The Chikuan Star Lord was very cautious. He was well aware that the more genius one was, the less they needed to be directed and interfered with. From the Chikuan Star Lord's perspective, he could directly guide and even personally plan the path ahead for an ordinary evolver. But for a top-tier genius evolver, the Chikuan Star Lord had to be careful, because he did not know if the path he planned for this top-tier genius evolver was indeed the right one. Geniuses often carve their own paths, and interference from others would only suppress their genius. I never thought I, Chikuan, would be troubled by such matters one day. The Chikuan Star Lord felt somewhat worried inside. The 12 disciples he had taken before did not display talent that reached the level of Lin Yuan's, so the Chikuan Star Lord guided them quite casually. You can go back first. I need more time to think. After observing Lin Yuan for a while and having a brief conversation, the Chikuan Star Lord fell back into deep thought. Yes. Lin Yuan bowed and then disappeared from the spot. With Lin Yuan's departure, the vast Crimson Palace was once again left with only the Chikuan Star Lord. How to cultivate him? The Chikuan Star Lord frowned in deep thought. Xiaohong. Suddenly, the Chikuan Star Lord spoke up. Master, Xiaohong is here. A mechanical voice sounded. It was the Chikuan Star Lord's intelligence assistant, Xiaohong. That rule crystal I collected 80,000 years ago, it's still around, isn't it? The Chikuan Star Lord asked. It is, Master. Xiaohong immediately responded. Send that rule crystal to my disciple. The Chikuan Star Lord said after a moment's thought. Master, that is a rule crystal. Xiaohong paused slightly, having evolved into a sentient AI with its own thoughts and emotions after following the Chikuan Star Lord for many years. Yes. Seeing that the Chikuan Star Lord was silent, Xiaohong could only comply. Kanglan Star, Central Continent Manor. Lin Yuan disconnected from the virtual world. Wonder what the teacher wanted me for. Lin Yuan was puzzled, suspecting his advancement into the 5th stage might have disrupted some of the Chikuan Star Lord's plans. But Lin Yuan was at a loss. In front of a powerhouse like the Chikuan Star Lord, Lin Yuan couldn't hide his true strength. This time when he met the Chikuan Star Lord, Lin Yuan hadn't even synced with the virtual world, but his true strength was still detected by the Chikuan Star Lord. The power of the soul. Lin Yuan secretly thought. The power of the soul is the most fundamental strength of an evolver, and it was the detection of a soul power surpassing the 4th rank that led the Chikuan Star Lord to conclude Lin Yuan had entered the 5th stage. While Lin Yuan was deep in thought, the solemn and cool voice of the Goddess of Wisdom rang out. Respected 5th-level citizen Lin Yuan, after the final judgment, your submission for the 5th stage section has been valued at 200,000 merit points. 200,000 merit points, a smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. It's important to note, this isn't the value of the martial path evolutionary path. but merely the value of the 5th stage section itself. Story by Novelfire. The likelihood of the Marshall Path evolutionary path advancing to the 6th rank is 95%. Chapter 189, 21 Evolution Scholar, Subscription Request, _2. The possibility of advancing to the 7th rank is 20%, and the possibility of moving on to the 8th rank evolution path is 5%. Lin Yuan immediately looked at the updated information on the Marshall Path evolutionary path. With the upload of the 5th stage section, the Goddess of Wisdom would definitely reassess the information of the Marshall Path evolutionary path and draw an updated conclusion. The possibility of advancing to the 6th rank didn't reach 100%. Lin Yuan felt somewhat regretful. Little did he know, among the countless evolution paths recorded by the Human Civilization Alliance, there wasn't a single one below the 6th rank that guarantees advancement to the 6th rank. Most of the 5th rank evolution paths had only a 30% to 40% chance of ascending to the 6th rank, and it was considered rare to exceed 50%. The Marshall Path evolutionary path's chance of ascending to the 6th rank had reached 95%, ranking it among the very top of all 5th rank evolution paths. The possibility of advancing to the 7th rank increased by 10%, and there was an added 5% possibility of advancing to the 8th rank. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. It was evident that Lin Yuan's upload of the 5th stage section had brought about a qualitative change to the Marshall Path evolutionary path. This was expected, as after all, the method of refining the primordial spirit in the 5th stage section was an extraordinarily rare technique. Though Lin Yuan estimated that the majority of future evolvers who refined their primordial spirits would only have one, this was a method akin to the talent of Avatar. The latest ranking of the Qikuan evolution rankings. 53rd place. Lin Yuan glanced at the updated ranking of the Marshall Path evolutionary path. He was still first on the Kanglan evolution ranking. On the Qikuan evolution rankings, he had moved up from near the bottom of the top 100 to 53rd place. Actually, even some of the evolution paths in the top 50 of the Qikuan evolution rankings had a lower chance of advancing to the 8th rank than the Marshall Path evolutionary path. But alas, most of these evolution paths were 7th rank evolution paths, surpassing the Marshall Path evolutionary path by 2 levels. The rankings on the evolution rankings were determined by many factors, and potential was only one aspect. 5th level citizen advancing to a 6th level citizen requires 500,000 merit points. Why don't you just rob someone? Lin Yuan sighed. Even though he had created the Marshall Path evolutionary path that broke into the top 53 of the Qikuan evolution rankings, the total accumulated merit points were still far from the 500,000 needed to rise to a 6th level citizen. One could imagine the difficulty of advancing to a 6th level citizen. Even Lin Yuan faced this challenge, let alone other evolvers who might need thousands to tens of thousands of years to amass such a vast amount of merit points. MVL_EMPYR original. However, higher-level citizens have many privileges within human civilization. To enjoy these privileges, hefty sacrifices must be made, Lin Yuan thought to himself. Although he couldn't gather 500,000 merit points this time, maybe next time, or at most the time after that, he definitely would. Qikuan main virtual world. In the Central Plaza area, numerous evolvers chatted in small groups. Naturally, most of them discussed topics related to the Marshall Path evolutionary path. There was no helping it, the top 100 evolution paths on the Qikuan evolution rankings might not change for thousands to tens of thousands of years, and everyone had talked about each path to the point of exhaustion. Freewebnovel.com, basically, everything that could be discussed had been discussed. However, the Marshall Path evolutionary path had only recently entered the rankings, and even though it only occupied a spot in the lower part of the top 100, it still generated immense interest, especially due to its astonishingly quick advancement speed, which was a hot topic among many evolvers. I wonder which Evolver Scholar's experimental product was deployed to the Qikuan star domain. Evolver Scholars, they are on par with, no, even more important than high-rank evolvers, they are treasures of the human race. Many evolvers and high-level citizens whispered among themselves. In human civilization, the status of Evolver Scholars was so high it was unimaginable. Many of them were not skilled in combat, but their contributions to human civilization were no less than those high-rank evolvers who constantly battled different species on the frontiers. To become an Evolver Scholar, one prerequisite was to pioneer an entirely new 8th rank evolution path. Or discoveries equivalent to an 8th rank evolution path or technological inventions. This was a pathway that could continuously produce 8th rank evolvers, potentially benefiting the human race for hundreds of thousands to millions of years. What do you think? When will the Marshall Path evolutionary path continue to climb in the rankings? A 4th rank evolver asked curiously. If the Marshall Path evolutionary path was developed by an evolver scholar, then its final ranking would definitely not settle within the top 100 of the Chiquin evolution rankings. Continue to climb the rankings. It probably won't happen anytime soon. A 3rd-level citizen couldn't help commenting. Even an evolver scholar couldn't just randomly create an evolution path with a potential of the 7th or even 8th rank. The establishment of an evolution path required careful consideration, and in the end, it needed the approval of the 3 goddesses. I think so too. The Yuan scholar who founded the Marshall Path evolutionary path is indeed learned and knowledgeable, but our Chiquin star domain's evolution rankings aren't just for anyone. Hasn't that evolution path withstood the test of time? Another evolver spoke up, rising to his feet and pointing towards the towering Chiquin evolution rankings, finally resting his finger on the Marshall Path evolutionary path at the very end. I bet, for at least the next 3 years, the rankings won't change. Before the evolver could finish, it had already reached the daily update time for the Chiquin evolution rankings. Suddenly, the 100 evolutionary paths on the rankings began to blur. After a few breaths, the names of all the evolution paths came into focus again. The standing evolver suddenly realized that the evolution path he was pointing to was no longer the Marshall Path evolutionary path. Goodness! He immediately sensed that something was amiss. His gaze shifted upwards. Finally, at the 53rd spot, he found the Marshall Path evolutionary path. Meanwhile, at the Central Plaza area, many evolvers and high-level citizens were astounded once again. The Marshall Path evolutionary path had leaped dozens of places, soaring from the top 100 to the 53rd, utterly shattering their conventional views. This wasn't just any planetary evolution ranking, but the evolution ranking of the Chiquin star domain, which recorded all the evolutionary paths of over 1 million life planets across the whole star domain. Every evolution path listed in the Chiquin evolution rankings had gone through numerous trials. Let alone leaping dozens of places at once, even moving up 1 or 2 places was extremely difficult, requiring a major breakthrough somewhere to succeed. 5th stage section. The Marshall Path evolutionary path has updated the 5th stage section. It must be this section that caused the Marshall Path evolutionary path's rank to surge. Buy it quickly for research. I want to see what it was that allowed the Marshall Path to bypass 40 to 56th rank evolution paths. In the Central Plaza area, several evolvers immediately began to purchase the 5th stage section of the Marshall Path evolutionary path. In the human cosmic territory, near the eastern side, on a gigantic planet within a vast star domain. This planet was immensely huge, surpassing higher life planets, and was home to numerous research institutes. At the highest institute, an elderly man in a white research robe was staring at the screen before him. Infinite data emerged on the screen, with many formulas and conclusions flashing by. It's about finished. The elderly man closed his eyes, intending to rest for a while. His consciousness connected to the virtual world, entering the Founders World's forum. My post from back then, someone replied again. The elderly man looked somewhat surprised, as he had left a question on the Founders Forum 23,000 years ago. Is it better to perceive one rule? Or is it better to perceive multiple rules? Over the years, people had occasionally added their insights under this question. But none of the answers had satisfied the elderly man. Let's see. He immediately went into the thread. Since he was idle, looking back at the question he once faced during rest was also a gain. It's naturally to perceive one rule, as the universe has so many rules, to perceive every one of them, even those residing high in the evolution tower wouldn't manage it, right? Perceiving just one rule will ultimately have its limitations. If possible, one should naturally perceive multiple rules. The elderly man skimmed through the recent replies, shaking his head constantly. Obviously none of the replies had satisfied him. Until he came across the very last reply. This was the most recent reply, just over a month old. Perceive a certain rule, then use this principle to command all others. The elderly man was slightly stunned, his face showing surprise. Chapter 190, I don't think your view on the Marshall Path evolutionary path is comprehensive. Please subscribe. To command 1,000 paths with a single one. The old man's eyes quickly flickered with vast amounts of data. Clearly, he was computing the feasibility of such a method. In fact, whether it's better to comprehend one rule or multiple rules. There has been a near-standard answer for 20,000 years. It depends on oneself. If you are naturally close to multiple rules, then it is naturally better to comprehend multiple rules. If you have a higher affinity for a certain rule, then it is naturally better to focus on comprehending that rule first. But now, this latest response gave the old man a different direction. No, that's not right. To command 1,000 paths with a single one, first and foremost, this single path must be overwhelmingly suppressive towards the 1,000 paths. If it's just a path on the same level, why would it command 1,000? The old man deduced for a long time and hit a dead end. But this method is indeed possible. Reinvigorated, the old man ignored the data that kept appearing on the nearby screen. No, I have to have a good chat with this fellow. The old man immediately clicked on the avatar of the person who gave this response, trying to obtain their contact information directly. Not enough permission. The old man blinked his eyes. I'm at least a level 8 citizen, how can I not have enough permission? The old man muttered. Let's see if I can. Many streams of data once again flickered through the old man's eyes. However, the next moment, a solemn and cool voice came through. Great Scholar Tai, your actions violate Article 13 of the Human Alliance's Constitution. If you continue, you will receive the corresponding punishment. Heh, Goddess of Wisdom. I was just trying to see if there were any loopholes in the information blockade set by you three goddesses, with absolutely no intention of violating the Constitution, the old man quickly explained with a chuckle. Great Scholar Tai, whether there are loopholes or not will have corresponding handling measures, it's not your concern, the Goddess of Wisdom's tone remained unfluctuating. All right then. The old man sat back down. By the way, Goddess of Wisdom, why is there such extensive information lockdown on the citizen? Who offered that response, to the extent that even I cannot inquire about their information? The old man paused for a while, immediately asking probingly. It should be known that the old man was a level 8 citizen, and also a rare evolution scholar, whose status could rank in the top 3 among dozens of surrounding star domains. Great Scholar Tai, you don't have enough permission to know about this matter. The Goddess of Wisdom answered indifferently. Oh. Great Scholar Tai fell into contemplation. Could it be that the other party is also a great scholar, and one of those researching top-secret achievements? Otherwise, it wouldn't make sense for their information to be completely inaccessible. Forget it. I'll play it straight. Great Scholar Tai thought for a long time, and realizing there was no shortcut, he left his own question under the "to command 1,000 paths with a single one" response. As long as the person who gave this response logs in and enters the Founder's world, they will see it. Kanglan Star. Central Continent Manor. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. Many pieces of information about the Marshall Path evolutionary path appeared on the screen before him. First tier chapter, 36,783 people. Second layer chapter, 494 people. Third rank chapter, 0. Lin Yuan was looking at the number of evolvers at each stage of the Marshall Path evolutionary path. In the Cosmic Human Alliance, evolvers need to purchase the evolution path under their real names, and after becoming an evolver, they must register with the Evolvers Association. If they make any breakthroughs, they also need to go to the Evolvers Association to update their rank information. As a result, the human civilization's official data will naturally reveal the number of evolvers at each rank. Of course, there will be discrepancies, like if an evolver breaks through to the second layer but forgets to update their rank information because of other matters. MVMP_ your novel source. However, such cases are relatively rare and fall within the margin of normal error. To date, not a single person has cultivated to the third rank chapter. Lin Yuan thought to himself. The third rank chapter of the Marshall Path evolutionary path already involves the shallow understanding of rules. When Lin Yuan first created this chapter, he was in the divine arms world, had many divine weapons to contemplate, and possessed against heaven's understanding. For other evolvers in the main world, it was evident that they did not enjoy the benefits that Lin Yuan had. Therefore, Even with a complete guide such as the martial path evolutionary path that Lin Yuan had developed, stepping into the third rank chapter was not going to be easy. I could make a tutorial video when I have the time. Lin Yuan secretly thought to himself. Since spreading his own evolutionary path would be beneficial for his ultimate leap in the future, Lin Yuan naturally wanted to lower the difficulty for other evolvers to cultivate the martial Dao cultivation evolution path. This action would serve two purposes. Not only would it increase the number of evolvers on the martial path evolutionary path, but it would also create more revenue for him. With dedicated tutorial videos, other evolvers who were on the fence could have an epiphany and step into the realm of the martial Dao. Another 100+ people have purchased the 5th rank chapter. Lin Yuan glanced at the sales numbers of the martial path evolutionary path and saw the number behind the 5th rank chapter was 126. This meant that 126 people had purchased the 5th rank chapter. When uploading the 5th rank chapter, Lin Yuan set the price at 500 million. First tier chapter, 10,000. Second layer chapter, 500,000. Third rank chapter, 5 million. freewebnov.com 4th rank chapter, 50 million. 5th rank chapter, 500 million. With more than 100 copies of the 5th rank chapter sold, that equated to selling over 50 billion. Even after a split of proceeds and the deduction of related taxes, Lin Yuan would still take home over 10 billion. And this was just a few days after the upload. As time passes, the number of buyers would only increase. Chapter 191, I don't think your view on the martial path evolutionary path is comprehensive, please subscribe, _2. Even many evolvers, despite not training, would buy it to study. After all, the martial path evolutionary path is currently ranked 53rd on the Chikuan evolution rankings. In terms of fame, the martial path evolutionary path is bigger, as making a leap of several tens of ranks in a short period of time can further spark the curiosity of other evolvers. Evening. Lin Yuan finished training. He went outside the main building, preparing to dine with his parents and sister. Since Lin Yuan spent most of his time training, even though the family lived in the same estate, they didn't see each other often. Thus, Lin Yuan made it a point to come out for a meal every so often. Brother, I am now a first-rank evolver, Lin Yi boasted while eating. Actually, Lin Yi becoming a first-rank evolver so quickly was quite normal. When Lin Yuan entered the 4th rank, he had performed marrow cleansing for Lin Yi. With Lin Yuan's strength, under marrow cleansing, a strong foundation was laid for Lin Yi. Therefore, no matter which evolution path she took, it was easy, given that the foundation was there. Of course, this ease was only apparent in the 1st rank, at most the 2nd layer. From the 10th or 11th segments of the 2nd layer, she could only rely on herself. Xiao Yuan, you are not young anymore, even if your main focus is on the path of evolution, you should also consider having a child. Mrs. Lu Qiong couldn't help but say. Nowadays, because of Lin Yuan, the Lin family had leapt from being an obscure family in Dongning City to becoming one of the top families on Kanglan Star. Mrs. Lu Qiong occasionally also connected to the virtual world, unaware of how many families and powerful forces on Kanglan Star wanted to introduce their precious daughters to Lin Yuan. There's no rush on this matter, we can talk about it later. Lin Yuan said casually. Chapter hosted on MPYR. The powerful evolvers of the main world had different attitudes towards progeny. Many evolvers focused on the path of evolution felt progeny was superfluous. Lin Yuan held a similar view. No matter where or when, personal strength is always the fundamental base. As for offspring, they are just a numerical accumulation. As long as Lin Yuan was there, even if alone, it would still be the most top-tier family nobility. If one day Lin Yuan was gone, even if they had many descendants, it would be of no use. It would be just like monkeys scattering upon the fall of a tree. As the family was chatting. Master, someone has come to visit. The voice of the digital assistant sounded in his ear. Who? Lin Yuan asked. Kanglan Star Governor Song Wuyang. Inside the main building's reception room. Lin Yuan and Governor Song Wuyang sat facing each other. Truly a once-in-millennia evolutionary genius of our Kanglan Star. Governor Song Wuyang was very pleased with Lin Yuan. Recently in the arena competition, Lin Yuan had dominated the whole event with his 4th rank strength. To think, a fourth-rank evolver under 100 years old being born on Kanglan Star was also a nice boost to his governance performance. It was merely by luck. Lin Yuan shook his head. Luck. In tens of thousands of years on Kanglan Star, could Mr. Lin be the only one lucky? Governor Song jokingly said. However, regarding the trial of the Chiquin Star Lord, Mr. Lin need not worry. Governor Song comforted. Lin Yuan not passing the 7-star cave trial was no secret. Though Lin Yuan was a fourth-rank evolver, at that time, tens of thousands of fourth-rank evolvers participated in the 7-star cave trial, and very few passed. The 7-star cave trial initiated by the Chiquin Star Lord targeted the comprehensive aspects of the challengers, where strength was only one aspect and not even the most significant. What a pity. Lin Yuan slightly shook his head, displaying a hint of regret. In the arena, Lin Yuan simply showed his fourth-rank strength, but the Chiquin Star Lord was able, through his own judgment and the source video sent by the Goddess of Wisdom, to confirm that Lin Yuan had begun to comprehend the rules, ultimately becoming a golden pattern challenger. As for the others, even among beings on the same level as the Chiquin Star Lord, without that source video, one still couldn't confirm the true extent of Lin Yuan's abilities. He was just perceived as an ordinary fourth rank. Such a fourth rank, among the tens of thousands of evolvers entering the 7-star cave trial, was quite common. As a result, it seemed quite normal to outsiders that Lin Yuan had failed the 7-star cave world trial. It was very inconspicuous. Governor Song came this time for. The two exchanged pleasantries for a moment before Lin Yuan took the initiative to ask. There is something I need Mr. Lin's help with. Song Wuyang paused for a moment, then tentatively asked, Mr. Lin is the youngest fourth-rank evolver on Kanglan Star, would you consider our invitation to become an honorary professor at Kanglan Evolution Academy? Don't worry, it's just honorary, apart from showing up for the first few classes, afterwards you can come and go as you please. Even if Mr. Lin leaves Kanglan Star in the future, as long as you don't renounce the honorary professor title, you can always enjoy the many benefits that come with it. After finishing, Song Wuyang carefully observed Lin Yuan's reaction. Kanglan Evolution Academy, being the highest institute on Kanglan Star, gathered the most promising of the younger generation. Since they were the younger generation, they were naturally not very old, and Lin Yuan, as a fourth-rank evolver under 100 years old, had great influence among the youth. If Lin Yuan could become an honorary professor of Kanglan Evolution Academy, it would undoubtedly be a significant inspiration for those students. After all, having their idol in the school, who among those students wouldn't be fully motivated to study and practice? No problem. Lin Yuan contemplated for a while, then agreed. Primarily because this honorary professor role was really very liberal, having no binding force on him, and even when teaching students, it was in the virtual world, no need to leave his estate. Besides, he could also collect a salary of 100,000 civilization coins per month. Of course, with Lin Yuan's current fortune, he wasn't concerned about the money. However, occasionally providing guidance to other evolvers was also a form of self-reflection for Lin Yuan, and with his against heaven's understanding, there might be unexpected gains. Since that's the case, then it's settled. Song Wuyang breathed a sigh of relief. He had been genuinely worried that Lin Yuan might refuse before his arrival. Since he had agreed to become an honorary professor at Kanglan Evolution Academy, Lin Yuan also felt it improper to not even show his face. In the virtual world, the president of Kanglan Higher Evolution Academy, alongside various professors and experts, personally welcomed Lin Yuan. Professor Lin is young and promising, making us old fellows truly ashamed, Professor Chu said with a laugh. He was also the most senior among the professors, not only a professor but also the vice president. I never thought I'd live to see such a talented evolver, Mr. Lu couldn't help saying as he sized Lin Yuan up. After chatting for a while, naturally, the topic shifted to evolution paths. After all, everyone was either an expert or a professor, regularly engaging with knowledge in the field of evolution, which made it easy to find topics for discussion. And since the topic had shifted to evolution paths, it was impossible not to mention the recently popular Marshall Path evolutionary path. Even on the main world of the Chiquin Star domain, the Marshall Path evolutionary path had caused quite a stir, and as Kanglan Star was the initial world for this path, its popularity was naturally higher. All the experts and professors present had basically purchased the first 3 ranks of the Marshall Path evolutionary path for study. Seeing that Lin Yuan sat there silently while the professors and experts discussed enthusiastically, Professor Chu, not wanting Lin Yuan to feel isolated, took the initiative to ask, "Professor Lin, what are your views on the martial path evolutionary path?" As soon as the question was asked, everyone quieted down. They were all looking forward to hearing Lin Yuan's opinion. They also wanted to hear the perspective of the most talented evolver in the history of Kanglan Star. My view on the martial path evolutionary path. A hint of amusement crossed Lin Yuan's face. If it had been any other question, he might not have had an answer. But regarding the martial path evolutionary path, naturally, there were no issues. The martial path evolutionary path is based on vital energy. Lin Yuan roughly shared his views, but only limited to the first and second layer. The higher ranks were difficult to articulate merely by speech. The surrounding experts and professors listened intently, nodding occasionally. Once Lin Yuan finished, everyone started discussing in low voices. Moments later, Professor Lu and a few other professors discussed for a bit and then spoke up. "Professor Lin, your understanding is good, but somewhat one-sided and fails to reflect the true profundity of the martial path evolutionary path." My understanding of the martial path evolutionary path is one-sided. Lin Yuan fell into deep thought. Chapter 192, 2 Rule Crystal, subscribe please. Looking at Mr. Lu, whose eyes were shining brightly, Lin Yuan felt a flicker of oddness in his eyes. When it came to understanding the martial path evolutionary path, not to mention Mr. Lu, even those top-tier evolvers from the human civilization wouldn't surpass Lin Yuan. After all, the martial path evolutionary path was created and pioneered by Lin Yuan himself. How could others compare? It was as if Lin Yuan had set the questions, and he alone decided what the answers were. Could outsiders dare challenge the question setter? Of course, the identity of the founder of an evolutionary path was immensely significant, especially for the currently popular martial path evolutionary path. Naturally, Lin Yuan would not admit his identity here. You should know, in the Qikuan star domain, most evolvers and high-ranking citizens unanimously believe that the martial path evolutionary path was developed as an experimental product by some top-ranked evolver scholar. What is an evolver scholar? They are the absolute elite of human civilization, unchallenged both in terms of personal strength and contributions to human civilization. Those from different species outside human civilization were all desperate to assassinate an evolver scholar. An evolver scholar might have never been to the frontier battlefield, but their influence on it was profound through the evolutionary paths, secret techniques, and even technological achievements they developed. This could even decide the outcome of local wars. Unfortunately, the importance of evolver scholars was known to the different species, and naturally to the human race. Every evolver scholar was tightly protected. Moreover, evolver scholars were not weak, they too had their own means of protection. The different species couldn't even pin down where an evolver scholar was, let alone assassinate. 1. If Lin Yuan were to expose himself as the founder of the martial path evolutionary path, the different species would certainly launch an assassination without hesitation. Even if it cost several sixth-rank powerhouses who had infiltrated human territories, they would still fiercely target Lin Yuan. Why was the martial path evolutionary path considered an experimental product by an evolver scholar? Why hadn't other evolutionary paths been subject to such speculation? It was because of the high potential of the martial path evolutionary path, which was astonishingly high. A regular founder of an evolutionary path simply couldn't create such a high-level path. Only evolver scholars, who transcended through time, possessing vast knowledge and also stood in high positions, could create such potent evolutionary paths. If the different species knew the martial path evolutionary path was created by an evolver who wasn't even 6th rank, they certainly wouldn't allow Lin Yuan to continue to grow. The martial path evolutionary path has the potential to grow into an 8th layer evolutionary path, and Lin Yuan had a slim chance of becoming the next evolver scholar of human civilization. Assassinating Lin Yuan, even at a great cost, would be much lighter than facing the consequences on the battlefield due to Lin Yuan's research and inventions, which could lead to the fall of untold numbers of alien strong ones. Lin Yuan's thoughts converged. Listening to Mr. Lu's opinions. I think the martial path evolutionary path is not purely based on vital energy but integrates spiritual power, soul power, and mental strength among others. Mr. Lu spoke eloquently. The president of the Kanglan Evolution Academy nodded slightly, feeling that what Mr. Lu said made sense. Of course, This did not mean that what Lin Yuan said was not reasonable. Studying the martial path evolutionary path, everyone has their own views and insights. That's completely normal. Indeed, Lin Yuan's evolutive talent could be regarded as the best in Kanglan Star. He had reached the 4th rank before the age of 100. But precisely because of this, most of Lin Yuan's time was undoubtedly spent practicing. In contrast, although Mr. Lu's evolutive talent did not match Lin Yuan's. Find more at m_v_l_e_mpyr. In recent years, since the martial path evolutionary path entered the Kanglan evolution ranking, he began his research. A deeper understanding of the martial path evolutionary path was only natural. Alright. Both Mr. Lu and Mr. Lin have their valid points. Although everyone has different views, we are all serving human civilization. Mr. Lin, please don't mind. Mr. Lu is like that, sometimes even daring to challenge the president. Professor Chu chuckled, smoothing things over. It's okay. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. He actually didn't mind Mr. Lu's questioning earlier. Mainly because Lin Yuan found it hard to care, as every word Mr. Lu said was praising the martial path evolutionary path, and praising the martial path evolutionary path was essentially praising Lin Yuan as its founder, right? That's good then. Professor Chu nodded approvingly. Returning to the virtual world personal space, Lin Yuan contemplated the discussion he just had with those professors. Mentioning their views and understandings of the martial path evolutionary path, which in turn gave him more insights and feelings. Practicing and learning are never done in isolation, occasionally one must also interact with the outside world. Against Heaven's understanding is based on the depth of understanding and enlightenment Lin Yuan reaches at his level. The more Lin Yuan knew, and the broader his vision, the greater the effect of his Against Heaven's understanding. After examining himself, Lin Yuan noticed a little red dot on the Founder's Virtual World category. Someone contacted me. Lin Yuan instantly understood what this red dot meant. During his 4th traversal, in order to avoid disturbances, he had shut down any means to contact him. Message alert in Founder's World was naturally included. Who would contact me? Lin Yuan was curious. He was a newcomer to Founder's World, knowing no one and having no friends. Soon, Lin Yuan entered Founder's Virtual World. Is it the person who posted that post? Lin Yuan's expression became slightly serious. Chapter 193, 2 Rule Crystal, Subscribe Request, _2. The problem with this post was: is it better to understand one rule or multiple rules? At the time, Lin Yuan gave an answer based on himself, never expecting a reply from the owner of the post. After all, the post had been published 23,000 years ago. The owner of the post might have long since died. How can one rule govern 10,000? Is it the time Great Tao or the space Great Tao? Lin Yuan looked at the reply from the owner of the post and fell into deep thought. He used his own Taiji Tao to govern the myriad Taos, but as for the time Great Tao and the space Great Tao, they were too remote for Lin Yuan. Whether it was the rule of time or space rules, both were among the supreme rules, only accessible to existences beyond the 6th rank. Lin Yuan was merely at the 5th rank. Even with his Against Heaven's understanding, he could hardly perceive time and space. With the rules mastered as the framework and many other rules as the flesh, naturally, one can govern 10,000 Taos. Lin Yuan thought for a while before voicing his viewpoint. In the distant reaches, a massive research planet. Great scholar Tai was just yawning. His research work was now at a halt, and he was free for the next few decades. A reply. Great scholar Tai immediately perked up. To be informed the moment his question was answered, Great scholar Tai had marked the Founder's World as special concern. He would receive notifications the moment there was any news. Framework. Flesh. Too vague. Great scholar Tai frowned slightly and continued, how exactly do you build your own framework of rules? Central Continent Manor on Kanglan Star. Lin Yuan had just replied when he received a new question. This person is just squatting there, huh? Lin Yuan scrutinized the inquiry before carefully responding, combining the power of Taiyin with the power of Taiyang to form a stable microdomain, accommodating myriad Taos. Is he planning to open a realm? Great scholar Tai marveled, following his brief exchange with Lin Yuan. Great scholar Tai determined that Lin Yuan was not another scholar. To become an Evolver scholar, one must at least create and cultivate a new, stable 8th rank evolutionary path. This meant that an Evolver scholar was at least a 8th rank Evolver. The answers Lin Yuan gave him, while not wrong, didn't seem to come from an 8th rank Evolver. At least, the formation of a stable domain combining the power of Taiyin and the power of Taiyang was akin to a nascent form of opening a realm. Impressive, preparing for opening a realm before reaching the 8th rank, and without any teacher's guidance, such limitless potential. Great scholar Tai murmured to himself. No wonder the goddess of wisdom guards him so closely. Great scholar Tai glanced around. He was well aware that, as a scholar like him, he was constantly under the surveillance of the goddess of wisdom, as much for protection as to prevent him from acting out. An Evolver scholar going mad could have unpredictable consequences. Let's ask a few more questions. Interest piqued. It had been a long time since great scholar Tai had encountered such an engaging junior. Following that, great scholar Tai and Lin Yuan talked for over half an hour. This great scholar Tai watched in astonishment as, through his subtle guidance, even discussed other methods of opening a realm. Great scholar Tai clearly felt that the so-called methods of opening a realm were completely unknown to Lin Yuan, who didn't even know what the methods of opening a realm were. But as the conversation with great scholar Tai deepened, Lin Yuan quickly grasped the understanding of several other opening a realm methods, terrifyingly improving. So much so that even he, an Evolver scholar, was shocked. Is he pretending or does he genuinely not know? Great scholar Tai was somewhat baffled. From Lin Yuan's tone while answering, great scholar Tai was sure he was genuinely unaware and had never encountered the methods of opening a realm. Yet if he truly didn't know, how could his grasp of the principles of opening a realm advance so rapidly? He understood them after just a few hints. A genius, a peerless genius. Great scholar Tai immediately rose and paced back and forth. Has he logged off? Great scholar Tai discovered that Lin Yuan had suddenly disconnected from the virtual world. Kanglin Star, Central Continent Manor. His chat with great scholar Tai had deeply impacted Lin Yuan, forcing him to disconnect and return to the real world to focus on the martial path evolutionary path. With Taiji governing 10,000 Daos. But what if it isn't Taiji? Can it still govern 10,000 Daos? Lin Yuan's mind burst with countless spiritual lights. You have against heaven's understanding, you analyze one Dao that controls all other Daos, and continue to refine the martial path evolutionary path. You have against heaven's understanding, you analyze one Dao that controls all other Daos, and continue to refine the martial path evolutionary path. You have against heaven's understanding, you analyze one Dao that controls all other Daos, and continue to refine the martial path evolutionary path. Lin Yuan fell into deep cultivation. He even blocked most of the external perceptions. Fortunately, Lin Yuan often did this, and his parents had basically gotten used to it. As long as Lin Yuan didn't come out, they wouldn't actively disturb him. Several days later, Lin Yuan opened his eyes. This period of seclusion had a significant impact on him, even causing him to start rethinking the foundations of martial Tao. That person, at least a high-rank Evolver, is no weaker than my teacher. Lin Yuan thought to himself. Through just a few conversations, Lin Yuan had learned a great deal. While Lin Yuan continued to ponder, the alert from the smart assistant rang out. Master, you have a delivery. It's sent by Shuntong Group, it's S-level encrypted. A delivery? Lin Yuan was slightly stunned. But upon hearing Shuntong Group and S-level encryption, he was immediately shocked. Shuntong Group, the largest transportation group in the cosmic human civilization, its business scope is not limited to the human alliance. In the cosmic starry skies, human civilization dominates far and wide, encountering numerous enemies, but also many allies and affiliated races. Anywhere the human civilization can reach is within the transport range of Shuntong Group. As for reliability and secrecy, Shuntong Group is an officially endorsed group by human civilization, absolutely confidential and reliable. It is of the same echelon as the Central Galaxy Bank. Of course, Shuntong Group's fees are very high, starting from billions at the very least. The price for S-level encrypted delivery begins at 100 billion. As for how much exactly, it depends on the size of the item and whether it has other functions that affect the use. For instance, transporting a stone versus transporting a planet, the prices naturally differ. An S-level encrypted transport is among the high-level services of Shuntong Group, accompanied by 8 6th-rank evolvers and 1 7th-rank evolver as escorts. Their movements are kept completely confidential. Apart from Lin Yuan, the recipient, outsiders could not possibly know. When did I? Lin Yuan was somewhat hesitant. At that moment, Chikuan Star Lord suddenly sent a message. Ha ha ha, my dear disciple, the thing should have arrived, right? Is it from the teacher? Lin Yuan felt slightly reassured. If he had not figured out who it was from, Lin Yuan would most likely not accept it. But now. Teacher, what is it that needs S-level encryption by Shuntong Group? Lin Yuan was a bit heartbroken. That's 100 billion civilization currency. You will know once you have it. Chikuan Star Lord said mysteriously. All right. Lin Yuan nodded. He immediately left the main building. He went outside to the manor. A man dressed in a black uniform was already waiting there. This man appeared very ordinary, no different from other delivery personnel. Experience the best from MVL_EMP_year. But Lin Yuan knew, to ensure that the item was delivered into the hands of the recipient, the last person to handle it was often the strongest in the transport team. Shuntong Group's S-level encryption required a 7th-rank evolver to accompany. That is to say, this man in a black uniform was a 7th-rank evolver. Sir. The man in the black uniform was slightly respectful. Being able to afford Shuntong Group's S-level encryption, his status even when surpassing 6th rank, was extremely high. Hello. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. He then went through fingerprint, pupil, and soul wave authentication. After confirming that Lin Yuan was the recipient himself, the man in the black uniform handed over a regular black briefcase to Lin Yuan. Huh. The moment Lin Yuan received the briefcase, his expression subtly changed. Chapter 194, 3 Martial Tao shouldn't be so trivial, please subscribe. It's so heavy. Lin Yuan looked down at the black suitcase again. It was only 50 centimeters in length and width, but it weighed at least 10 tons. The handover is complete. Then I'll be taking my leave first. The man in the black uniform gave a slight smile. He turned and left. From start to finish. This was a seemingly ordinary delivery and receipt of goods. Freewebnovel.com. If Lin Yuan had not been forewarned, he wouldn't have thought more about it. What exactly did teacher send me? Lin Yuan carried the black suitcase back to the main building. The weight of 10 tons was naturally not a problem for Lin Yuan's current physical condition. Lin Yuan was surprised just now because he did not expect the black suitcase to weigh 10 tons. Let's open it and see. Lin Yuan returned to the underground training ground. Beep. He went through fingerprint, pupil, and soul wave authentication again. The black suitcase slowly opened. What came into view was a fist-sized black gold box. Lin Yuan could tell that the suitcase's whopping 10-ton weight was almost entirely due to this black gold box. Click. With all the previous verifications, Lin Yuan easily opened the black gold box this time. Lin Yuan saw that in the center of the black gold box lay a stone the size of a pinky fingernail. The stone was crimson. Looking at this stone, Lin Yuan felt as though he was observing a perpetual star. Lin Yuan closely observed the fingernail-sized stone. Every detail of it, the textures on its surface, the traces, all stirred a huge tidal wave in Lin Yuan's heart. This is the rule, the essence of the world's rules. Lin Yuan felt excited. If it were another evolver, they might not recognize what this stone was. Even some 6th-rank evolvers might not recognize it. But Lin Yuan was different. Having experienced the Divine Arms world, Lin Yuan was extremely sensitive to the essence rules of the world. This fingernail-sized stone was far from manifesting the essential rules outwardly. In the Divine Arms world, even the smallest piece of a divine weapon, the volume of rules essence it contained, far exceeded that of this stone. But this is the main world. A single hair from an elephant weighs infinitely more than an ant. Not to mention the difference between the main world and the divine arms world is more than that between an elephant and an ant. Your adventure awaits at Emblemper. This stone, far from outwardly manifesting essential rules, barely even qualifies as an imprint, merely tainted with a bit of the essence of the rules. Yet to Lin Yuan, it felt more significant than all the divine weapons in the divine arms world combined. Hotness. Vastness. Light. Many essences manifested on this stone. With this stone as a reference for my enlightenment, it will be much easier for me to forge ahead on the martial path, evolutionary path, and break through to the 6th rank. It's like having a math problem that Lin Yuan could only solve slowly before, but now, he has a plethora of related reference materials. Solving this problem will definitely be much easier. Even with all these supplementary materials, they are immensely helpful for Lin Yuan in solving the next problem and the ones after that. Teacher. Lin Yuan connected to the virtual world. He arrived at the palace of the Chikuan Star Lord. You're here. The Chikuan Star Lord looked at Lin Yuan with an expectant expression. Have you seen that thing? How do you feel about it? Teacher. Lin Yuan hesitated. It's too precious, I can't accept. Even though Lin Yuan was unclear about the value of items related to the rules in the main world. Solely in transporting this stone, the Chikuan Star Lord had utilized the S-grade encryption of the $1 trillion Shuntong Group. It was clear that its value was far beyond $1 trillion. It was even an invaluable treasure that money couldn't buy. You are my disciple, what can't you accept? The Chikuan Star Lord said nonchalantly. Besides, at my current level, items like this are of no use to me anyway. Rather than letting them waste away, it's better to use them. Thank you, teacher. Lin Yuan nodded. He also understood that the Chikuan Star Lord's words were merely to comfort him. Not needing them himself, they could have been sold or even traded for something he needed. How about it? What do you think of that stone? The Chikuan Star Lord continued to ask. It has inspired me greatly. Lin Yuan said earnestly. That's good. A smile appeared on the Chikuan Star Lord's face. Good disciple, if I were to forcefully guide you, it would only restrict and fix your path. That stone, a rule crystal, contains the essence that is a boundless great Tao. If you can fully comprehend the mysteries contained within the stone, surpassing the 6th rank should be no problem. The Chikuan Star Lord spoke. Returning from the Chikuan Star Lord's place, Lin Yuan's gaze once again fell on the fingernail-sized stone. It's so profound. Lin Yuan was almost addicted. The Crimson Stone, related to the Taiyang rule, Lin Yuan studied it carefully, able to continuously enhance his understanding of the Taiyang rule. Just like that. Lin Yuan devoted a significant portion of each day to reflecting on this stone. For the rest of his time, he continued perfecting the martial path, evolutionary path, and pondered how to break through to the 6th rank. Yes. Lin Yuan had long possessed the ability to break through to the 6th rank. But exactly where to start required careful consideration. Once he began the breakthrough to the 6th rank, his soul would actively align with his evolutionary path. This was crucial. If his soul achieved perfect alignment with his evolutionary path, he could step into the 6th rank. Advancing from 5th rank to 6th rank isn't an instantaneous or quick process. It takes time. Quickly a few years or slowly hundreds or thousands of years. Many 5th rank evolvers at their peak struggle with soul alignment, unable to step into the 6th rank for hundreds or even thousands of years. Chapter 195, 3 Martial Tao shouldn't be so trivial. Please subscribe, _2. Virtual World. Kanglan Evolution Academy Large Classroom. Classes had not yet begun, but thousands of students had arrived early, taken their seats, and were waiting eagerly. Have you heard? The one lecturing us this time is Lin Yuan, the champion of the arena competition, Lin Yuan himself. Nonsense, could I have come so early if I hadn't heard about it? That's Lin Yuan we're talking about. In the tens of thousands of years of Kanglan Star, he is the evolver with the strongest evolutionary talent who stepped into the 4th rank before the age of 100. Yeah, being a second layer evolver before I'm 100 would satisfy me. You're thinking about second layer? The thousands of students began to discuss softly. The students who could sit in this classroom were the most potential-filled students of Kanglan Evolution Academy and represented the future hope of Kanglan Star. Fruinovel.com. At this moment, everyone was filled with anticipation, waiting for the arrival of the lecturer. Whoosh! Just then, a young man appeared on the podium. The next moment, the classroom fell completely silent. All students fixated their eyes on the young man. "Hello, everyone," Lin Yuan casually greeted. As an honorary professor at Kanglan Evolution Academy, Lin Yuan enjoyed the many privileges and benefits of a professor's level, and although he was only an honorary professor, he still had to at least deliver 1 or 2 lectures. Half an hour later, Lin Yuan had finished citing the textbook material verbatim. He then began to ask the students about the problems they encountered on their evolutionary path. "Mr. Lin." A girl with a ponytail raised her hand. "You ask?" Lin Yuan nodded. "Thank you, Mr. Lin." The ponytailed girl was somewhat surprised. Many students had raised their hands simultaneously, yet Lin Yuan had chosen her. "Mr. Lin, my development pathway is the martial path evolutionary path." The ponytailed girl volunteered her evolutionary path. This was quite normal, as every evolutionary path had distinct features, and revealing the specific path one was cultivating helped the teacher better frame the subsequent questions. "Martial path, huh?" Lin Yuan nodded slightly. Nowadays, the martial path evolutionary path had become the most popular evolutionary path on Kanglan Star. Of the thousands of students present, at least a tenth were pursuing the martial path evolutionary path. Of course, these students had just started practicing, and the vast majority were not yet ranked. I see that later in the martial path evolutionary path, it requires the comprehension of both Taiyin and Taiyang forces, but I am naturally slow to sense these two kinds of power. Does this mean I'm not suited for the martial path? The ponytailed girl timidly asked. With this question, the other students instantly perked up their ears. They, too, wanted to know the answer to this question since Taiyin and Taiyang energies belong to the higher echelons of energy, not perceived by just anyone. Most evolvers were still more sensitive to the basic energies of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. This question. Lin Yuan looked around. If he had to answer, Lin Yuan could indeed provide one. That would be that everything possesses yin and yang, such as the thunder attributes, which also have distinctions of yin and yang, along with metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Even if you do not have the ability to comprehend Taiyin and Taiyang, you can still sense what you are capable of perceiving, such as the power of gold, and after comprehending the power of gold entirely, delve into its aspects of yin and yang, subsequently leading to Taiyin and Taiyang energies. However, this answer, though understandable to Lin Yuan and likely other 5th or 6th rank evolvers, most of the unranked evolver students present would not understand. Not only would they not understand, but they also wouldn't be able to achieve it. Given that, Lin Yuan didn't want to say it. I am also researching this problem. Once I have the results, I will definitely let you know. Lin Yuan spoke. All right. The ponytailed girl didn't find it strange. Although Lin Yuan's evolutionary talent was considered the best on Kanglan Star, compared to that mysterious scholar who had founded the martial path evolutionary path, he naturally fell short. It was perfectly normal for Lin Yuan not to know the answer to a question that even that mysterious scholar hadn't explained. After completing the lecture, Lin Yuan disconnected from the virtual world, sitting cross-legged in the underground training field. The question from the ponytailed girl during the class had plunged Lin Yuan into deep thought. For a long time, Lin Yuan established the martial path evolutionary path. It was entirely based on his own perspective. First tier chapter. Second layer chapter. The yin-yang chapter in the second layer chapter. Third rank chapter, Taiyin rule, Taiyang rule. Fourth rank chapter. Fifth rank chapter, Taiyin primordial spirit, Taiyang divine spirit, Taiji primordial spirit. Everything was completely based on himself. But who was Lin Yuan? He possessed against heaven's understanding, could infer tenfold, 100-fold from one fact. Lin Yuan could understand, could realize, could absorb, could others do the same? For instance, the Taiyin Taiyang Taiji, the content of the second layer chapter of the martial path evolutionary path. But wanting to grasp Taiji, let alone Taiji, even just Taiyin or Taiyang was exceedingly difficult for others. In the dragon tiger world, Those who had realized the Taiyang pole extreme and the Taiyin pole extreme were heavenly masters unmatched in hundreds to thousands of years. And they still needed the true martial sword to achieve this. The cultivation environment of the main world, although far superior to the dragon-tiger world, did not provide many resources for the most ordinary citizens. From the second layer chapter onwards, martial arts are no longer applicable to ordinary citizens. Lin Yuan's expression remained calm, his thoughts churning. With the current martial path evolutionary path. The second layer chapter required realizing one of the Taiyin or Taiyang. If one couldn't realize it, it would be very difficult to advance further. One could foresee, countless citizens would be trapped at this step. Lin Yuan slowly closed his eyes. Martial arts should not be so limited. At that moment, numerous insights surged up in his mind. Recently, in the founder's virtual world, he conversed with that mysterious existence, who had left behind posts from 23,000 years ago, about controlling myriad things other than Taiji. The other myriad Dao techniques were quickly utilized by Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan started from the second layer chapter, reintegrating martial arts, and removed the restriction that progress required solely Taiyin or Taiyang. From now on, martial Dao cultivators were not confined to Taiyin or Taiyang alone. As long as one could sense it, powers like metal, wood, water, fire, earth, thunder, ice, and many others were all acceptable for continued cultivation. Starting from the second layer, one would determine a path that suits oneself, and by the fifth rank, condense out the corresponding attributes primordial spirit. The primordial spirits mentioned here are not only Yin God and Yang spirit, but also golden primordial spirit, water spirit, and wood spirit are possible. Endless and infinite. Inclusive of all things. Just as Lin Yuan was perfecting the martial path evolutionary path. Boom. His soul suddenly began to vibrate intensely. Immediately his aura began to change, slowly transitioning towards the martial path evolutionary path. Didn't expect that. This is indeed the best way for me to break through to the sixth rank. Lin Yuan took a deep breath. Perfecting the martial path evolutionary path, freeing it from the limitations of Taiyin and Taiyang, directly allowed Lin Yuan to seize the best opportunity to break through to the sixth rank. This opportunity, many fifth-rank ultimate evolvers might not catch even in tens to hundreds of years. Even the previous Lin Yuan was hesitating about how to break through to the sixth rank. But now, everything was very clear. This natural breakthrough was undoubtedly the most perfect path to stepping into the sixth rank. A month later, Lin Yuan emerged from seclusion. Breaking through from the fifth rank to the sixth rank wasn't something that could be achieved in a short time. It required the soul's slow transformation and transition. Rest for a while. Lin Yuan planned to balance work with rest. He was not like those evolvers who were nearing their life's limit. At his current age, Lin Yuan was only 20 years old, with plenty of time to enjoy life. So many people looking for me. Lin Yuan opened the information panel and discovered that during his seclusion many people had visited him, but because he was in seclusion, they had been dealt with by his smart assistant. Yet still, 7 or 8 people insisted on meeting Lin Yuan. They were still waiting for him to come out. Let's meet them then. Discover more at mvlempi_r. Lin Yuan clicked approve. Instantly there appeared a middle-aged man with golden hair in front of him. Puan Star Domain, Xiangwen Group, Zhou greets Mr. Lin Yuan. The middle-aged man with golden hair slightly bowed and said respectfully. Xiangwen Group. Lin Yuan thought for a moment. He immediately recalled that this group was a rather famous one in the Puan Star Domain, with a 6th-rank fallen star warrior in its ranks. The Puan Star Domain was a star domain next to the Chikuan Star Domain, and due to its proximity, it had frequent trade interactions with many powers in the Chikuan Star Domain. Speak. What's the matter? Lin Yuan spoke casually. Our Xiangwen Group sincerely invites Mr. Lin Yuan to become a member of our next tournament's preparatory team. As long as Mr. Lin Yuan agrees, the conditions are up to you. The middle-aged man with golden hair said. You mean, let me join your group and then participate in the next tournament? Lin Yuan glanced at the middle-aged man with golden hair. Chapter 196, 4, The Heiyu Family, please subscribe. Indeed. With Mr. Lin's talent and ability, Kanglan Star was always too small. Just a middle-grade life planet. My Xiangwen group has a 6th rank fallen star warrior in residence. That's the stage truly suited for Mr. Lin Yuan. The blonde middle-aged man, smiling, continued, moreover, Lord Xiangwen holds Mr. Lin in high regard and might even personally offer some guidance in the future. Lord Xiangwen is the 6th rank fallen star warrior behind the Xiangwen group. The guidance of a 6th rank evolver is a great opportunity for most evolvers. 6th rank evolvers possess the power of fallen stars. From their high positions, with a mere few casual tips, they could provoke sudden enlightenment in 4th or 5th rank evolvers. The blonde middle-aged man believed that Lin Yuan would find it hard to ignore this condition. Lin Yuan indeed had great potential. Having entered 4th rank before the age of 100, with a good chance to become a 5th rank evolver in the future. But that was about it. Uncover secrets at MVLEMPYR. Thinking of progressing further and breaking through to the 6th rank level still seemed a remote hope. Therefore, the guidance of a 6th rank evolver was certainly not to be missed. Sorry, I'm not interested in joining other factions. Lin Yuan shook his head and said. What a joke. According to the blonde middle-aged man, joining the Xiangwen group would require signing numerous contracts. It even required Lin Yuan to personally go to the headquarters of the Xiangwen group for scrutiny. And the conditions offered by the blonde middle-aged man, while attractive to ordinary 4th rank evolvers, what about to Lin Yuan? Furthermore, Lin Yuan's true identity, the peak master of the Red Kuan lineage, was almost akin to the status of a prince in an empire, and not just any prince, but one with real power. If he joined the Xiangwen group, it would be akin to fighting in arena competitions for other star domains. How absurd is that? Mr. Lin, won't you reconsider? The blonde middle-aged man's face slightly changed. Although the Xiangwen group was not in the Qikuan star domain, it was still a major force with a 6th rank fallen star warrior at its core. Even if Lin Yuan had other options and wouldn't join the Xiangwen group, there was no need to outright say it. Mincing his words a bit would help save some face for everyone. As I said, I'm not interested, and I won't reconsider. Lin Yuan shook his head. His primary goal now was to step into 6th rank as quickly as possible. All other matters unrelated to this breakthrough were just trivia. Okay. Lord Xiangwen would probably be quite disappointed to learn of this. The blonde middle-aged man, his face turning a bit ugly, stood up intending to take his leave. What's the matter? Is your Lord Xiangwen going to come over here and teach me a lesson? Lin Yuan spoke. In the Cosmic Human Alliance, laws are robust. The more powerful the evolver, the greater the restrictions they face. Even those esteemed evolutionary scholars high above could not act wantonly, let alone a 6th rank. If that Lord Xiangwen dared come to Kanglan Star, revealing any intent to act against Lin Yuan would report him to the Goddess of Wisdom. Can't beat you. Couldn't I still report you? Of course. Lin Yuan felt it unlikely that Lord Xiangwen would come. It was even possible that Lord Xiangwen was not even aware of who Lin Yuan was. I hope Mr. Lin's path of evolution will always be smooth. The blonde middle-aged man's face was ashen, implicitly suggesting that Lin Yuan should not look to the Xiangwen group for help in the future. Get out. Lin Yuan directly kicked the blonde middle-aged man out of his personal room. Once Lin Yuan stepped into 6th rank, he could openly reveal his identity as the peak master of the 13th peak of the Red Kuan lineage. By then, forces like the Xiangwen group would be too eager to curry favor with Lin Yuan. Personal space. Lin Yuan sat alone on a wooden chair. Arena competitions. Lin Yuan pondered with a thoughtful expression. Arena competitions are one of the hottest, most attention-grabbing activities within the Human Civilization Alliance. And being hot and attention-grabbing means enormous traffic. This traffic leads to a series of industry chains involving massive amounts of money. Why would groups like the Xiangwen group or other powerful financial oligarchies specially train teams to participate in various arena competitions? Could it really just be for honor or something like that? Of course not. If an evolver can advance to a certain rank in the arena competition, like top 100 or top 10, they're sure to attract a lot of attention. At that time, just placing an advertisement or printing a logo of some group or oligarchy on their clothing could generate enormous popularity. And advertising is just the most common method of monetization. Each session of the arena competitions also features betting houses set up beforehand. Before the competition, you choose a competitor you think will win. If they do, you'll receive a significant sum of money in accordance with the odds. Of course, to ensure fairness, under the scrutiny of the goddess of wisdom, the possibility of fixed matches is nearly eliminated. It is for this reason that all major forces and financial oligarchies are very keen on finding potential evolvers from obscure middle-grade life planets and then supporting them to participate in star system and star domain level arena competitions. These evolvers from middle-grade life planets, with low exposure and no systematic training, if they receive support from a major force, their strength can significantly improve in a short period of time. When the star domain level arena competitions begin, they will enter the arena as dark horses. After all, in the eyes of most citizens, a player who has already gained some fame and has completed 10 consecutive wins, 20 consecutive wins, battling against someone who has never been heard of before. Most citizens would definitely bet on the former to win. Besides the two methods mentioned above. Chapter 197, 4, The Heyu Family, please subscribe, _2. The tournament offers many ways to profit, and the most long-lasting is to build a fanbase and cultivate star evolvers. Within the Cosmic Human Alliance, the top star evolvers have countless fans, many of whom are second-generation members of powerful forces. The influence of their every action is astonishing. So, I've already qualified as a dark horse in the eyes of those corporate conglomerates. Lin Yuan stroked his chin, shaking his head slightly. Indeed, in the previous tournament, even though Lin Yuan only showed a portion of his strength, it was 4th rank. A 4th rank evolver under 100 years old might be somewhat common on prosperous higher-grade life planets. But on a middle-grade life planet like Kanglin Star, it might take tens or even hundreds of thousands of years for one to appear. The education, cultivation, and resources of middle-grade life planets are far inferior to those of higher-grade life planets. In such an environment, reaching 4th rank, whether it be by fortuitous encounter or luck, isn't much weaker than the top evolvers from higher-grade life planets. That's why Lin Yuan caught the eye of the Xiangwen group, who specially sent someone to invite him. The goddess of wisdom turns a blind eye to such things because the invitations from major forces and conglomerates might constrain the evolvers, but they also cultivate them. And, constrained by the laws of human civilization, the contracts these conglomerates sign with evolving geniuses aren't too excessive. Even in cases of breach, the penalty isn't exorbitant. Lin Yuan thought to himself. With gains come sacrifices, and this is the unwritten rule accepted by the Human Alliance. Seeking to take advantage of one's genius status, ignoring contracts and agreements that would not be supported by the three goddesses. Experience more on MP_year. My current soul compatibility. Lin Yuan's consciousness returned to reality, and he began to feel more intently. Is probably about 80% complete. At this rate, I'll reach full compatibility in at most 2 years, enough to officially step into 6th rank. A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. 6th rank holds a special significance for every evolver. Below 6th rank, no matter how powerful, life forms are still terrestrial and need the environment within a planet to survive. Once they leave the planet and come into the starry void, it becomes hard for them to continue living. But at 6th rank, one can roam the starry sea, and all 6th rank evolvers are thus called star life forms. Furthermore, 6th rank is a phase of qualitative change in strength. Why did Lin Yuan only need to cultivate to 6th rank to openly reveal his identity as the peak master of the Red Kuan lineage? Because evolvers at 6th rank are difficult to assassinate, at the very least, their means of ensuring their safety are far superior to those at 5th rank. Typically, unless absolutely necessary, different species wouldn't try to assassinate a 6th rank evolver, as the cost is too great, equivalent to the cost of cultivating dozens of 7th rank powerhouses. And that's still without any guarantee of killing the 6th rank evolver. The conversion speed of soul compatibility is unstable. It might be fast initially and slow down later on, or it could be slow at the beginning and speed up later. My current compatibility transformation is still normal. Lin Yuan continued his observation. But soul compatibility can be interrupted before reaching 1/10, allowing the choice of another evolution path. freewebnovel.com. After stepping into 6th rank, the cost of changing evolution paths skyrockets. But Lin Yuan, strictly speaking, has not yet stepped into 6th rank, still being within 5th rank. Among the many evolution paths I've mastered, the most powerful is undoubtedly the Xian Huang evolutionary path. If I were to use this as the direction for soul transformation. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment before immediately dismissing the thought. Even if the Xian Huang evolutionary path is strong, it isn't created by Lin Yuan. Using it as the fundamental evolution path might seem beneficial in the short term. But over a longer timeline, it might not be advantageous. Lin Yuan feels more confident in the martial path evolutionary path. The Xian Huang evolutionary path can be studied and even practiced concurrently, but it must not become the foundation. All other evolution paths, including the Xian Huang evolutionary path, can only serve as nourishment to perfect the martial path evolutionary path. Let's continue to perfect the martial path evolutionary path. Lin Yuan's mind sank back into the martial path evolutionary path. In Lin Yuan's latest vision, the martial path evolutionary path has transcended chapters like the Taiyin chapter, the Taiyang chapter, and the Yin Yang chapter. Various attributes of power could all be integrated into the martial arts evolution system. Whichever attribute an evolver is good at, they can enter into martial Tao to cultivate. Martial Tao shouldn't be so meager, it should be infinitely expansive. Lin Yuan found that when perfecting the martial path evolutionary path in this direction, the speed of his soul's compatibility transformation would gain a certain increase. Next. While perfecting the martial arts evolution system, Lin Yuan examined the reddish stone sent by the Qikuan Star Lord. In his spare time, he refused the invitations from the financial conglomerates of various star domains. Aside from the Xiangguan group who noticed Lin Yuan's potential to become a dark horse, other powers took note as well. In the interstellar age, any slightly powerful force has its own think tank, tirelessly planning and taking actions that align with their interests based on information about human civilization and even different species. As a fourth rank under 100 years old from a middle-grade life planet, Lin Yuan, with great potential and a relatively low price tag, is extremely welcome. As for these forces' invitations. Chapter 198, 4, The Heiyu Family, please subscribe, _3. At first, Lin Yuan still managed to make time for a meeting. He clearly expressed his attitude. But in the end, the frequency was simply too high. Lin Yuan simply stopped meeting with them, leaving it to the intelligent assistant to cope. If it had been announced initially that I had passed the 7-star cave test. Lin Yuan slightly shook his head. If it were only like Fang Qing, merely passing the test and becoming an official member of the Red Kuan lineage. Perhaps these powers wouldn't have invited him so insistently. After all, as an official member of the Red Kuan lineage, where is the sense in working for other powers? The Red Kuan lineage itself is the most powerful force. However, doing so would require Lin Yuan to take a spaceship battleship to the Qikuan main star with those like Fang Qing who had passed the test. This was the normal procedure for each batch joining the Red Kuan lineage. Lin Yuan was able to stay on Kanglin's star all this time, entirely because he was the peak master of Shursan, enjoying many privileges. Even the gift from the Qikuan Star Lord had to be delivered through the express efforts of the Shuntong group, costing hundreds of billions of civilization coins. On this day, Lin Yuan had just finished cultivating. The voice of the intelligent assistant then came through. Master, the person who is visiting this time comes from the Heiyu family, namely the subordinate of Heiyu Ao, who is the 3821st son of Heiyu Mo. The Heiyu family. Lin Yuan's eyebrows slightly furrowed. The Heiyu family is a force within the Qikuan star domain, ranking within the top 5 among the many powers beside the Red Kuan lineage. The strongest of the Heiyu family, Heiyu Mo, is an existence that surpasses the 6th rank. The Heiyu family, Lin Yuan pondered for a while. Let's meet. He could ignore other powers and financial groups, partly because most of them are 6th rank forces. And Lin Yuan, on the path to becoming a 6th rank evolver, saw it only as a matter of time. Secondly, most invitations were from groups from outside the Qikuan star domain, with no need for excessive intimacy. But the Heiyu family was different. As a native force of the Qikuan star domain, when Lin Yuan would step into 6th rank and reveal his identity, he might have to interact with them. Whoosh! Lin Yuan connected his consciousness to the virtual world. His personal space. Lin Yuan agreed to enter. An old man dressed in a black suit, as elegant as a nobleman, appeared before him. Bei Zhao, on behalf of my young master Heiyu Ao, greets Mr. Lin Yuan. The old man in the black suit, Bei Zhao, had a very low posture, and his tone was slightly respectful. Believed he had been more than generous, offering very high terms in all 5 tiers of the contract. Especially the lowest tier of the contract, which required only 100 years of Lin Yuan's service to Heyu Ao, would enable him to receive ample resources for nurture. For a 4th rank or 5th rank evolver, 100 years is not a long time, and to serve Heyu Ao, that is a blessing most ordinary evolvers could only dream of. Yet Lin Yuan had refused. This was an outcome Heyu Ao had never expected. Heyu Ao, exceeding 6th rank within the Heyu family and a direct descendant of Heyu Mo, didn't know how many evolvers would take the initiative to pledge loyalty to him. But Heyu Ao didn't regard them highly. Now, having finally taken a liking to Lin Yuan, the latter didn't reciprocate the interest. What exactly is going on? Has the reputation of my Heyu family fallen to such a degree? Heyu Ao was somewhat vexed. Kanglin Star, Central Continent Manor. Lin Yuan emerged from the underground training ground and called over Ho Ming, the captain of the guard troops. Greetings, Mr. Lin. 6th rank evolver Ho Ming said respectfully. I want to ask you about something. Lin Yuan sat in his seat, lightly tapping the armrest with his right hand. That member of Heyu Ao's forces had left directly after being refused by him, which piqued Lin Yuan's curiosity. Are you familiar with the Heyu family? Lin Yuan looked at Ho Ming and inquired. The Heyu family. Ho Ming was slightly stunned, then nodded, saying, I know them, one of the 5 major powers in the Qikuan star domain. The strongest force in the Qikuan star domain is undoubtedly the Red Kuan lineage, which the entire star domain was named after. Beneath the Red Kuan lineage, there are 5 major powers, and the Heyu family is one of them. When the Star Lord had not long taken over the star domain, Heyu Mo brought his family, crossing several star domains, to settle in the Qikuan star domain. The Star Lord, acknowledging Heyu Mo's plight, handed over some of the trade in the star domain to the Heyu family, which paved the way for them to become one of the 5 major powers today. Ho Ming spoke rapidly. Although he was an evolver secretly cultivated by the Red Kuan lineage, he was not oblivious to the outside world. Moreover, having lived long enough, he was aware of some information that had ceased to be common knowledge. I see. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. He understood now. In summary, that Heyu Mo was nothing more than the teacher's lapdog. Have you heard of Heyu Ao? Lin Yuan continued to inquire. If he remembered correctly, the one who had invited him to join was Heyu Ao. Heyu Ao. Ho Ming thought for a moment and replied, is he Heyu Mo's youngest son? Heyu Mo had thousands of descendants, and it was only due to the exceptional memory of evolvers that one could remember so many names. Especially the names of the Heyu family, which sounded quite similar, were easy to confuse for outsiders. Right. Just now, he invited me to join his battle team to participate in the arena competition, Lin Yuan said, shaking his head. But I refused. That Heyu Ao dares, Ho Ming clicked his tongue in amazement, for Lin Yuan was one of the 13 peak masters of the Red Kuan lineage. Even Heyu Mo, the Ding High Divine Needle, would have to show respect upon meeting Lin Yuan. I guess it was Mr. Lin's performance in the arena that caught Heyu Ao's eye, hence his initiative to invite. After pondering for a while, Ho Ming said with a hint of emotion, the Heyu family is a massive force, but the competition is also fierce. As Heyu Mo's youngest son, Heyu Ao was born thousands or tens of thousands of years later than his brothers. Even with the family's support, it's hard for him to catch up to his brothers, so he set his sights on the arena competition. If he can support a dark horse into the top 100 of the star domain level competition, Heyu Ao will undoubtedly earn a massive fortune. At that time, his position within the Heyu family will rise along with his profits, and if he gains the favor of Heyu Mo, inheriting the position of the family head of the Heyu family might not be impossible, Ho Ming whispered. I see. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. Those major families and forces appeared glamorous on the surface, but in reality, the internal struggle was extremely severe. It was even to the extent of dying if one didn't advance. Unless Heyu Ao completely gave up and didn't care about power or wealth, he would have to compete with his thousands of brothers. It wasn't only the Heyu family. The competition within the Red Kuan lineage was also extremely ruthless, with numerous standards set amongst the official and core members. Failed to meet the standards? Then step aside and let someone who can meet them take your place. Lin Yuan felt less strongly about this because he started at the level of a peak master, immediately standing at the very top of the Red Kuan lineage. Most of the Red Kuan lineage's hereditary resources were open to Lin Yuan. His task wasn't to compete with other disciples, but simply to continue his cultivation. Of course, Lin Yuan's such treatment was also won through competition, millions of heirs competing in the 7-star cave world. Even though Lin Yuan's starting point wasn't the highest, and there were 3 individuals with red patterns above him, in the end, only Lin Yuan became one of the 13 peak masters. By the way, the outside world doesn't have a very good opinion of that Ao, who will stop at nothing until he gets what he wants. Mr. Lin, since you've rejected his invitation, I'm afraid he won't let it go easily. Chapter 200, 5 Goal, 6th Rank, please subscribe, _2. If Ao really goes too far, Mr. Lin can have the other peak master step forward, then Mo wouldn't dare to disobey the peak master's orders. Ho Ming reminded in a low voice. In front of the Red Kuan lineage, the Heiyu family is subservient and humble, which isn't to say that the Heiyu family isn't strong. Rather, it's because the Red Kuan lineage is too powerful, so the Heiyu family can only act in this way. But without the Red Kuan lineage, the Heiyu family would be the overlord overlooking a star domain, and of the 5 major forces, the other 4 wouldn't want to offend the Heiyu family unless absolutely necessary. I understand. Lin Yuan nodded. Only. Unless it's the last resort. Lin Yuan wouldn't ask his senior brothers to intervene. At the level of the Heiyu family and the peak masters of the Red Kuan lineage, every action was watched by countless eyes. If Lin Yuan, hiding his true identity, was practicing on Kanglan Star and got involved in the vortex of the peak masters and the Heiyu family, it could lead to certain beings deducing something. There are myriad evolution paths in the main world of the human alliance, among which is a type named divination. This type of evolution path can deduce conclusions from known information. The appointment of the 13 peak masters of the Red Kuan lineage just took place, and countless forces from outside are guessing the true identity of the 13th peak master. If at this time, a peak master intervenes and suppresses the Heiyu family, it would be a very obvious signal to those who are proficient in the divination type evolution path. Even if the senior brothers were extremely secretive, if in the end Heiyu Ao inexplicably backed off, there would still be loose ends. Of course, those who evolve through this type of divination usually lack combat power and are mostly employed by the think tank of some major forces. Why exactly did Lin Yuan refuse me? Is it because the conditions I offered weren't high enough? On the throne, Heiyu Ao was still pondering. During this time, while he was recruiting other evolvers, he couldn't stop thinking about Lin Yuan. He couldn't help remembering when he left his family to venture outside. His own father, Heiyu Mo, once gave him 2 choices. The first option was to take 10 trillion civilization coins from the family treasury. Afterward, the Heiyu family wouldn't provide much support, and if he wanted to return to the family and run for the position of clan leader, he must turn these 10 trillion civilization coins into 100 billion cosmic coins. The conversion rate between civilization coins and cosmic coins is 10,000 to 1. Meaning, Heiyu Ao needed to earn 100-fold of 10 trillion civilization coins in wealth to qualify to return to the clan. The second option was to let the family's think tank plan out a complete business map for him. Heiyu Ao only needed to eventually make 10 trillion civilization coins to return to the family and compete for the position of clan leader. In the end, Heiyu Ao chose the second option. And the think tank of the Heiyu family planned a business map for him, rooted in arena competitions. The business map was detailed, with the think tanks of the Heiyu family painstakingly picking 223 evolvers under 100 years old. These 223 evolvers all have potential not discovered by ordinary people. As long as Heiyu Ao signs these 223 evolvers and trains them for future tournaments, they are very likely to shine. And among these 223 evolvers, Lin Yuan was listed. Lin Yuan. Heiyu Ao echoed the think tank's evaluation of Lin Yuan in his mind. Just over 20 years old, he stepped into 4th rank and is in the mid to late stage of the 4th rank. Trained and nurtured, he'll reach the pinnacle of the 4th rank before the next tournament, with hopes to step into the 5th rank before reaching 100 years old. With the strength of the 5th rank, participating in the star domain level arena competitions, it's quite easy to break into the top 1000. Heyu must have this Lin Yuan. Your adventure starts at MPYR. Heyu looked down at his subordinates and said, I've heard that geniuses are proud. You went to invite him and were rejected, but if I personally invite him, might I succeed? Young master. Dressed in a black suit, the elder Bei Zhao was slightly stunned. I'm not sure, but if the young master personally invites him, that Lin Yuan would surely be very moved. With Heyu status, personally inviting an evolver with no background and no power, the latter would indeed be moved. After all, a personal invitation signifies importance and gives face. Virtual world. A small world specially opened up. All 12 peak masters of the Red Kuan lineage had gathered here. At that moment, a figure appeared. It was Lin Yuan. My fellow seniors, my cultivation delayed me, and I lost track of time. Lin Yuan's tone was apologetic as he apologized immediately. Since becoming the 13th peak master of the Red Kuan lineage, to maintain the bond among the peak masters, the eldest senior brother took the initiative to invite the other peak masters to gather together from time to time. Since it is in the virtual world, it's very convenient. A connection of consciousness is enough, and everyone usually arrives on time. Our little junior brother is truly remarkable. He's not yet 100 years old and has already reached the 5th rank. Stepping into the 6th rank is just a matter of time, the eldest senior brother laughed heartily. Ewenvel.com Lin Yuan's advancement to the 5th rank was no secret, known to the Chikuan Star Lord and all 12 senior brothers. Our junior brother doesn't possess any special physiques or bloodlines, so breaking through to the 5th rank before the age of 100 is truly rare, the second senior brother nodded in approval. Within the Cosmic Human Alliance, there indeed are many inconceivable geniuses. Not to mention 5th rankers under 100, even 6th rankers have appeared before. But these geniuses all have various physiques and bloodlines. Some are born at the 3rd or 4th rank, or even the 4th or 5th rank. Their starting points are so high that there is no need for comparison. But Lin Yuan is different. Even though the 12 peak masters had not seen Lin Yuan in person, they knew from what they heard from the Chikuan Star Lord that Lin Yuan's physique and bloodlines did not have anything special. Given the pace of our junior brother's cultivation, he could attempt breaking through to the 6th rank in at most a few decades. Before breaking through to the 6th rank, our junior brother must be careful to choose a fundamental evolution path. The more suitable it is for oneself, the higher the soul's resonance, and the faster the transformation, the eldest senior brother earnestly advised. It might even aid significantly in the breakthrough from the 6th rank to the 7th rank in the future. Lin Yuan was firm in his heart. The eldest senior brother had always emphasized choosing the evolution path that was most suitable for oneself to transform through soul resonance. Not necessarily the strongest. And what evolution path could be more suitable for Lin Yuan than the martial path evolutionary path from among the vast array of evolution paths mastered by human civilization? Given our junior brother's speed of cultivation, it's very possible for him to break through to the 7th rank. By then, I don't know whether we should change how we address him. The 3rd senior brother glanced at the 4th senior brother and the other 9 senior brothers. The 4th senior brother blinked. If our junior brother can break through to the 7th rank, it will strengthen the foundation of our Red Kuan lineage. I would be willing to change the way I address him. Old 3, stop teasing them, the 2nd senior brother shook his head. For a 6th rank evolver to break through to the 7th rank, they need a particular kind of opportunity. Even if Lin Yuan manages to break through to the 6th rank in a few decades, the step further into the 7th rank is not something easily achieved. Many extremity 6th rank evolvers remain stuck at this bottleneck for thousands or even tens of thousands of years until they die of old age. After an hour of conversation with his senior brothers, the gathering ended. Lin Yuan disconnected his consciousness from the virtual world and returned to reality. Central Continent Manor, underground training facility. Let's see the progress made during this period. Lin Yuan carefully sensed the degree of transformation of his soul. 20%. A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. At this rate, it would take less than 2 years, just over a year, for his soul to achieve perfect resonance. Then, he would step into the 6th rank, becoming a fallen star-level powerhouse that commands respect. Chapter 201, 6, Mediocre Talent, Too Arrogant, Subscription Requested. 5th rank evolvers who want to step into the 6th rank, the most important prerequisite is that their soul compatibility with their fundamental evolution path must reach a state of perfection. Once soul compatibility reaches 10 out of 10, the subsequent breakthrough is naturally a matter of course. However, it's easier said than done. Finding an evolution path that suits oneself, how is that an easy task? Sometimes, what seems compatible in early training may suddenly seem incompatible when reaching the 4th or 5th rank. Not compatible anymore. And those evolution paths that seem full of obstacles in early training, leading evolvers to give up prematurely, may end up being compatible later on. The Cosmic Human Alliance and the 3 goddesses encourage citizens to initiate and develop new evolution paths, even tilting resources towards this endeavor. Apart from a supremely secret, unspeakable reason. It is to provide numerous evolvers with more choices. If one evolution path does not suit, then switch to another, and yet another. With more options, the number of 6th rank evolvers naturally increases, and once there's a sufficient base of 6th rankers, 7th and 8th rankers will continuously emerge. This creates a virtuous cycle. As for that supremely secret, unspeakable reason, it affects the top powerhouses not just of human civilization but of the entire main world universe starry sky. The Martial Tao evolution path is my own creation, highly compatible with my nature, so transforming soul compatibility, for other evolvers, is a huge problem. They might even waste hundreds or thousands of years on it. But for me, it's just a walk in the park. Lin Yuan exhaled lightly. If he had chosen the Xian Huang evolutionary path as his fundamental evolution path, the advancement of his soul compatibility would definitely not have matched what it was now. In fact, Lin Yuan was not suitable for the Xian Huang evolutionary path, and he was completely reliant on his against heaven's understanding to cheat his way through. But in soul compatibility metamorphosis, against heaven's understanding would be of little help. It goes without saying that had he chosen the Xian Huang evolutionary path, he wouldn't even have taken the first step by now. After finishing his training, Lin Yuan walked out of the main building and onto the estate's grassy field. His parents were leisurely basking in the sun there, despite the various entertainment activities available in the virtual world. Lin Shouqing and his wife still preferred reality, and only occasionally visited the virtual world for some fun. Oh! In the sky, a streak of light was flying swiftly. Lin Yuan didn't need to look to know it was his sister, Lin Yi. The evolution path that Lin Yi had chosen was the psychic evolution path. This evolution path was widely disseminated and did not pose difficult prerequisites to start training, one just needed higher mental strength than the average person. The psychic evolution path essentially develops an evolver's telekinetic power to interfere with reality. At the first and second layer, the attack mode of psychics is mostly physical. It involves using telekinesis to wield one or more weapons and then attacking the enemy. Similarly, psychics are among the few evolvers who can achieve alternative flight before reaching a higher rank. That is by controlling a weapon telekinetically, standing on it, and then flying with the weapon. Of course, this form of flight, whether in terms of speed or stability, falls far short of true flight. Let's see how the training goes in the future. Lin Yuan thought to himself. He did not allow Lin Yi to train in Martial Tao. No matter how much potential the Martial Tao evolution path held, it was not suitable for everyone. After exchanging a few words with his family, Lin Yuan returned to the underground training area in the main building. Just as Lin Yuan was about to continue refining the martial arts evolution system, the voice of the smart assistant suddenly came. Master. Mr. Ao from the Heiyu family would like to see you. Heiyu Ao. Lin Yuan sighed in his heart. After learning from Captain of the Guard Troops Ho Ming that Heiyu Ao had a relentless personality, Lin Yuan realized that refusing the invitation from the elderly men in black, Bei Zhao, didn't mean the matter was over. Let's meet. After pondering for a while, Lin Yuan still thought it best to meet and clear things up. With a well-established legal system and the 3 goddesses ruling from above, as long as Lin Yuan didn't agree, Heiyu Ao couldn't do anything to him. The virtual world. Personal space. Lin Yuan met Mr. Ao from the Heiyu family. He was only 1.5 meters tall but had dark patterns on his skin, emitting an aura of nobility standing there. It's said that the Heiau family's bloodline is not purely human race but contains different species' bloodline. This phenomenon is quite common in human civilization. Procreating with powerful different species might give birth to a peerless genius. Frubnoel.co, younger brother Lin Yuan. Heiau Ao greeted warmly. To recruit Lin Yuan and continue with the business plan laid out by the Heiau family's think tank, Heiau Ao had lowered his stance as much as possible. He longed to return to his family, longed to sit on the throne of the patriarch second only to one. Mr. Ao. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. Both men took their seats. Heiau Ao didn't go straight to the point but instead diverted the topic. These years, I've often watched arena competition videos and realized that our human civilization truly has so many talents. Like in the dark spirit star domain, a peerless genius was born, awaking the dark elf bloodline and naturally feeling an extraordinary closeness to the laws of darkness. Such aptitude, casually cultivating any dark series evolutionary route, can easily transition from 5th to 6th rank during soul metamorphosis, and reaching the 7th rank in the future is also highly probable. TSK. Chapter 202-6, Mediocre Talent, Too Arrogant, Subscription Requested, _2. Heiau Ao said with a smile. Indeed, there are too many geniuses in the universe. Lin Yuan nodded, deeply agreeing. After becoming the 13th peak master under the Chiquan Star Lord, Lin Yuan browsed through intelligence information from various regions of the universe. Given the vast population base, it was possible that incredibly monstrous geniuses could emerge. However, no matter how high their potential may be, geniuses are merely geniuses, not strong warriors. Every year, countless geniuses of human civilization are assassinated by different species. The more talented one is, the more they need to be patient and keep a low profile until they have achieved significant strength and stepped into the 6th rank. But no matter how talented, one still needs vast resources to support them, otherwise, their talents can only go to waste. Heiau Ao looked at Lin Yuan. Fewabm.com, right. Talent is important. Resources are very important as well. Lin Yuan nodded. Why has human civilization been able to produce one strong warrior after another? Isn't it because human civilization has always been in a state of expansion, constantly seizing a large number of resources from other species and then channeling them to their own strong warriors? Lin Yuan, my brother, you haven't joined any other forces yet, have you? Are you interested in joining under my command? Having said that, Heiau Ao immediately added, Lin Yuan, my brother, don't be too quick to refuse. 80 years, all I ask is that you serve under me for 80 years. Heiau Ao spoke earnestly, after 80 years, you are free to leave at any time. And during these 80 years, you can enjoy numerous resources that will smooth your evolutionary path. Many evolutionary paths. You could view any of the evolutionary paths collected by the Heiau family. Rare treasures of the universe. Cosmic treasures. And countless evolution secret techniques. Lin Yuan, my brother, just say the word, and I will collect and purchase them for you. Heiau Ao sincerely looked at Lin Yuan. In reality, most of the conditions he mentioned were empty promises. The various evolution paths collected by the Heiau family. Even. He had to pay a hefty price just to browse, let alone Lin Yuan, an outsider. But at this moment, Heiau Ao could no longer afford to care about these details. He had to secure Lin Yuan under his command first, and talk about signing a contract. As for browsing the evolution paths of the Heiau family, he had not mentioned how long it would take, had he? And serving for 80 years, Heiau Ao had not lied. After 80 years, Lin Yuan would be over 100 years old, ineligible to participate in the arena competitions, and Heiau Ao wouldn't mind letting Lin Yuan go. Serve for 80 years. Lin Yuan's face was expressionless. After 80 years, he estimated he would have already stepped into the 7th rank. Would he serve a disciple of the Heiau family? I already suppressed them so much in the arena competition, yet Heiau Ao still values me this much and is so tenacious. Lin Yuan felt somewhat helpless. He knew that Heiau Ao and those powerful financial families invited him solely because of his performance in the arena competition. However, Heiau Ao might have realized that Lin Yuan had hidden some of his strength during the arena competition, which is why he valued him so highly and extended a personal invitation. Lin Yuan, my brother, what do you think? Heyu Ao looked at Lin Yuan expectantly. He believed he had done enough, not only making a personal invitation but also offering more generous conditions, and even reducing the service time to 80 years. Mr. Ao. Looking at Heyu Ao, Lin Yuan said, "I'm not interested in the arena competition, Mr. Ao. There's no need for you to spend your efforts on that." Ah. Heyu Ao was somewhat befuddled. Rejected. Lin Yuan had actually rejected him. Even after Heyu Ao had shown so much sincerity, he was still refused. Heyu Ao fell silent. The previously enthusiastic expression quickly turned cold. Heyu Ao was never a warm person in the first place, everything just now had been a facade to show how much he valued the situation. But since Lin Yuan had outright refused, there was naturally no need to continue the pretense. "Lin Yuan, are you sure about your decision?" Heyu Ao asked once more. "I'm sure." Lin Yuan nodded. As the 13th peak master of the Red Kuan lineage, it was simply impossible for him to join the Heyu family, let alone Heyu Ao's command. "Very well." Heyu Ao stood up. So much enthusiasm, so much attention, and it actually came in exchange for Lin Yuan's unhesitant rejection. This gave Heyu Ao the feeling of having his sincerity misplaced. In terms of importance, Lin Yuan was not the most important among the more than 200 evolvers under 100 years old in the think tank of the Heyu family. But he was the first to explicitly reject the invitation of Heyu Ao. Ordinary talent, too arrogant. Heyu Ao took a deep look at Lin Yuan, whispered these words, and then his figure disappeared into his personal space. Considering the level of the Heyu family, the talent of a fourth rank like Lin Yuan, who was under 100 years old, was not top-notch. Of course, it had nothing to do with ordinary talent. Nevertheless, Heyu Ao was annoyed and felt that Lin Yuan's arrogance was much heavier in comparison to his talent. He's still thoroughly offended. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. No wonder the little disciple that teacher took 10,000 years ago would eventually expose his identity on his own initiative. Actually, facing the last few threats from Heyu Ao just now, Lin Yuan also wanted to reveal his identity as the peak master of Shursan. Then, watching Heyu Ao panic and beg for mercy on his knees, even Heyu Mo, the 7th rank evolver of the Heyu family, would have to come and apologize. But if it came to that, the outcome of that little disciple teacher took 10,000 years ago might be what Lin Yuan would face afterwards. Detected by different species through subtle clues, then subjected to frenzied assassination attempts. "I've been low-key enough." Lin Yuan rubbed his temples. From becoming an evolver to now reaching the extreme of 5th rank, Lin Yuan had never left Kanglan Star and had tried as much as possible to avoid causing trouble. You know, which normal 5th rank evolver has not traveled through half of the star domain or several star domains? Although 5th rank evolvers cannot survive in space, human civilization's technology is strong enough to allow them to traverse the stars aboard space battleships. Even many 6th rank evolvers' primary mode of travel is to board battleships. This is also the mainstream mode of transportation in current human civilization. But Lin Yuan hasn't even left the planet to this day. And yet, he was still sought out by Heyu Ao. If it were just an invitation from an ordinary financial power, it would have been just another rejection, but Heyu Ao came on behalf of the Heyu family, and the Heyu family is one of the 5 major forces in the Chikuan star domain. Actually, even if I reject Heyu Ao, it's highly unlikely that anything will happen. Heyu Ao, no matter how bold, probably wouldn't dare to make a move in reality. Lin Yuan silently thought to himself. The various laws and regulations of cosmic human civilization strictly forbid higher-rank evolvers from striking at other citizens without cause. If one violates this, severe punishment is assured. If Heyu Ao dared to strike at Lin Yuan in secret, he would have a hard time evading the investigation of the 3 goddesses afterward. Heyu Ao would pay a severe price if he didn't die, possibly implicating the Heyu family too. Just that. One fears not the 10,000, but the what if. What if Heyu Ao really went crazy? Lin Yuan considered things very comprehensively. After realizing that he had thoroughly offended Heyu Ao, he began contacting his eldest senior brother. As for why not the teacher? Should Lin Yuan have offended Heyu Mo, the 7th rank evolver of the Heyu family, he might have sought help from his teacher. But Heyu Ao, he's not worth the teacher's intervention. The Chikuan Star Lord, Lin Yuan's teacher, had already given him enough help. Lin Yuan did not want to trouble his teacher with such a small matter. Virtual world. Lin Yuan arrived in his eldest senior brother's personal space. The eldest senior brother was the earliest disciple taken by the Chikuan Star Lord. He was also the strongest disciple, stepping into 7th rank early on, and has always been a role model for the other peak masters to learn from. Little junior brother. Why do you have time to seek me out? The eldest senior brother spoke warmly, looking at Lin Yuan with joy radiating from his face. Having accompanied the Chikuan Star Lord for the longest time, he knew well how much the Star Lord valued Lin Yuan. To the eldest senior brother, it was a good thing that Lin Yuan took the initiative to find him, as it could strengthen the bond between brothers. Eldest senior brother, there is an issue for which I need your help. Lin Yuan started to speak. Chapter 203:7 The Robust Eldest Apprentice Brother. Subscribe please. Lin Yuan recounted the incident with Heyu Ao to his eldest senior brother. How dare that youngest son of Heyu Mo? The eldest senior brother shook his head. Even Heyu Mo himself had to be respectful in front of him, let alone his youngest son. Little junior brother. How do you want to resolve this issue? The eldest senior brother asked casually. For him, the matter was indeed not difficult. Even extremely easy. The simplest way would be for him to personally contact Heyu Mo. To tell him to keep his youngest son in line. Given the eldest senior brother's status, a single word would be enough to shake the Heyu family. And it was likely that Heyu Ao would be captured by his family the next day, perhaps even bound and brought to Chikuan Main Star to apologize. The eldest senior brother understood Heyu Mo too well, very adept at weighing pros and cons, appraising situations. Of course, this method was not without its risks. That is, it might greatly expose Lin Yuan's true identity. If Lin Yuan chose this method, before contacting Heyu Mo, the eldest senior would suggest that Lin Yuan's true body go to Chikuan Main Star. Eldest senior brother, I still want to stay on Kanglan Star for a few more years, Lin Yuan said thoughtfully in a low voice. Before reaching the 6th rank, Lin Yuan wasn't keen on going to Chikuan Main Star. There were too many powerful beings there, even under the Chikuan Star Lord's very nose. Lin Yuan had quite a few secrets. Such as the door to the myriad realms. freewebnovel.com, such as the martial arts evolution system. Before the 6th rank, an evolver's soul had not yet fully bonded with a fundamental evolution path, and was prone to having their secrets perceived. Lin Yuan was not worried about the door to the myriad realms, since even the virtual world could not replicate it, and he estimated that the Chikuan Star Lord would not be able to detect the reality of the door to the myriad realms. But the martial path evolutionary path, right now Lin Yuan's soul was slowly aligning with the martial path evolutionary path, at a critical moment. If the powerful beings on Chikuan Main Star noticed something, it would be a significant risk. With the current potential of the martial path evolutionary path, the exposure of its creator's identity would be far more severe than if Lin Yuan were to reveal his identity as the peak master of the 13th peak of the Red Kuan lineage. Don't want to leave Kanglan Star. The eldest senior brother stroked his chin. This meant that he couldn't warn the Heyu family openly. I know what to do now. The eldest senior brother nodded and looking at Lin Yuan said, Don't worry, little junior brother. Just focus on your cultivation on Kanglan Star. That Heyu Ao will absolutely have no chance to make a move against you. And he will not be detected by those divination evolutionary path evolvers, capturing any information regarding little junior brother's true identity. The eldest senior brother's expression became slightly solemn. Divination evolutionary path evolvers, weak individually, wield considerable influence over the grand scheme of things. In the history of human civilization, there have been several top diviners who used the cosmic starry sky as a chessboard, and many peak clans as pawns, laying out their plans freely. It's just that top-level diviners are too rare, and the top diviners of human civilization are all stationed in the human central starfield, light years away, planning for other clans. Then thank you very much, eldest senior brother, Lin Yuan said earnestly. For the eldest senior brother to agree to Lin Yuan's request without hesitation from his lofty position was indeed precious. Even other 7th rank evolvers may not necessarily get the eldest senior brother to do them a favor. Between brothers, what's there to thank? The eldest senior brother said nonchalantly, I'm waiting for you, my little junior brother, to step into the 6th rank and join me for a drink. At Kanglan Star, Central Continent Manor. Lin Yuan opened his eyes, resolute in his heart. Although he was almost certain that Ao would not act rashly, he also had to consider the most extreme possibility. Getting the assurance from the eldest senior brother, Lin Yuan let out a sigh of relief. The 6th rank. As long as I can step into the 6th rank, my soul fully aligned with the martial path evolutionary path, others will not be able to discern which evolution path I am cultivating. Lin Yuan thought to himself. The 6th rank represented a qualitative transformation for Lin Yuan. This transformation related not only to strength but also to identity. As long as he stepped into the 6th rank, his ability to protect himself would greatly increase, and he could reveal his identity as the peak master of the 13th peak openly, appearing before everyone in his true form. No need to hide as he was now. In his personal space, Ao sat on the throne, his face dark. Young master. The elderly man dressed in a black suit named Bei Zhao appeared, bowing to Ao sitting on the throne above. That Lin Yuan, he refused me, Ao said, looking down at Bei Zhao. He refused even the young master's personal invitation. Bei Zhao's expression was one of astonishment. A personal invitation from a direct descendant of the Heyu family was a great honor. How could Lin Yuan dare to refuse? So, young master, what do you plan to do? The black-suited Bei Zhao inquired tentatively. What do I plan to do? What do you think I should do? Ao asked. It's just a genius from a backward middle-grade life planet. His refusal of the young master's invitation is his own loss. There's no need for the young master to concern himself with it, just continue to recruit other evolvers, Bei Zhao tentatively said. He implied it was better to avoid unnecessary trouble and not waste time on such a person. No. He is no ordinary genius, Ao growled. Lin Yuan was one of the 223 evolvers singled out by the think tank of the Heyu family. They had the potential to shine in the star domain level tournament, earning vast wealth for Ao. Such a genius must be controlled by Ao himself. The young master must have Lin Yuan. Bei Zhao continued to inquire. Yes, Ao nodded. It's not difficult, just somewhat troublesome, Bei Zhao mused for a moment. Speak up, Ao's spirit rose. Since Lin Yuan is unwilling to join the young master's ranks, then force him to join, Bei Zhao stated. Chapter 204:7 The Steadfast Eldest Senior Brother, please subscribe, _2. Coercion. Ao frowned, we can't violate the laws and regulations of the Alliance. The cost of violating the laws and regulations of the Alliance was enormous, and he, Ao, would only consider doing so at a critical moment. For instance, when competing for the position of clan leader. To do it for Lin Yuan still wasn't worthwhile. Of course. Bei Zhao nodded. He too had never thought of violating the laws and regulations. The reason Lin Yuan is unwilling to join the young master's ranks is probably due to his feelings for Kanglan Star, his nostalgia for his homeworld. Bei Zhao began to speak. The homeworld indeed held a unique place in many evolvers' hearts. Powerful evolvers roamed the vast expanse of the universe, witnessing planets with diverse customs, but they only had one homeworld. Continue. Ao looked at Bei Zhao. Given that, we could start with Kanglan Star. Bei Zhao paused for a moment and then continued, if I remember correctly, the Heyu family has had quite a few trade dealings with Kanglan Star in past years. As one of the 5 major forces in the Chikuan star domain, the Heyu family's extensive scale meant it had interstellar trade with most of the planets within the star domain. This was normal. Certain rare ores and scarce raw materials on Kanglan Star needed to go through the Heyu family's trade association to be quickly monetized. There were also various shopping channels that went through the Heyu family. You mean? Ao's eyes lit up. With the young master's status, he completely has the power to sever the family's trade with Kanglan Star. When that time comes, the young master can say that the family's refusal to trade with Kanglan Star is entirely due to that Lin Yuan's lack of appreciation. Bei Zhao smiled slightly. Unless something unexpected happens, Lin Yuan will inevitably endure the verbal and written condemnation of countless citizens of Kanglan Star, perhaps even become the sinner of the entire planet. By then, he will understand the young master's power and status, and will likely come over and submit of his own accord. Excellent, excellent. Heyu Ao's face showed a smile. Severing trade with Kanglan Star did not violate alliance laws and regulations. After all, human civilization advocates free trade. If I don't want to trade with you, surely the three goddesses won't force us. This method might cost the young master some of his connections, as severing interstellar trade with Kanglan Star is a method that harms both sides. Bei Zhao cautiously inquired. Heyu Ao was still in the stage of being tested by his family and had limited resources and means at his disposal. It doesn't matter. It's not a big deal. Heyu Ao shook his head. Severing trade with Kanglan Star could simply involve selecting other planets, merely increasing the cost somewhat. As someone of noble status, he, Heyu Ao, certainly had that right. You may leave now. Heyu Ao looked down at Bei Zhao. Yes. The elderly man named Bei Zhao, dressed in a black suit, vanished into the distance. Sitting on the throne, Heyu Ao pondered for a while before starting to contact an elder. After a short while, a holographic screen appeared in front of Heyu Ao. A man dressed in a loose coat looked at Heyu Ao. Xiao Ao, what do you need? The man in the loose coat asked indifferently. Second uncle. Heyu Ao had already risen from his throne and bowed respectfully. Second uncle, I want to sever all trade between our family and Kanglan Star. Heyu Ao stated his intention directly. Kanglan Star. The man in the loose coat pulled up information on the planet and furrowed his brow. It's just a middle-grade life planet. How did it offend you, Xiao Ao? The man in the loose coat, a senior member of the Heyu family, was in charge of all the family's trade in the Dawn Star system. With a word from him, severing trade with Kanglan Star was a simple matter. I wanted to recruit a genius evolver from Kanglan Star to participate in the Star Domain level arena battle for me, but he refused. Heyu Ao said. Just for that. The man in the loose overcoat furrowed his brows tightly. If it were merely about failing to recruit the desired person and thus resorting to using the power of the Heyu family to oppress the other party, the man in the loose overcoat would be very disappointed with Heyu Ao. Second uncle, this person is very important to me. Heyu Ao gritted his teeth as he divulged the matters of the family's think tank. So it's a genius evolver selected by the think tank. The man in the loose overcoat's expression turned grave. Over tens of thousands of years, the Heyu family's think tank had accrued innumerable merits. Especially the chief of the think tank who had initially advised Heyu Mo to move the entire clan to the Chikuan Star Domain. That was what led to the present glory of the Heyu family. I'll cut off trade with Kanglan Star. Little Ao, you must also try hard to show those in the clan. After speaking, the man in the loose overcoat ended the call with Heyu Ao. Mr. Lin, since you've rejected that Heyu Ao's recruitment, the other party will definitely take follow-up actions. It's highly likely that they will tamper with the interstellar trade of Kanglan Star. Within the main building of the manor, Captain of the Guard Troops Ho Ming analyzed. I think so too. Lin Yuan nodded. His parents and younger sister were all in the manor. The whole family was under the protection of Kanglan Star's planetary defense system, and coupled with the surveillance from the Goddess of Wisdom, Heyu Ao simply couldn't find a place to threaten Lin Yuan. With the influence of the Heyu family, all they could do was cut off trade with Kanglan Star, then transfer the pressure onto Lin Yuan. That Heyu Ao thinks that, because I'm not accepting recruitment, I immensely value Kanglan Star and don't want to part with this place. Lin Yuan thought to himself. Even if they cancel trade with Kanglan Star and blame everything on you, Mr. Lin, at most it would just cause other citizens of Kanglan Star to have some opinions. As long as Mr. Lin doesn't mind these, it will be of no consequence. The captain of the guard troops stole a glance at Lin Yuan. In fact, while he made it sound simple, when one actually becomes the center of endless public opinion, the person in the midst of it all might feel differently. I won't mind it. Lin Yuan shook his head as he spoke. Even when he was the most vilified demon of the 5 domains known as Xiahou Yuan during his 4th traversal, Lin Yuan didn't care, so why would he now? What we need to be cautious about now is, after Heyu Ao cuts off trade with Kanglan Star and realizes that it doesn't affect you, Mr. Lin, whether they might make other extreme moves. A trace of worry appeared on Captain Ho Ming's face. People aren't AIs, they have emotions, desires, and thus, impulsiveness too. Ho Ming was worried that Heyu Ao, driven to desperation, might take reckless actions, no matter how unlikely that possibility. It doesn't matter. Lin Yuan's expression remained calm. He had already met the senior brother and informed him about Heyu Ao's actions. The senior brother had also assured that nothing untoward would happen. I wonder what measures or methods the senior brother plans to use to defend against Heyu Ao. Suddenly, Lin Yuan felt a bit curious. The spaceship landing area of Kanglin Star. A bald, burly man stepped out. Woo, is this Kanglin Star? The place where my junior brother grew up from childhood. The bald man took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and savored the moment. If my junior brother wants to cultivate quietly on Kanglin Star without being disturbed by that Heyu Ao, the most foolproof method is naturally for me to come over and personally sit in on Kanglin Star. With me on Kanglin Star, Heyu Mo himself wouldn't dare make a fuss. After leaving the spaceship landing area, the bald man casually found a place to stay. With his strength, a single thought was enough to envelop the entire Kanglin Star, and not even the planetary defense system detected his presence. This avatar of mine, recently refined, is unknown to the outside world. With my true body situated on Chikuin main star, those divination class evolvers unaware of this avatar can't possibly divine any useful information. The bald man gazed in the direction of the central mainland. He merely sensed the aura of the central mainland without probing deeper, so Lin Yuan wouldn't detect it. Just a few decades. As long as I can leave a good impression in my junior brother's heart, it's completely worth it. Now, the bald man even hoped that Heyu Ao would become more impulsive. At the very least, it would allow him to demonstrate his value and not make this trip in vain. Chapter 205, 8, Double Protection, please subscribe. Heyu Ao, you'd better exert yourself. Best send over a 6th rank evolver team for me to crush to death. Then I can openly step in and save my little junior brother from danger. With that, wouldn't he be utterly moved, boo-hoo-hoo. Lazily leaning against a roadside chair, the bald man relished the thought in his mind. Given his status, he could naturally warn the Heyu family directly. But doing so would not fulfill his little junior brother's request to continue training on Kanglin Star for a few more years. A direct warning from a Red Kuan lineage Great Peak Master would certainly draw extensive scrutiny from powers within this star domain and the surrounding ones. For instance, what exactly happened that prompted a Great Peak Master of the Red Kuan lineage to personally step forward and warn the Heyu family? It turned out to be Heyu Mo's little son. Such an insignificant figure, why would he catch the attention of a Great Peak Master? Oh, it's because this little son is using the Heyu family's influence to suppress a talented evolver named Lin Yuan on Kanglin Star. A mere middle-grade life planet talent evolver, how could he draw the attention of a dignified Red Kuan lineage Great Peak Master? Once this conclusion is reached, it will definitely lead some to speculate whether Lin Yuan's true identity might be related to the 13th Peak Master of the Red Kuan lineage. Or even, could he actually be the 13th Peak Master? Of course, the above speculation might simply be one of many possibilities. However, as it concerns the mysterious 13th Peak Master, even a mere possibility or speculation, once known by different species, will not be overlooked. They would rather erroneously kill than allow the potential 13th Peak Master to rise. Of course. The bald man could also warn the Heyu family and Heyu Mo in secret. But if Heyu Ao makes an illogical reaction afterward, such as suddenly sparing Lin Yuan or suddenly being recalled to the Heyu family, it will still provoke reactions from the outside world. Those divination class evolvers will deduce useful information from minor news reports. And furthermore, the bald man didn't fully trust the Heyu family. If he warned them in secret, external forces wouldn't know, but the Heyu family would definitely be aware, right? What if they started harboring other thoughts? Thus, for the bald man, the most secure method was to personally stay on Kanglin Star. As long as he was there, no matter what changes occurred outside, even if Kanglin Star collapsed and the nearby constellation system was destroyed, he was confident he could ensure his little junior brother would not suffer any harm. Although his current body was a recently consolidated avatar, it was not much weaker than his original self. And since he had never revealed it before, the outside world was also unaware of this avatar, using it to protect his little junior brother, nor would some crafty divination class evolvers notice anything. Central Continent Manor. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged in the underground training area. It's a pity. Since I uploaded the 5th rank chapter of the Martial Path Evolutionary Path, the Goddess of Wisdom took the initiative to unlock my information blockade and forged a normal growth trajectory. Lin Yuan sighed. A blockade of information is both a protection and a warning. If someone wanted to deal with Lin Yuan and then check the information, finding it blocked would undoubtedly make them cautious. But for a citizen under an information blockade, if their significance exceeds a certain limit, then the information blockade has the flavor of giving oneself away. Indeed, citizens under information blockade are not limited to founders of evolutionary paths. There are talents in evolution, culinary arts, science research, art domains, and so on. But today's martial arts evolutionaries, having the potential to advance to the 8th layer, means that Lin Yuan may become a new evolution scholar in the future. Such important talent, if still under information blockade, once people look into it, would certainly draw attention and become a bit risky. How to truly protect a talent? That is to make this talent indistinguishable from ordinary people. Even if others checked Lin Yuan's information, they would only see the information made up by the Goddess of Wisdom, thinking that Lin Yuan is just an ordinary 4th rank evolver with potential, who may have a chance to step into the 5th rank in the future. Nothing more. As such, even if targeted, he wouldn't attract too much attention, not worth the different species paying a high price to assassinate. Of course, an evolver important enough for the Goddess of Wisdom to personally forge information would definitely be arranged for other protective measures. On the other side of Kanglin Star, a man of dwarfish stature was savoring gourmet food. Ah, this planet may be backward, but the food is not bad. The dwarfishman strolled casually, startling numerous young, beautiful female citizens who scurried away in fright. What's the matter? Never seen a member of the demonic mouse race before. The dwarfishman puffed out his round belly, utterly unconcerned. The demonic mouse race, one of the starbound ethnic groups that fully submitted to human civilization, had completely integrated into the human race over millions of years. However, they are still quite rare on some middle-grade life planets. The females on this planet really don't meet my standards, not nearly as adorable as those little potatoes from the demonic mouse race. After walking a bit, the dwarfishman stopped and glanced in the direction of the central mainland from afar. The Goddess of Wisdom has gone to great lengths to protect that person, forcibly transferring me from the border battlefield to carry out a secret mission, coming to this planet incognito as a bodyguard. The dwarfishman sighed. He, a 7th rank peak existence, even on the border battlefield, could revel in slaughter, truly imposing. But now, he had to roam aimlessly on a middle-grade life planet. Chapter 206-8, Double Protection, please subscribe, _2. However, the more it happens, the more it proves the importance of that person. The goddess would not do something meaningless, nor would she waste Alliance resources. The dwarf thought to himself. The task assigned by the goddess is to protect that talented evolver named Lin Yuan until the 6th rank. The dwarf had also looked up information about Lin Yuan. Of course, the information he found had been disguised by the Goddess of Wisdom. Only some superficial information was available. This Lin Yuan, currently at the 4th rank, certainly has some talent and might step into the 5th rank, but the 6th rank, the dwarf felt he might need to stay on this planet for several hundred years. Just treat it as a rest. The dwarf decided not to think further. Half a month later, the Heyu family gradually severed its trade with Kanglin Star. Fruobnal.com. Suddenly, many corporate groups on Kanglin Star plunged into panic. These groups, all relying on trade with the Heyu family for profit, found it unnerving that the Heyu family would rather breach the contract and pay the penalty than continue relations with Kanglin Star. This naturally left these corporate groups somewhat frightened. What exactly is going on? Weren't we cooperating well before? Our group develops rare metals that only the Heyu family can afford. If they leave, who do I partner with? The business circles of Kanglin Star were suddenly in an uproar, discussing animatedly. Mr. Heyu-san, why would you want to sever trade with us on Kanglin Star? A director of one of the groups contacted a member of the Heyu family responsible for trade with Kanglin Star. If only 1 or 2 companies stopped cooperation, it might be an emergency situation, but now, all Heyu family business concerning Kanglin Star had been halted. Clearly, some higher-up was targeting Kanglin Star. Don't know. Your own actions on Kanglin Star, and you still don't know. Heyu-san, with a proud expression and frowning, asked. I really don't know, the corporate director looked helpless. Please enlighten me, sir. Maybe there's still a chance for remediation. Is there an evolver on your planet named Lin Yuan? Heyu Tsang spoke assertively. This Lin Yuan dared to reject Mr. Ao's invitation. Our Mr. Ao was so sincere, offering such favorable conditions, yet he was rejected. Is he looking down on the Heyu family? Your Kanglin star has brought up such a citizen, so there's no need for the Heyu family to continue cooperation with you. Having said that, Heyu Tsang immediately cut off the communication. Lin Yuan. The corporate director felt a chill in his heart, obviously aware of who Lin Yuan was, the champion of the last combat tournament, a prominent figure on Kanglin Star. But now, Lin Yuan had somehow offended the colossal Heyu family. Lin Yuan was aware of the changes in public opinion on Kanglin Star. This Heyu Ao is indeed using trade to pressure Kanglin Star, shifting all the public opinion pressure onto me. Lin Yuan browsed through the virtual world, thinking to himself. Now on Kanglin Star, the trend in public opinion had already started to blame Lin Yuan. Blaming Lin Yuan for why he rejected Mr. Ao's invitation. Blaming Lin Yuan for why he implicated Kanglin Star. Blaming Lin Yuan for why he still hasn't apologized to Heyu Ao. All the weights of these speeches fell upon Lin Yuan's shoulders. The world's disdain. The pointing of 1,000 fingers. These were not enough to describe it. Does Heyu Ao think that because I am young and lack experience, I cannot withstand the public opinion pressure from billions of people? Ending up begging for his mercy. A trace of derision appeared on Lin Yuan's face. In fact, an ordinary person, even a fourth-rank evolver, might indeed not be able to withstand this immense pressure. But Lin Yuan was no ordinary person. Having experienced 4 passages through time and the passage of 700 to 800 years, if Lin Yuan couldn't bear this much pressure, then those passages would have been in vain. Breaking the situation is rather simple. Just use the influence of the Red Kuan lineage. However, doing so would mean I'd have to head to the Chikuan main star earlier, and the secrets of the martial path evolutionary path might also be exposed. Lin Yuan's face was calm as his thoughts flowed. Besides, the best tactic was naturally to ignore the external pressures. Just by advancing to the 6th rank, all his troubles and dilemmas would naturally resolve themselves. Song Lan Star Virtual World. Governor Song Wuyong took the lead to discuss with the directors of many current groups a strategy concerning the severed trade ties with the Heyu family. Let's talk. What's the situation now? Governor Song Wuyong sat in the chief seat, looking at everyone participating in the meeting. Governor Song, the Heyu group has voluntarily cut off contact. Although they've compensated us with the standard breach of contract fee as per the agreement, this fee can only solve our problems temporarily. The most important matter now is to find new trade partners. However, the influence of the Heyu family is too vast. They would rather pay the breach of contract fee than maintain their relationship with Kanglin Star, which discourages other powers from getting close to us. The Heyu family has abandoned the trading planet. Other powers taking over, is that a declaration of hostility toward the Heyu family? It is exactly this concern that even if the group powers on Kanglin Star offered the lowest prices and gave up most of their profits, no one would come forward to take over. In the Chikuan Star domain, the Heyu family is one of the 5 major colossal powers, even showing a trend of rising above the other 4 great powers. What worries me is that as time passes, other powers trading with our Kanglin Star will gradually withdraw as well. An elder spoke up, expressing his concerns. When the walls fall, the masses push. This saying remains true through the ages. Once this scene truly unfolds, if Kanglin Star's trade channels are completely blocked, it might potentially fall to the status of a low-grade life planet. I understand. What are your proposed solutions? Governor Song Wuyong sighed softly and continued. The simplest solution would naturally be for Lin Yuan to actively apologize to Mr. Ao of Heyu. A participant said in a low voice. As soon as he spoke, everyone else immediately nodded. Only if Lin Yuan submits to Mr. Ao of Heyu will the crisis of Kanglin Star naturally cease to exist, and trade with the Heyu family will also be restored. If Mr. Lin is unwilling, what can I use to force him? Discuss other methods. Governor Song Wuyong shook his head. This method was indeed the simplest, yet it was the most difficult. Lin Yuan, being a fourth-rank evolver and a champion of the arena contest, was a genius. If pushed too hard, he might just emigrate to another planet. Wouldn't Kanglan Star then suffer both a loss of a talent and its troops? Another method would be to continue looking for new trade partners. In the Chikuan Star domain, there certainly exist powers not intimidated by the Heiyu family. Someone sighed. This method, however, how easy could it be? Our trade partners just found that easily. And now that Kanglan Star has been blacklisted by the Heiyu family, convincing other powers to cooperate, risking offending the Heiyu family, will definitely require substantial sacrifices. Central Continent Manor. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, glancing outside the main building. Although he was unaffected by public opinion, his parents and Lin Yi evidently felt somewhat despondent, probably having seen the online comments targeting Lin Yuan. Cutting off someone's financial road is like killing their parents. Even if Lin Yuan is a fourth-rank evolver, even if Lin Yuan is an arena contest champion, there are still people who dare to curse Lin Yuan online. Of course, that's limited to the internet. So far, Lin Yuan had not encountered unidentified citizens near the manor. Given Lin Yuan's strength and status, they only dare to curse online. Real-life confrontation against a fourth-rank talented evolver. That would require the strength of a fifth-rank evolver at least. And a fifth-rank evolver would not likely offend Lin Yuan over this matter. Just wait a little longer. Lin Yuan closed his eyes. As long as he reached the sixth rank, everything would be over. Just as Lin Yuan was about to seclude himself, his intelligent assistant suddenly alerted him. "Master, someone is looking for you." "Who?" Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow. "It's Fong Qing." Virtual world. Personal space. Lin Yuan's figure appeared. He immediately clicked the accept request button. Shortly after, Fong Qing appeared in front of him. But even before Fong Qing's figure had fully crystallized, curses already filled the air. "That damned Heiyu Ao, how dare he take advantage of my absence to oppress Kanglan Star? Who gave him the courage to do this?" Chapter 207-9, The Door to the Myriad Realms Energy Storage completed, 5th time travel. Please subscribe. Personal space. Fong Qing cursed and swore continuously. His words were filled with disdain and contempt for Heiyu Ao. He had used his family's power to pressure Lin Yuan, an evolver, even involving the whole Kanglan Star to force Lin Yuan into submission. In Fong Qing's view, this was beneath his dignity and was a disgrace to the Heiyu family. "Lin Yuan, rest assured, I've roughly got the gist of the matter." Fong Qing looked at Lin Yuan and began to speak. Since passing the test of the 7-star cave, Fong Qing had taken a spacecraft from the Red Kuan lineage to the Chikuan main star. Once there, Fong Qing had a lot to do, and his interaction with Lin Yuan had decreased. After all, joining the Red Kuan lineage didn't mean total peace and comfort. As a member of the Red Kuan lineage, Fong Qing had to face various competitions, leaving him with little spare time. "I indeed do not want to become a subordinate of Heiyu Ao." Lin Yuan shook his head and said. "I know." Fong Qing nodded. "Leave this matter to me." Fong Qing spoke with confidence. He was now a member of the Red Kuan lineage. And the Red Kuan lineage was the undisputed dominion of the Chikuan Star domain. Any evolver even slightly associated with the Red Kuan lineage was set to soar to great heights. How much more so for Fong Qing, a formal member of the Red Kuan lineage? "We'll start with diplomacy and if necessary, move to force. Let's talk after meeting Heiyu Ao." Fong Qing said calmly. If, by his intervention, Heiyu Ao could be persuaded to stop targeting Kanglan Star, then all would be well and good. If Heiyu Ao was unwilling, Fong Qing had ways to resolve the issue. "Thanks." Lin Yuan expressed his gratitude with slight emotion. Facing the oppression of the Heiyu family, Lin Yuan remained fearless because he knew his true trump card. But Fong Qing was unaware of it. Despite the overwhelming public pressure on Kanglan Star at present, Fong Qing still resolutely stood on his side, which could certainly be considered loyal. Next. In front of Lin Yuan, Fong Qing dialed Heiyu Ao's contact. After a short while, the figure of Heiyu Ao appeared before Fong Qing. Brother Fong, long time no see. Heyu looked at Fong Qing with a smile on his face. In this session of the 7-star cave trials, only a little over 300 evolvers passed, and the Heyu family, being part of the Red Kuan lineage, naturally remembered these 300 clearly. Even during the recent celebration by the 13 Peak Masters, Fong Qing and the other new members of the Red Kuan lineage had interacted with the Heyu family and other powers, where Heyu had exchanged a few words with Fong Qing. Heyu, let's skip the pointless chatter. Fong Qing got straight to the point. Do you know where I come from? What do you mean, Brother Fong? The smile quickly disappeared from Heyu's face. He obviously knew that Fong Qing came from Kanglin Star, but so what? He's only targeting Lin Yuan. All Lin Yuan has to do is bow his head to him, and the pressure on Kanglin Star will stop. In the grand scheme, Kanglin Star might lose some economy, but it wouldn't harm the overall situation. Lin Yuan is my best friend and brother. Kanglin Star is also my home planet. Withdraw your petty schemes. Fong Qing started talking. Oh. Heyu's expression remained unchanged. What schemes? I have no idea what you're talking about. Still pretending. Fong Qing scoffed. You instructed the Heyu family's high levels to interrupt trade with Kanglin Star and spread that all of this is because Lin Yuan did not accept your offer. Do you really think I can't see through such tricks? Brother Fong, you've misunderstood. Interrupting trade with Kanglin Star was the family leadership's decision. They think it's inappropriate to continue cooperation with Kanglin Star. What does that have to do with me? Heyu vehemently denied responsibility. No matter what, he could not leave any evidence. Fong Qing was from the Red Kuan lineage, and even as just an ordinary member, he didn't want to get into a direct conflict with him. After all, interrupting trade with Kanglin Star was legal and legitimate. Even the Goddess of Wisdom could not find fault with it, so Fong Qing could not get a hold of any leverage over him. Heyu, are you sure you want to be my enemy? Fong Qing stared at Heyu, asserting each word distinctly. Brother Fong, what's this about being enemies? I don't have that kind of power. Heyu shook his head as he spoke. Fine. Fong Qing immediately ended the call with Heyu. This Heyu, he's completely unyielding. Fong Qing rolled his eyes. It seems Lin Yuan's charm is indeed too great, making Heyu risk offending the Red Kuan lineage rather than conceding. But it's not a big problem. Fong Qing stood up, looked at Lin Yuan, and said, Lin Yuan, just wait for my good news. Having said that, Fong Qing disappeared from the spot. As Lin Yuan watched Fong Qing leave, he fell into deep thought. He had somewhat neglected Fong Qing's presence. It could be said that any person from the Red Kuan lineage intervening to help Lin Yuan deal with the Heyu family's oppression would draw the attention of many powers, putting Lin Yuan at risk of having his identity exposed. But Fong Qing was an exception. Because Fong Qing also was from Kanglin Star, and had participated in tournaments with Lin Yuan, the two had a considerable connection. Now that Lin Yuan was being targeted by the Heyu family, and Fong Qing had joined the Red Kuan lineage and possessed the capability to solve the issue, his help would not raise suspicions. Even the most skilled diviners would not deduce anything, finding it entirely normal and reasonable. Within a magnificent palace, Heyu sat on the throne. Young master, to show such disregard for Fong Qing's position, might it not be? Bei Zhao, having witnessed the entire process, showed a look of worry on his face. Don't worry. That Fong Qing is just an ordinary member of the Red Kuan lineage, he can't represent the entire Red Kuan lineage. Heyu shook his head and said, and I didn't confront him directly, there's no telling evidence. What can they do to me? If it were a core member of the Red Kuan lineage, Heyu would perhaps have to swallow his pride and yield, but a mere ordinary member. Especially one who had recently joined the Red Kuan lineage. Chapter 208-9, Door to the Myriad Realms Energy Storage Complete, 5th Traverse. Seeking subscriptions, _2. Heyu didn't think there would be any hidden dangers. As long as he could successfully return to his family and take the Patriarch's throne, then everything would be worth it. Chikuan Prime Virtual World. Within a temporarily established manor world, Fong Qing, along with over 300 other silhouettes, sat before a huge round table. These 300-plus silhouettes were all evolvers who joined the Red Kuan lineage with Fong Qing. They were the ones who passed the tests of the 7-star cave. In the Red Kuan lineage, with the 13 peak masters high above, the backgrounds of the members below varied greatly. Hence, members who joined in the same batch often had a closer relationship. After all, they were from the same class. Fong Qing, since you've called us here, get to the point. Indeed, with our relation, we speak frankly. Before the round table, one evolver after another spoke up. But the majority remained silent, not taking a stance. Among them were the silver-haired woman Yin Ling, a male member of the Tri clan, and the nearly 3-meter-tall strongman. As the earners of the red patterns in the 7-star cave test, even after joining the Red Kuan lineage, these three held a not insignificant status. They had been invited purely based on the face of having joined the Red Kuan lineage in the same batch. Everyone. Fong Qing looked at the crowd and said solemnly, "My home, Kanglin Star, is currently being suppressed by the Heiyu family. They interrupted trade with Kanglin Star and implemented despicable economic sanctions. I implore you all to persuade the forces behind you to trade with Kanglin Star." Fong Qing spoke earnestly. FreeWebNovel.com. The worst impact of the Heiyu family cutting off trade with Kanglin Star wasn't the loss of the Heiyu family as a partner. It was a series of subsequent negative effects. Other forces, upon seeing the Heiyu family pulling out, might follow suit. To stem this tide, the only way was to swiftly rebuild trading channels with other powers. The other powers, mentioned here, first and foremost, must not be afraid of the Heiyu family. Only with the restabilization of trading relations could Lin Yuan be taken out of the center of public opinion. Many evolvers here were formal members of the Red Kuan lineage, and the forces behind them naturally didn't care much for the Heiyu family. So that's the situation. The despicable Heiyu family. Using their size as a weapon, they bully the weak everywhere. Brother Fong Qing, I'll definitely help you with this. Before the round table, many evolvers shared a common enemy and readily pounded their chests in promise. Of course. The reason these evolvers said so was completely because of Fong Qing's face. By agreeing to help Fong Qing at this moment, it meant that he owed them a favor, and in the future, Fong Qing would have to help them as best as he could. Kanglin Star. At this time, the male member of the Tri clan spoke up. "If my memory serves me right, wasn't this whole issue caused by Heiyu Ao of the Heiyu family trying to recruit Lin Yuan, who refused, resulting in these events?" Fong Qing, you just need to wait for a while. As soon as Lin Yuan bows his head on his own, the trade sanctions against Kanglin Star will disappear. Are you sure you want to use so many favors just to help your friend? The male member of the Tri clan looked at Fong Qing with interest. The other evolvers at the round table also turned their attention to Fong Qing. They didn't care if the Heiyu family bullied the weak. The reason so many evolvers went along with what Fong Qing said was entirely for the sake of a favor. After all, this incident wasn't much for them, just the addition of a trade route. Under the gaze of everyone, Fong Qing's eyebrows furrowed slightly. In his mind, he couldn't help but recall the advice of his old teacher, the white-bearded old man, when he first heard about the plight of Kanglin Star. Help, you must help. Even if it leads to bankruptcy, you must help. The white-bearded old man understood the whole story and couldn't help but roar. Huh. Fong Qing was taken aback. He had thought about helping, and had even started to think of an escape route for Lin Yuan. But to see the white-bearded old man so excited, he was somewhat puzzled. Fool. The white-bearded old man glanced at Fong Qing. Tell me, if you hadn't joined the Red Kuan lineage, facing the recruitment by Heiyu Ao, would you have accepted? The white-bearded old man asked in return. I should, probably have accepted. Fong Qing thought it over carefully and nodded. Not having joined the Red Kuan lineage meant that he had no backing. Facing such a colossal entity like the Heiyu family, there was no way to resist or refuse. Unless he spent his life staying on his planet and never venturing out, the moment he left to explore or travel, he would have to watch out for the Heiyu family taking action against him. Then you tell me, is your brother Lin stupid? The white-bearded old man continued to question. Lin Yuan is, of course, not stupid. Fong Qing said without hesitation. What do you mean? Fong Qing suddenly realized. If Lin Yuan isn't stupid, Yet he made a decision that seems foolish. What do you think is the reason? The bearded old man led the way. Lin Yuan has other trump cards up his sleeve. He doesn't take the Heyu family, no, Heyu Ao seriously. Fang Qing said excitedly. At least you have some brains. The bearded old man said contentedly, by helping your brother Lin now, you are providing timely help, do you understand? I'm certain. At the round table, Fang Qing looked at the many evolvers and nodded as he spoke, anyone who helps me today, I will promise a favor in return. If there's any issue in the future, just come to me directly. Humph. Seeing this, a Tri-Eye clanman snorted coldly and immediately disappeared. He was too lazy to get involved in these trivial matters, and he valued Fang Qing's promise of a favor even less. However, aside from the Tri-Eye clanmen and a few others, the majority of evolvers still gave Fang Qing face. Even the silver-haired woman Yinling promised to have a word with the force behind her. After all, this matter was of no difficulty to them and helping out wouldn't cost them much. Virtual world, private space. Heyu Ao's expression was gloomy. Damn it, Heyu Ao's eyes narrowed. I didn't expect that Fang Qing would willingly owe so many favors for Lin Yuan, and ask so many fellow students to establish trade relationships with Kanglan Star. Heyu Ao felt somewhat helpless. He originally thought that Fang Qing was just playing around, putting on a show for Lin Yuan. But he didn't expect Fang Qing to genuinely stand up for Lin Yuan and pay such a high price. And the Red Kuan lineage, are they really that united to oppose the Heyu family along with Fang Qing? Heyu Ao's face became even more sullen. Young master. What should we do now? Below in the Great Hall, Bei Zhao tentatively asked. What to do? What else can we do? Do I dare to go against the great Red Kuan lineage? Heyu Ao waved his hand. If I dare to do that, I would be forcibly taken back by the family. Playing dumb in front of Fang Qing was one thing, which didn't lead to serious consequences, nor did it have much to do with the Red Kuan lineage. But now, if he dared to meddle further, he would truly become an enemy of the Red Kuan lineage. With so many formal members of the Red Kuan lineage stepping forward, Heyu Ao naturally knew what to do. Time passed by. In the blink of an eye, more than half a year had passed. Central Continent Manor. Lin Yuan finished his cultivation and glanced at the internet. The influence of the Heyu family has essentially been eradicated. Lin Yuan stepped out of the underground training field. In the past half-year, as many members of the Red Kuan lineage had come forward and persuaded their respective forces to establish trade with Kanglan Star, the influence of the Heyu family naturally dwindled. As for the curses against Lin Yuan on the internet, they had long since faded into oblivion. It was as if the entire event had never happened. This is human nature. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. He wasn't bothered by it, but his parents' and sister's mood had obviously improved significantly recently. Half a year's time, soul compatibility. Lin Yuan slightly closed his eyes, beginning to sense the level of his soul compatibility. Half a year ago, his soul compatibility had reached 20%. Now, after 7 to 8 months of continuous refinement of the martial path evolutionary path, Lin Yuan was beginning to feel that his soul compatibility was about to reach perfection. 85%. Lin Yuan opened his eyes, a smile appearing on his face. An 85% soul compatibility meant he was in the latter phase of transformation, getting very close to stepping into the 6th rank. Just as Lin Yuan was planning to continue his cultivation to perfect the martial arts evolution system and increase his soul compatibility. Suddenly, Lin Yuan's expression changed slightly. Because, deep in his mind, the grand and imposing door to the myriad realms at the edge had been completely illuminated. Chapter 209:10, Rejection. Subscribe please. The moment the outer region of the door to the myriad realms lit up, Lin Yuan knew. Is it possible to travel now? Lin Yuan's mind went to the depths of his consciousness, gazing at that majestic and grand door to the myriad realms. Just now, Lin Yuan slightly furrowed his brows. He was at a critical period, transitioning from the 5th rank to the 6th rank. The soul compatibility had already reached 85%, very close to perfection. Increasing the soul compatibility required Lin Yuan to devote all his energy to enlightenment and the perfecting of the martial path evolutionary path. If he were to travel now, with his consciousness descending into other worlds, it would be equivalent to halting the process of soul evolution. After the trip, when Lin Yuan stepped into the 6th rank in a foreign world and returned to the main world, he would still need to spend time and energy to complete the last part of his soul compatibility. What Lin Yuan truly worried about wasn't the above. Rather, abruptly ceasing the soul evolution could lead to some undesirable outcomes, such as soul compatibility not progressing but regressing, or the speed of compatibility suddenly slowing down, etc. In the long years of human civilization in the universe, some 5th-rank evolvers, while matching their souls with their evolution paths, experienced various interruptions due to accidents. When they restarted the evolution and compatibility, they found that the speed and efficiency of soul compatibility were significantly affected. Forget it. I will travel after completing the soul transformation into the 6th rank. Lin Yuan's expression revealed a brief contemplation, and finally, he made up his mind. Delaying the travel wouldn't cause any loss to Lin Yuan. The door to the myriad realms would still continue to accumulate energy. Just like a 10-liter cup constantly dripping water into it, the moment the water in the cup reached 1 liter, Lin Yuan could travel. The instant he traveled, it would consume that 1 liter of water. But if he chose not to travel, that 1 liter of water wouldn't disappear, it would still remain in the cup, not affecting the subsequent increase of water in the cup. Theoretically, Lin Yuan could wait for years and travel continuously. Or try other functions of the door to the myriad realms, like what uses would there be after lighting up the core region. Outside Kanglan Star, a spaceship slowly stopped, undergoing star platform security inspection. "Boss, we've arrived at Kanglan Star, we've reached our destination." Inside the ship, a green-haired young man excitedly said, "It's my first time leaving my home planet. Kanglan Star must have many fun places, right?" "Fun?" A green-haired middle-aged man opened his eyes and sighed. "You'll see how painful it is to be stationed on such a middle-grade life planet for a long time." The green-haired middle-aged man glanced at the green-haired young man. "Ah. Painful." The green-haired young man blinked in surprise. "Could it be something good?" The green-haired middle-aged man scoffed, "The various entertainment activities, welfare benefits, and the supply of cosmic energy. On a middle-grade life planet, can they compare to those on a higher-grade life planet?" This time, if it wasn't for the young lady's orders to establish a trade outpost on Kanglan Star, I wouldn't have wanted to come here. The green-haired middle-aged man sighed again. Yes, it said that a genius evolver from Kanglan Star, Lin Yuan, rejected Heyu Ao's recruitment, causing the whole Kanglan Star to be targeted and suppressed. Fortunately, another genius evolver from Kanglan Star, Fang Qing, joined the Red Kuan lineage. Fang Qing and Lin Yuan have a deep relationship, so Fang Qing, for Lin Yuan's sake, sought the help of the young lady and other Red Kuan lineage evolvers, trying to rebuild the trade channels. The green-haired youth obviously did his homework before coming. It's his first time leaving his homeland planet, naturally, he must prepare thoroughly. Fang Qing is really considerate. The green-haired young man said somewhat enviously. Who wouldn't hope to have such a friend who would stand up for them when they are being oppressed and bullied? Indeed. Fang Qing is loyal, but that Lin Yuan, he simply doesn't recognize favors. The green-haired middle-aged man shook his head, with Mr. Ao's status personally recruiting, showing respect and humility, yet Lin Yuan even dared to refuse, recklessly implicating the entire Kanglan Star. Such a person is extremely selfish in nature. Without Fang Qing's help, his future would definitely be miserable. The green-haired middle-aged man slowly said. His view was also the view of most people, especially those assigned to establish the trade station, who harbored some resentment towards Lin Yuan. That is true, the green-haired youth nodded slightly. He had been taught by his family from a young age to sacrifice everything for the family when necessary. If he was in Lin Yuan's position, he would never make such self-centered decisions. Actually, there's no need to wait for later. As Fang Qing just joined the Red Kuan lineage, remembering his friendship with Lin Yuan, but as time passes, with the help of the Red Kuan lineage, Fang Qing will soar, stepping into 5th rank, stepping into 6th rank. But Lin Yuan, even though he is a once-in-decades evolution genius from Kanglan Star, will most likely stop at the 5th rank. As the gap in strength between the two grows larger, can their friendship still be maintained? How could a dragon ever be friends with an ant? The green-haired middle-aged man shared his thoughts. In hundreds, thousands of years, Fang Qing's fondness for Lin Yuan will naturally fade. The green-haired middle-aged man said calmly. Indeed. Peers of the same strength level can't become friends, the green-haired young man nodded in agreement. Central Continent Manor, main building. I must achieve perfection in soul compatibility transformation as soon as possible. Since the door to the myriad realms could enable travel at any time, Lin Yuan thought about hastening the speed of his soul compatibility. Perhaps I could spar with other strong evolvers. Chapter 210, 10 Rejected, please subscribe, _2. Lin Yuan appeared pensive. Sparring with evolvers of different evolution paths had significantly increased the efficiency of Lin Yuan's enlightenment. Especially in terms of perfecting martial Tao, since Lin Yuan intended to transcend the limitations of Taiyin, accommodating all the Daos in the world. Then exchanging blows with numerous evolvers, sensing their Daos and paths, evidently had a certain progressive effect. Might as well, since I'm free anyway. Lin Yuan connected his consciousness to the virtual world and entered the arena area. The virtual world contained many areas, living areas, trading areas, central plaza areas, and the arena area. The arena area was specially designed for evolvers to spar with each other. Every session of the Cosmic Human Alliance's arena competition was held in the arena area. Of course, only evolvers under 100 years old could participate in the arena competition. As for those over 100, those truly powerful evolvers. 5th rank, 6th rank. If they wished to spar, they would choose the arena area. Registering. Strength. 5th rank, 12 segments, beginning soul fusion metamorphosis. Identity, hidden. Lin Yuan entered the arena area, disguised as a wandering evolver traveling through the universe, and began selecting opponents. This person has been undergoing soul fusion metamorphosis for over 200 years, almost reaching 90% fusion, applying for a challenge. And this person, from the Wanyang lineage, a core holy son, no less significant than a Red Kuan lineage peak master, applying. Unique physique, noble bloodline, about to step into 6th rank. Apply for a challenge quickly, otherwise, once he reaches 6th rank, I won't be able to apply. Lin Yuan spent half a day selecting over 100 opponents. These 100+ opponents were carefully chosen by Lin Yuan, and even if their strength didn't match his, the difference wasn't much. They could definitely put pressure on Lin Yuan. And the evolution paths of these people were extremely rare and special, which had a good stimulating effect on Lin Yuan. After applying for challenges one by one, Lin Yuan began to wait. At this moment, the voice of the smart assistant rang, "Master, Governor Song Wuyang would like to see you." Virtual world, personal space. Lin Yuan's figure appeared. Before long, Song Wuyang also materialized in front of him. "We've finally gotten over this crisis without any danger." A trace of relief appeared on Song Wuyang's face. As a planetary governor, if Kanglan Star experienced economic regression or other negative impacts during his tenure, it would cause a disastrous blow to his political achievements. Fortunately, everything had ended. Under Fang Qing's leadership, numerous powers began to re-trade with Kanglan Star, and even through these connections, Kanglan Star unexpectedly embarked on a development beyond what was anticipated. It was a blessing in disguise. If it hadn't been for Lord Fang Qing this time, we really would have been in trouble. Governor Song Wuyang said. Indeed. Lin Yuan nodded. In fact, Lin Yuan didn't feel much of it himself, even if the outside criticism was loud, he could ignore it all. But his parents and sister had to endure some cyber violence, so Fang Qing's willingness to stand up, even though he didn't bring substantial help to Lin Yuan, at least eased the psychological pressure on the family. For this, Lin Yuan was quite grateful. Lord Fang Qing stepping in was entirely out of the friendship with you, Mr. Lin. I hope you'll interact more in the future. Governor Song Wuyang suggested with an implication. The implication was that he hoped Lin Yuan would get closer to Fang Qing, because there was no guarantee that Fang Qing would be willing to step forth next time. Lin Yuan's expression remained calm. He knew that Song Wuyang's words had no malice, they were entirely from his own perspective. Having finally held onto a powerful benefactor, it was natural to hold on tightly, especially members of the Red Kuan lineage like Fang Qing, who might become significant figures of the entire star domain in the future. Song Weiyang chatted with Lin Yuan for a while and then got up to leave. Now that Kanglan Star's trade routes had just been rebuilt, too many issues required his attention as the governor. Disconnecting his consciousness from the virtual world, Lin Yuan walked out of the main building to the grass field outside. Brother. Sister Lin Yi, standing on a shield-shaped weapon and using her thought power to control it, flew over. That Heyu Ao really is petty, pressuring Kanglan Star just because you didn't accept his offer. Well, isn't he embarrassed now? Lin Yi couldn't help but comment. But it's good, brother's friend is capable. Many of my girlfriends are envious of brother for having made such a great friend. Lin Yi continued. Is that so? Lin Yuan's expression remained calm. In this period, along with the quelling of public opinion, Lin Yi had also gotten some of her resentment out. Virtual world. Fang Qing and Lin Yuan sat facing each other. There isn't much left to worry about, Fang Qing said. Heyu Ao doesn't seem to be causing any trouble right now, they probably don't dare to come up with any ideas. Having said this, Fang Qing stared at Lin Yuan and continued, Big brother Lin, are you interested in joining the Red Kuan lineage? I will have a referral spot available soon, which I can give to you. The channels for joining the Red Kuan lineage weren't limited to the challenges of the 7-star cave, there were many official means of entry. Referral was one of the simplest. Every 100 years, every official member of the Red Kuan lineage gets one chance to refer. That is to recommend other evolvers to join the Red Kuan lineage. Of course, evolvers who join the Red Kuan lineage via referral are only the lowest tier peripheral members. They must pass numerous challenges to continue staying with the Red Kuan lineage. Naturally, even with a referral, for most evolvers, it's an opportunity that's hard to come by. After all, this is the Red Kuan lineage, the supreme ruler of the Chikuan star domain. Even just staying inside for a few years is a brag-worthy qualification. Referral. Lin Yuan fell into thought. As the peak master of Chikuan's rigorous 13 peaks, did he even need a referral? Big brother Lin, what do you think? Although Fang Qing did not know the source of Lin Yuan's confidence to reject the recruitment offer from Heyu Ao. Due to their relationship, Fang Qing still wanted to give Lin Yuan a helping hand. With Big Brother Lin's direction, after joining the Red Kuan lineage, although only as a peripheral member, with my support and your talent, becoming an official member later on won't be difficult, said Fang Qing. Fang Qing considered Lin Yuan's situation thoroughly. Let's talk about it another time, Lin Yuan said with a smile. Okay. Fang Qing nodded, Frubnal.com. Young Master. The 222 evolvers you intended to recruit have all agreed and signed the contract, said the old man in a black suit, Bei Zhao, respectfully addressing Heyu Ao, who sat upon the throne. Then proceed with the next step in the plan, to provide specialized training for these 222 evolvers, so that their strength increases by at least 40% before the next arena competition starts, said Heyu Ao. Yes. Bei Zhao responded and then disappeared on the spot. 222 evolvers. Heyu Ao fell silent, there should have been 223 evolvers. It was just that Lin Yuan had rejected the recruitment, and Heyu Ao originally planned to use cutting off trade to force the other party to bow down. But then Fang Qing popped up unexpectedly. Just you wait, as long as I can pass the family's test and return to take my place as the family head, you will all have to pay the price, Heyu Ao muttered to himself. On Kanglan Star's central mainland, in a manor. The training ground beneath the main building. Lin Yuan's consciousness connected to the virtual world, entering the arena area. Let's see if anyone has approved the applications. A few hours ago, Lin Yuan had selected a large number of evolvers with similar strength levels, aiming to challenge them to speed up the soul bonding transformation. Upon opening the application list, Lin Yuan's brow suddenly furrowed. Because he found that all of his applications had been rejected. 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 Still rejected. Out of over 100 applications, more than 70 had been rejected, the remaining 30 or 40, while not rejected, were not approved either, which was almost as bad as being rejected. They all rejected me. Lin Yuan blinked. Was this the result of his first attempt to issue challenges? Chapter 211, 11 The Tremor of the Chikuan Star Domain. Please subscribe. Refuse me. Why would he refuse me? Lin Yuan pondered for a moment and roughly speculated the reason. The evolvers he had selected, without exception, were either extremely famous, had a profound background, or possessed talent that was unmatched in a star domain. Such evolvers were essentially celebrity evolvers. Who knows how many people were paying attention to them? If they accepted just any evolver's challenge, they might as well stop cultivating and just keep accepting challenges from start to finish. Moreover, casually accepting challenges from unknown evolvers, winning was taken for granted. But if by some chance they lost, it would be very embarrassing. Therefore, unless it was an evolver of the same level and status, those celebrity evolvers would not easily accept challenges. If that's the case, Lin Yuan's thoughts surged, then I will apply for a challenge with my true identity. The so-called true identity obviously was not the Lin Yuan persona, but rather the identity of the peak master of the 13th peak of the Red Kuan lineage. In terms of the level of attention, the mysterious peak master of the 13th peak of the Red Kuan lineage. It was estimated that there was not an evolver who would not be curious. And with the high status of the peak master of the 13th peak, there were probably not many evolvers who would refuse a challenge issued by him. Even if they lost, there was a reason for it. After all, it was the peak master of the 13th peak, isn't it normal if I lost? If they could win, then they would have beaten the peak master of the 13th peak. With that thought, Lin Yuan immediately switched identities. The virtual world of the Red Kuan lineage. The 13th main peak. Lin Yuan's figure appeared in the grand hall at the peak's summit. Since he had yet to step into the 6th rank, Lin Yuan did not recruit disciples or servants for the main peak, so the grand hall appeared empty and deserted. As long as I don't reveal Lin Yuan's identity, using the identity of the 13th peak's peak master to do some things would have no impact. Lin Yuan mulled over this repeatedly, then he started to enter the arena area and select an opponent to apply for a challenge. The arena area. One of the arenas. A dark-skinned man appeared. I didn't expect the formidable peak master of the 13th peak of the Red Kuan lineage to actually choose to challenge me. The dark-skinned man felt somewhat flattered. He looked at a figure appearing in the distance and said with a slightly respectful posture. As a being who was on the cusp of stepping into the 6th rank with a 90% soul transformation, the dark-skinned man had long stopped accepting any challenges, as his most important task was to completely focus on pushing his soul compatibility to perfection. Then he could safely step into the 6th rank. The dark-skinned man was indeed doing just that. Until he received a challenge application from the peak master of the 13th peak of the Red Kuan lineage. My God. This was the peak master of the 13th peak, a high-ranking figure in a future star domain. Even if the dark-skinned man stepped into the 6th rank, his status would still be far inferior to that of the peak master of the 13th peak. Therefore, upon receiving the challenge application, the dark-skinned man did not hesitate to choose to accept. It was, after all, just a challenge and wouldn't take too much time. 2. Witness the legendary and mysterious peak master of the 13th peak, it was worth it, regardless of winning or losing. Let's begin. Lin Yuan looked at the dark-skinned man. All right. After the dark-skinned man spoke, his figure disappeared from the spot. Peak master of the 13th peak, the evolution path I cultivate is known as the shadow evolution path, which allows me to hide in any. The dark-skinned man hadn't finished speaking when Lin Yuan took a step forward, moved to a spot under the shade of a tree, and reached out a hand. A nearly invisible shadow was caught. Then the shadow quickly solidified and took the form of the dark-skinned man. How is this possible? The dark-skinned man's eyes widened in disbelief. His method of hiding was extremely secretive, and even 6th rank evolvers might overlook it if they were not paying attention. The dark-skinned man had evaded countless death traps with his hiding techniques. But in front of the peak master of the 13th peak, it was seen through at a glance. Not bad, Lin Yuan commented. Then he crushed the dark-skinned man's neck. Your understanding is against heaven. Watching the shadow hiding method, your comprehension of the shadow laws deepens. Your understanding is against heaven. Watching the shadow hiding method, your comprehension of the shadow laws deepens. Your understanding is against heaven. Watching the shadow hiding method, your comprehension of the shadow laws deepens. Lin Yuan closed his eyes slightly, and under his against heaven's understanding, the numerous techniques of the dark-skinned men were transformed into gains, integrating into the martial arts evolution system. Lin Yuan faintly felt that the transformation speed of his soul compatibility had increased ever so slightly. Although it was not significant, it was better than usual enlightenment by that bit. This was not to say that enlightenment was inefficient, but occasionally changing the style of cultivation could lead to unexpected results. And under against heaven's understanding, whether Lin Yuan sat down to ponder or fought to learn, both were considered a form of enlightenment. Next, Lin Yuan continuously challenged one evolver after another. These evolvers were not only limited to the Qikuan star domain or other nearby star domains, but also included all the renowned 5th-rank ultimate evolvers within the entire human civilization territory. Some evolvers had a terrifying fleshly body, merely relying on their robust qi and blood to form a huge domain. Lin Yuan also had to rely on his own explosion of power to briefly hold back the qi and blood domain and then finish the opponent with a single finger. There were also evolvers who were masters of speed, appearing anywhere in the arena at a moment's thought, able to attack from any corner. The faster they moved, the stronger the attack. Lin Yuan really exerted some effort before he managed to stomp his opponent to death. As Lin Yuan battled and exchanged blows with different evolvers, he learned more and more. In just half a month's time, he gained what would amount to 2 months of meditative cultivation. And as Lin Yuan kept on challenging, more and more evolvers, especially those from the Qikuan star domain, began to take notice of Lin Yuan. Chapter 2:12-11 The Tremors of the Qikuan star domain. Subscribe please, _2. Our peak master of Kanglan star domain is actually challenging other evolvers everywhere. Peak master Shursan, isn't it said to be extremely mysterious, having never made a move before? Everyone go, let's see what the Qikuan star domain's Shursan peak master is capable of. Many evolvers and high-level citizens gathered in the arena area, specifically watching the platform where Lin Yuan usually issued challenges. Hello, everyone, I'm your little kitty cat. Today, let's see, the legendary Qikuan Shursan Peak Master. A cute and personable girl with a pair of cat ears appeared in front of the platform. She was a popular female broadcaster in the Qikuan star domain and dozens of nearby star domains, often live streaming challenges of some powerful evolvers. The Qikuan Shursan Peak Master, although not yet 6th rank, was highly suitable for live streaming content because of his fame and status. Alright. The challenge has started. That one is the Shursan Peak Master. Although I know the appearance has been adjusted, he looks too handsome. The girl knew how to engage the live streaming atmosphere well. With just a few words, she immediately lifted the ambience. Our Shursan Peak Master's opponent is known as Soul Artisan Lataza. The camera switched. A gaunt young man in a black robe appeared. This lean youth was mostly shrouded in a black robe, looking extremely sinister and terrifying. Soul Artisan Lataza follows the soul-type evolution path and specializes in eerie soul attacks. The Tao of the soul is extremely dangerous. Lataza once had a record of making a group of 5th-rank ultimate evolvers dare not come close. I wonder about Shursan Peak Master. The girl thoroughly introduced Soul Artisan Lataza's past achievements. If this were in reality, Lataza would definitely not be a match for Shursan Peak Master, since in reality, Shursan Peak Master would surely have many soul defense weapons. But in the virtual world, especially in the arena, you can't bring in any external help, so I think Shursan Peak Master might be in some danger. The girl continued her introduction. A moment later, the battle between Shursan Peak Master and Lataza began. Buzz. Strange fluctuations started to spread. The girl was about to introduce the scene on the live stream. The next moment, the figure of Soul Artisan Lataza began to collapse. Starting from his feet, his torso, and both hands, everything began to disintegrate. Your soul is strong. In the end, only Lataza's head remained, and after saying this phrase, his head also began to collapse. In front of the platform, the girl blinked her eyes. Damn. She had forgotten that Lataza was an evolver on the soul-type evolution path. Such evolvers were known for their swift battles. Shursan Peak Master is too strong, able to block Lataza's soul attacks unscathed. Shursan Peak Master has at least started the soul metamorphosis fusion. The girl had explained many high-rank Evolver battles and had considerable research on the strength of souls. Frobnui.com, it looks like our Shursan Peak Master is about to step into 6th rank, and who knows the real identity of Shursan Peak Master. The girl finished speaking, her tone betraying a hint of curiosity. The identity of the Chikuin Shursan Peak Master was extremely mysterious, and countless Evolvers wanted to know it. Alright. The next challenger for Shursan Peak Master has arrived. The girl shifted her attention to the upcoming challenge. Amazing. The Peak Master is too strong, ordinary 5th rank limits are like ants in comparison. Isn't that supposed to be the case for our Chikuin's Peak Master, being powerful? In a private room at the arena, many members of the Red Kuin lineage were gathered here, enjoying the numerous techniques of Shursan Peak Master. Is that the Shursan Peak Master? Fang Qing was among them, looking at the battle below with some shock. At this moment, a desolate continent was simulated on the battlefield. But as Shursan Peak Master and his opponent continued to exchange blows, the continent was torn apart, plates were punctured, and for a time, lava erupted in an apocalyptic sight. Too powerful. Fang Qing felt a tremor in his heart. If the battle occurring on the platform had taken place on a life planet, that planet would likely have become a dead star by now, devoid of any living creatures. We Evolvers should be like the Peak Master, possessing the ability to destroy heavens and earth with a mere wave of our hands. Not. Far away, a member of the Tri-Eye clan sat, clenching his fists tightly. Rather than being like some people who are loyal to their friends, wasting time and resources. The Tri-Eye clanman glanced at Fang Qing. There was a clear implication in his words. Some time ago, Fang Qing had gathered his friends to help Kanglan Star through a crisis, which had made the Tri-Eye clanman somewhat uncomfortable. In his view, everything had its own destiny, and forcefully intervening was undoubtedly altering that destiny. Upon hearing this, Fang Qing dared not speak. In terms of status, the Tri-Eye clanman had the red mark in the 7-star cave test and had joined the Red Kuin lineage. It was certain that within a century, he would become a core disciple. Fang Qing could not afford to offend such a figure. Inside another private room, 12 figures were leisurely observing. They were the 12 Peak Masters of the Red Kuin lineage. With their status, they seldom watched arena matches below the 6th rank. Even arena matches involving 6th rank Evolvers were often beneath their interest. Among the 12 Peak Masters of the Red Kuin lineage, aside from the initial 3 beyond the 6th rank, the rest were all at the pinnacle of 6th rank peak. Yet they were naturally willing to come for Lin Yuan's arena challenges. Our little junior brother. The second senior brother sighed, taking a careful look. He must have already begun the soul transformation process. How many years has it been since he reached this level? The other senior brothers felt the same. Not long ago, they joked that within several decades, Lin Yuan had the potential to step into 6th rank. But now, how much time had passed? Lin Yuan had already reached the pinnacle of 5th rank and had even begun the soul bonding transformation. It wasn't that there were no Evolvers whose soul bonding transformation took hundreds or thousands of years. But those were Evolvers without any background who had received no guidance from powerful beings before stepping into 5th rank, and had chosen an evolution path that wasn't highly compatible with themselves for soul bonding. For Evolvers from the Red Kuin lineage, before reaching 5th rank, their mentors would help them select their evolution path. Such a compatible evolution path made the soul bonding transformation naturally swift, completing within just a few years or a decade at most. In the eyes of the 12 senior brothers, Lin Yuan, being a disciple of the Chikuin Star Lord, was now undergoing a soul bonding transformation and surely had gotten the approval of the Star Lord. He would probably complete the soul transformation within 3 to 4 years. Then he would become a 6th rank Evolver. This was 10-fold or even 100-fold quicker than what they had initially thought when they predicted it would take several decades for Lin Yuan to reach 6th rank. A 6th rank under 100 years old, is this kind of talent so incredible that one can't even feel envious? The 12th senior brother sighed. Let's prepare in the next few years. When our junior brother steps into 6th rank, he will definitely visit the main star in person, and we should give him a proper welcome. One of the senior brothers suggested. Of course. The 12th senior brother nodded. He looked again at the arena below. The little guy who was just 4th rank has grown to such heights in the blink of an eye. The 12th senior brother's expression turned reflective. He remembered that during the 7-star cave test, he had hesitated whether to take Lin Yuan as a disciple. The red-hued palace. The Chikuan Star Lord and a man in a white robe were playing chess. "Chikuan, you've taken a good disciple," after placing a piece, the man in the white robe remarked thoughtfully. "Heh." The Chikuan Star Lord just smiled and said no more. "That new disciple of mine, he was miserably defeated by your good disciple." The man in the white robe placed another chess piece. "Oh." The Chikuan Star Lord felt a stir of interest. His vast consciousness immediately began searching. Soon enough, he found out about Lin Yuan challenging many evolvers in the arena area. "Although my disciple has some talent, to beat your disciple." The Chikuan Star Lord was puzzled. He remembered the men in the white robes' disciple had already been at the pinnacle of 5th rank a century ago, and now, he was likely just one step away from 6th rank. The soul bonding was probably at 90%. Still pretending. The man in the white robe glanced at the Chikuan Star Lord. The Chikuan Star Lord kept his expression normal, but inside, he was filled with doubt. Immediately, he sent a thread of consciousness to carefully observe the scenes of Lin Yuan's challenges in the arena. The Chikuan Star Lord's face showed a slight change, his expression reflecting surprise. Chapter 213, 12 Wanyang Same Heaven. Please subscribe. The Chikuan Star Lord's consciousness was vast, and in just a moment, he had viewed all of Lin Yuan's recent challenge videos. "My disciple." The Chikuan Star Lord was filled with surprise and doubt. Has he begun the soul-fusing transformation? The others, including the 12 Peak Masters, all thought that Lin Yuan's rapid cultivation was due to the good guidance of the Chikuan Star Lord. But the Chikuan Star Lord knew better, as he had hardly provided any guidance to Lin Yuan. When he learned that Lin Yuan had entered the 5th rank, the Chikuan Star Lord abandoned the original training plan he had set for Lin Yuan. He planned to first let Lin Yuan experience a Rule Crystal, to sense and test its effects before deciding the next steps. But now, he was still waiting for Lin Yuan to feedback on the effects of the Rule Crystal, and Lin Yuan had already completed the 5th rank, begun the soul-fusing transformation, and was about to step into the 6th rank. 80%, no, at least 95%. Although the Chikuan Star Lord was observing Lin Yuan through the virtual world, his keen eyes could roughly discern Lin Yuan's level. Watching Lin Yuan battle other evolvers of the same level, he was almost certain that the soul-fusing transformation had reached at least 95%. "Seems like you're in a good mood lately." While the Chikuan Star Lord was deep in thought, the white-robed man playing chess across from him glanced at him and said surprisingly. He knew the Chikuan Star Lord well enough to expect some gloating after learning his own disciple had outperformed the man's own. Ha. "My disciple, how could your disciple compare? Did he cry and come to you to complain?" Ha. The Chikuan Star Lord realized this and immediately burst into laughter. Although he knew he might have underestimated Lin Yuan's true talent again, he seized the rare opportunity to once more outshine his friend. I thought you had changed." The white-robed man said helplessly, although he had also watched the battle videos of his disciple and Lin Yuan. Indeed, the Chikuan Star Lord's disciple had decisively overpowered his. "Where on earth did you find such an outstanding disciple?" The white-robed man couldn't help but ask. The 13 Peak Masters of the Red Kuan lineage claimed, it was discovered by the Chikuan Star Lord during his travels in the universe on a certain planet. Of course, this claim was not highly credible, but since it was asserted by the Chikuan Star Lord himself, the white-robed man played along with the topic. This is a secret." The Chikuan Star Lord smiled mysteriously. "You'll know once my disciple steps into the 6th rank." "You old fox, still playing mysterious with me?" The white-robed man teased, but did not pursue the topic further. He indeed knew that thousands of years ago, the Chikuan Star Lord's newly acquired disciple was killed in an assassination by a different species because his identity was revealed. Because of this, the Chikuan Star Lord personally descended onto the battlefields of different races, engaged in a frenzied slaughter for a while, and only then returned to Chikuan Main Star. Virtual World. Battle Arena Region. Every time it was almost time for Lin Yuan's daily challenge, countless spectators would arrive early, filled with anticipation for the fight to start. It was well known that Lin Yuan not only had the aura of being one of the 13 peak masters from the Red Kuan lineage but had shown almost overwhelming strength in many of his past battles, drawing a large fan base. These fans were not only limited to the Qikuan star domain and its neighboring domains but also came from distant regions of human civilization. So, for these fans, the status of the 13 peak masters meant little. They valued Lin Yuan's fighting style and strength more. Inside the VIP box, the Heyu Mo from the Heyu family, a 7th-rank evolver, was sitting in his place. Next to Heyu Mo, there were other shadowy figures who were evidently friends of Heyu Mo. What do you think? The strength of my Qikuan star domain's 13 peak master, not bad, right? Heyu Mo said casually. Indeed, I had heard that the Qikuan Star Lord was skilled in teaching his disciples, and now it seems, his reputation is well deserved. The first figure sitting to the right of Heyu Mo nodded. Have you noticed? Every battle in the arena, the 13 peak master's abilities improve a bit. He's using the other evolvers of the same level as stepping stones to ascend to the 6th rank. The figure on the left spoke. He had intently watched every battle of the 13 peak masters. Why else would so many people come to watch? The popularity of the arena where the 13 peak master competes far surpasses that of the 6th rank arenas. Heyu Mo paused, then continued. Throughout the ages, among those in our human civilization who evolved through continuous battle, deducing their own breakthroughs, not one was not a top-notch, stunningly talented genius. The potential of the 13 peak master is completely incalculable. Heyu Mo stated. Indeed so. But as for the future, who can know it? The other figures exchanged glances. Potential and strength are completely different concepts. If they could discern the potential of the 13 peak masters, so could others, even those different species. The future. True, no one knows what the future holds. Even those top divination masters, the futures they foresee are only imagined, not unchangeable. Heyu Mo looked down at the arena below, deep in thought. Chapter 214, 12 Wanyang Same Heaven, subscribe please, _2. Central Continent Manor, outside the main building. Lin Yuan was having dinner with his rarely gathered family. With Lin Yuan's strength, he had already reached the stage of abstention from grain and could constantly devour the energy present in the universe to replenish what he used up. However, the tradition of dinner was not one to be discarded, as it was not just about eating food but also about bonding and communicating with family. I'm full. Lin Yi quickly finished the food in her bowl, stood up with a swoosh, and was about to head back to her room. Stop right there. Mother Lu Qiong frowned. Why are you rushing through dinner? What do you want to do? Lu Qiong directly asked. I want to go to watch Peak Master Shursan's arena battle. Lin Yi assertively said. Although she was just an unranked evolver, she had access to the virtual world and could enter the arena area to watch the confrontation between two evolvers. And lately, the hottest event in the Qikuan Star Domain arena area was undoubtedly the personal appearance of Red Kuan lineage's Peak Master Shursan, challenging various evolvers. Peak Master Shursan. Lu Qiong nodded, not paying too much attention. She too had heard of Peak Master Shursan, the pride of the entire Qikuan Star Domain. Brother, I've told you many times to come watch Peak Master Shursan's arena battles with me. Peak Master Shursan is very powerful, you could learn a lot from him and maybe even get stronger. Lin Yi looked at Lin Yuan, unable to hold back her words. She had been one of the first die-hard fans to follow Peak Master Shursan's challenge initiations and often promoted him amongst her friends. But when it came to selling Peak Master Shursan to her own brother, she faced resistance. Lin Yi found that her brother seemed to have little interest in Peak Master Shursan. This was disappointing for Lin Yi. Lin Yuan was also an evolutionary genius of Kanglan Star, a once-in-tens of thousands of years talent, but that depended on who he's compared to. Compared to ordinary people, Lin Yuan was a genius, no doubt. But compared to Peak Master Shursan, he was just exceedingly ordinary. Although Lin Yuan was disinterested, Lin Yi was still trying hard. She frequently invited Lin Yuan to join her in watching Peak Master Shursan's arena battles. But each time when the battle was about to begin, Lin Yuan would leave with various excuses. It was almost as if he was deliberately acting against her. I have to meet a friend, you go watch it. Lin Yuan casually found an excuse, brushing it off. All right then. Lin Yi felt disappointed for a while but soon got excited again. Because she could watch Peak Master Shursan's arena battle again in a short while. Virtual world, arena area. Lin Yuan appeared in the arena. Suddenly, terrifying cheers came from all directions. Why are there so many people this time? Lin Yuan was somewhat surprised. Although the audience was always sizable when he fought with other evolvers, it was far less than now. Is it because of my opponent this time? Lin Yuan thought to himself, guessing the reason. Wanyang lineage, Holy Sun. Lin Yuan glanced at the opponent's information. The Wanyang lineage was the absolute ruler of the Wanyang star domain, and their power even slightly surpassed that of the Qikuan lineage. As for the Holy Son of the Wanyang lineage, his status was by no means inferior to the current Lin Yuan. It was said that this Wanyang Holy Son, with his special physique, had received intensive training from the Wanyang Star Lord, unimaginably deep in resources. On the arena, the space transformed. Lin Yuan arrived at a desolate planet. Another figure appeared across from him, dressed in a long robe and looking quite ordinary. Red Kuan lineage's Peak Master Shursan. I didn't expect that before stepping into the 6th rank, I could still confront an evolver from the Red Kuan lineage. The Wanyang Holy Sun smiled, emanating a gentle and warm aura. The Wanyang lineage was the ultimate fire system lineage, and the Qikuan lineage also leaned towards the fire system, but placed more emphasis on space. The essence of Qikuan Star Lord's Starry Sky Wanderer Kuan was indeed a life form of space rules. Qikuan Star Lord pursued both fire and space. Me too. Lin Yuan's expression was grave. Though they hadn't fought yet, he felt a certain pressure from the Wanyang Holy Sun, something he had never experienced before. Well then. Let's begin. Wanyang Holy Sun restrained his smile. As soon as the words fell, Furubnovel.com. Two terrifying auras collided. More than 10 minutes later. Lin Yuan's form had been incinerated into nothingness by the omnipresent Wanyang True Fire. Lost. Did Peak Master Shursan lose? It seems Wanyang Holy Sun is a bit stronger. Nonsense, do you know the background of Wanyang Holy Sun? Wanyang Holy Sun, a rare 9-yang divine meridian of our human race, was taken away by Wanyang Star Lord after his birth. Wanyang Star Lord paid a great price to seal Wanyang Holy Sun into Wanyang True Crystal, and then threw him into the core of a star. For the next 100 years, Wanyang Holy Sun absorbed the terrifyingly intense energy of the star core every moment. When Wanyang Holy Sun broke the seal, he directly possessed the power of the 5th rank. Wanyang Holy Sun doesn't need to cultivate, with the terrifyingly intense energy inside him, he can crush everything. The audience began a fervent discussion. The background of Wanyang Holy Sun was beyond what normal evolvers could possess. The 9-yang divine meridian alone was already rare enough, a type of physique that made one a steady 6th rank seed. Plus, being nurtured within the core of a star for 100 years, how could the unsealed Wanyang Holy Sun not be formidable? The pure power of the fire system, burning the heavens and boiling the earth, is indeed terrifying. Lin Yuan appeared in his personal space, repeatedly recalling the battle that had just occurred. With every move Wanyang Holy Sun made, it was like a star falling to the world. Although Lin Yuan followed the Tao of Taiyin and Taiyang, which gave him considerable resistance to the scorching heat of the fire system, he still could not hold out for long under such extreme power. However, although Lin Yuan lost, he didn't feel the slightest bit discouraged. First, he didn't use all his means when he confronted Wanyang Holy Sun. For example, he didn't deploy the Yin Spirit and Yang Spirit. If Lin Yuan were to let out the radiant Yang Spirit and wandering Yin Spirit, his strength could at least surge multiple times. However, doing so could potentially expose that he was practicing the martial path evolutionary path. Although there are many evolutionary paths in the vast sea of human civilization that can condense an avatar, mostly, it's at the 6th or 7th rank that one could do so. As for below the 6th rank, managing to refine something similar to an avatar is extremely rare. Moreover, the Yin Spirit and Yang Spirit are not physical. Therefore, it would be best not to use the Yin Spirit and Yang Spirit if possible. Of course, once Lin Yuan stepped into the 6th rank, Yin Spirit and Yang Spirit would nearly solidify into reality, as long as they don't appear simultaneously, there wouldn't be much of a problem. Secondly, Lin Yuan was more than happy to face such a powerful opponent. At least in this battle, the insights Lin Yuan gained from Wanyang Holy Sun far exceeded those from other evolvers he had encountered before. Wanyang same heaven. Lin Yuan muttered to himself. This was the secret technique used by Wanyang Holy Sun just now. Without it, Lin Yuan could have held on for a while longer. At the edge of human civilization territory, several terrifying wills penetrated through. What should we do? The disciple number 13 taken in by Chikuan Star Lord has terrifying potential, absolutely cannot allow him to continue growing. The first will expressed mental fluctuations filled with urgency. When they first heard of Peak Master Shursan, they thought he was just a bit more talented and might surpass the 6th rank in the future. But now, it seems to be much more than a bit. If not stopped, there may be another god of slaughter in the battlefields of different races in the future. What can we do? We don't even know the true identity of Peak Master Shursan. The second will send out mental fluctuations of helplessness. He too wished to nip Peak Master Shursan in the bud, but Chikuan Star Lord had learned from a past mistake, and this time the secrecy concerning Peak Master Shursan was taken to the extreme. General Pan Yong, if you have any ideas, feel free to speak out. Our several races, even if we can't help, will definitely support. The third will send out mental fluctuations, inquiring the original speaker. Yes, General Pan Yong, we have resources, we have manpower, we definitely won't sit back and do nothing. The last will also spoke up. Chapter 2:15-13, Curse Killing Skill, 100% Compatibility, please subscribe. Since you all speak thus, I'll dispense with beating around the bush. General Pan Yong stated. Suddenly, a screen of light emerged from the void. On it appeared rows of text displaying the names and appearances of 10 evolvers. These 10 evolvers, based on myriad pieces of information, are those we deduce to be most likely to be Shursan's true identity, said General Pan Yong. Other presences turned their attention toward the screen. The 10 evolvers on the screen were all members of the Red Kuan lineage. The last of them shockingly was a male member of the Tri-Eye clan. As for the first 9, they were evolvers who had shown remarkable performance in the past Chikuan Star Lord trials. Primarily, they focused on red pattern evolvers. General Pan Yong, just showing us these lists isn't of much use. Indubitably, most of these evolvers are hidden on Chikuan main star. How can we get to them? Even if we recklessly kill one, the others will surely become alerted, making it even harder to act. The other presences furrowed their brows, expressing their perplexity. There's no need for you to act. General Pan Yong remained unflinching in his tone. One of our members, proficient in the curse-killing skill, is willing to sacrifice 1,000 years of life to execute it. General Pan Yong continued. The curse-killing skill involves a special application of the law of causality. And the law of causality is extremely difficult to perceive, not to mention devising a secret technique based on it. Moreover, the curse-killing skill is greatly restrictive, requiring at least a gap of 2 great realms to execute, and each use consumes an immense amount of lifespan. If not absolutely necessary, no powerful being would willingly perform the curse-killing skill. Of course, using the curse-killing skill is far more complete than assassination. Regardless of the distance, as long as there is causality connected, one can curse directly. Curse kill. That sounds like a good plan. Direct curse killing will leave these 10 evolvers unable to react. Exactly, as of now, Shursan Peak Master is only at the 5th rank, not yet stepping into the 6th rank. Executing a curse requires only a 7th rank, one capable in curse arts. If we wait for him to ascend to the 6th rank, cursing him will require an 8th layer curse wielder to pay a significant price, which might still falter. The presences discussed among themselves for a while, concurring with General Pan Yong's approach. With the potential that Shursan Peak Master has demonstrated, it's best to eliminate him before he reaches the 6th rank. Once at the 6th rank, the vastness of heaven and sea enables many life-saving means, making it uncertain that even an 8th layer curse wielder, willing to sacrifice thousands of years of lifespan, could succeed. I need you to contribute. General Pan Yong immediately began to discuss terms with the other presences. Half a day later. In that starry sky, subtle spatial fluctuations began to ripple. A humanoid being clad in scales stepped forward. This is the medium. With a thought from General Pan Yong, 10 items appeared. These 10 items, gathered from the lives of the 10 evolvers listed, had been collected from planets they had inhabited by people sent by General Pan Yong. Having come into contact with these 10 evolvers, they retained some of their essence. The curse-killing skill, mysterious and unpredictable, impervious to defense, still necessitates a medium for execution. From cause to effect. From effect to lock the cause. Pan Yong, remember your promise. The scale-clad humanoid intensely stared at General Pan Yong for a moment, then swallowed the 10 medium items in one gulp. Invisible waves dispersed. The scale-clad humanoid, as if suffering backlash, began to disintegrate. It is done. General Pan Yong saw this and nodded slightly. Rest assured, after your death, your people will be treated well. General Pan Yong said, gazing at the gradually crumbling humanoid figure. The scale-clad being, left with only 1,000 years of lifespan, had volunteered for this mission to kill Shursan Peak Master, seeking to pave the way for his people with the remainder of his life. For a scale-clad humanoid, the remaining 1,000 years was far from sufficient to advance further. Now. We wait, Fruabnal.com. General Pan Yong looked towards the other presences. Sacrificing a 7th-rank peak, a rare practitioner of the curse arts, for 1,000 years of lifespan in exchange for the lives of 10 small fries at the 4th and 5th ranks. Absolute, profound loss. But if among those 10, there is one who is Shursan Peak Master, then it's a win, not just a win, but a huge win. Chikuin Main Star. The Tri-Eye clan male ended his cultivation. Fool. The Tri-Eye clan male glanced below. There, Fong Qing was hurrying away, clearly having matters to attend to. The Tri-Eye clan male found Fong Qing particularly distasteful not only because Fong Qing used to be a modest silver pattern, but also because he had expended considerable favors for his friend Lin Yuan, garnering a favorable image within the Red Kuan lineage. True powerhouses are solitary, needing no friends at all. Having friends only highlights one's own weakness. The eyes of the Tri-Eye clan male were resolute. The Tri-Eye clan male sighed lightly, making to rise. Just then, an invisible fluctuation descended. Don't. The Tri-Eye clan male's eyes widened, the bloodline in his brow opening. But it was all in vain. As the fluctuation spread, the soul of the Tri-Eye clan male swiftly extinguished. Simultaneously. On Chikuin Main Star. The other 9 evolvers mysteriously died. Virtual world. Personal space. Fong Qing sat in front of Lin Yuan, his face burning with indignation. Despicable different species, to use the curse-killing skill, Fong Qing blurted out the mysterious deaths of the Tri-Eye clan male and the other 9 evolvers. Chapter 216-13, Curse-Killing Skill, 100% Compatibility, Seeking Subscriptions, _2. This matter on Chikuin Main Star is no secret. In the end, the fate of the last 3 Peak Masters, determined to come from the different species curse-killing skill, slowly subsided. Curse-killing skill. A flicker stirred in Lin Yuan's heart. As the 13th Peak Master, he naturally knew of this bizarre and unpredictable method. The curse-killing skill is a special application of the law of cause and effect, more arcane than attacks on the soul. Of course, the cost of using the curse-killing skill is also enormous, and it only works if it spans at least 2 great realms. And each deployment drains 100 years of lifespan. The different species use the curse-killing skill, for what purpose? Lin Yuan had a guess in his heart, but still asked. Others say, the different species saw the 13th Peak Master's performance in the arena area, and this time the curse killed 10 evolvers. They were looking for the 13th Peak Master. Fong Qing said in a hushed voice. That makes sense. Lin Yuan nodded. At this moment, he was somewhat relieved that he had not exposed his identity. If previously, due to the suppression by Heyu Ao, Lin Yuan had revealed his identity. In a moment of impatience. Even if he safely hid back on the Chikuin Main Star, as long as the identity of Lin Yuan was exposed, it could allow the different species to track him down. Having lived on Kanglin Star for so many years, Lin Yuan could not guarantee he hadn't left behind any medium. If the different species found this medium, and then employed the curse-killing skill, Lin Yuan was not sure if he could survive. Although as a junior disciple of the Chikuin Star Lord, he might have means to block causality killing techniques, but in case it didn't work. Low profile. Must keep a low profile. Lin Yuan thought to himself. Luckily, he endured under the pressure from Heiyuao. That Tri-Eye clanman. Lin Yuan felt that this Tri-Eye clanman must have taken the disaster on himself instead. Within the 7-star cave world, 3 red embossed, over 100 gold banded, and over 1,000,000 silver banded. The one who most resembled the 13th Peak Master, known for his rampage in the arena area, likely was this Tri-Eye clanman. After all, the other 2 red embossed had 2 distinctive personal features. Yin Ling, the silver-haired woman, excels in spatial attacks, and the nearly 3 meters tall brute strength, excels in physical attacks. They didn't quite resemble the 13th Peak Master. As for the below gold and silver banded, the numbers were too vast, really hard to pinpoint. Only this Tri-Eye clanman who was red embossed. Still don't know if the 13th Peak Master has encountered a mishap or not. Fang Qing's tone suddenly grew somber. The different species daring to employ a curse assassination surely was confident. A curse assassination spanning boundless distances required a huge sacrifice. Won't we know by tomorrow? Lin Yuan offered comfort. That's true. Fang Qing was momentarily stunned. The 13th Peak Master challenges fellow evolvers every morning and afternoon in the arena area. If the 13th Peak Master is unharmed, he will definitely appear tomorrow. Hope nothing's wrong. Fang Qing muttered quietly. If the 13th Peak Master were to die at the hands of the different species like 10,000 years ago, who knows what kind of drastic actions the Qikuan Star Lord would take. The next day. Virtual world. Arena area. Inside a private box. Several figures gathered here. Whether the curse killing reached the 13th Peak Master or not, we will see now. These several figures were naturally disguised as the different species. The virtual world's network could not completely block the different species from entering. Some adept at disguising could perfectly mimic the aura of the human race, and as long as the identity was correct, they could smoothly enter the virtual world. If today, the 13th Peak Master does not show up, then it is highly probable he was cursed to death. The several figures exchanged glances, eagerly watching the arena below. This time, to curse assassinate the 13th Peak Master, they had paid a much greater price than when they had assassinated the junior disciple of the Qikuan Star Lord 10,000 years ago. To assassinate the junior disciple, they had merely sacrificed some 6th-rank powerhouses. But this time, directly a 7th-rank peak expert skilled in cursed methods had given up a millennium of lifespan. One must know, a 7th-rank peak expert skilled in cursed methods is even rarer than an 8th-layer powerhouse. If this expert hadn't volunteered, they couldn't have ordered such a sacrifice. 13th Peak Master. You must die. If you don't die, wouldn't our sacrifice be in vain? The several different species thought rapidly, keeping their gazes fixed on the arena below. Soon. A figure appeared on the arena. That was the 13th Peak Master's opponent. By now, he should have not come, should have. Joy surged in the hearts of the several different species. However, the next moment, the figure of the 13th Peak Master appeared on the other side of the arena. Dead silence. The box fell into dead silence. Several different species looked grim, staring intently at the figure of the 13th Peak Master below. Was the curse wrong? The 13th Peak Master is still alive. It's over. The several different species took a deep breath, their faces bitter. Let's go. There's no need to look anymore. Let's go back and report. Several beings from different species disconnected from the virtual world. The moment they saw the silhouette of Shursan at the Peak Master, they realized that they could no longer stop the rise of Shursan at the Peak Master. What could they use to stop him? Attempt another cursed killing. First off, whether they could find another 7th-rank peak expert willing to cooperate with them for another cursed killing is questionable. Even if they could find one, what then? How would they choose the target? Their previously chosen 10 evolvers were most likely to be the targets of Shursan at the Peak Master. Now that they had failed, they needed to select from an even larger base of evolvers. The possibility of failing again in cursed killing was significantly higher than the first time. Virtual world. Personal space. Lin Yuan's eyes were slightly closed. by challenging evolvers of various evolutionary paths repeatedly. The perfection level of Lin Yuan's martial path evolutionary path steadily improved. Is someone seeking to visit me? Frubnov.com. Lin Yuan glanced through the visitor list. Ever since he was suppressed by Heyu Ao, very few had made special visits to him. Even though Fang Qing appeared and resolved the trade cutoff situation of Kanglin Star, Lin Yuan, as a person, was still blacklisted by many forces. Too arrogant, too controversial. Offend Heyu Ao today, who knows who he would offend tomorrow. Mr. Lin, I am sure Kai, a director from Huayin Group. A man with a hook-nosed face said with a smile. Hello. Lin Yuan nodded. We hope, Mr. Lin, that you could lead the way and help us contact Lord Fang Qing. The hook-nosed man stated his purpose. Rest assured, Mr. Lin, our Huayin Group will certainly show our gratitude afterward. The hook-nosed man promised. No need. I can't agree to this. Lin Yuan shook his head in refusal. So these people wanted to get to know Fang Qing through him. In that case, I apologize for the disturbance. The hook-nosed man maintained his smile and immediately exited Lin Yuan's personal space. It was not until he returned to reality that a dark expression surfaced on the hook-nosed man's face. Doesn't he realize his current situation? Still so arrogant. The hook-nosed man snorted coldly. From his perspective, Lin Yuan was entirely relying on Lord Fang Qing to live comfortably. Not taking advantage of the situation now, when Lord Fang Qing values personal connections, to network with other forces is a complete waste of resources. Just wait. I'll see what kind of fate you'll face in the future. The hook-nosed man sat in his seat. Lord Fang Qing can protect you temporarily, but could he do so for a lifetime? What will you use to face the Heyu family once you lose Lord Fang Qing's protection in the future? Central Continent Manor. Underground training ground in the main building. Lin Yuan was seated cross-legged. In front of him, a crimson stone was placed. Under the Against Heaven's understanding, he observed the inspiration emanating from the crimson stone, combined with the gains from sparring with numerous evolvers. Quickly perfecting his martial path evolutionary path and enhancing the soul compatibility conversion efficiency. Until he reached a certain threshold. Time passed unknowingly. An hour. 10 hours. Or maybe a day. Lin Yuan quietly opened his eyes. Lin Yuan only felt, from his entire being, to be precise, from the depths of his soul, a sense of perfection emerging. Soul compatibility. Lin Yuan immediately began to sense the level of his soul compatibility conversion. A moment later, a smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. Because in this world, his soul compatibility conversion level had already reached 100%. Chapter 217, 14 Beating Wanyang Holy Sun, Seeking Subscriptions. Has the soul match reached 100%? Lin Yuan's mind was filled with pleasure. Ever since that sense of perfection had emerged from the depths of his soul, Lin Yuan had harbored such speculation. Now that it had been confirmed, he naturally felt good. My current strength. Lin Yuan closed his eyes slightly and carefully felt his body. Compared to before the soul match had reached 100%. Lin Yuan almost had no changes. His physique, strength, speed, and everything else. There was virtually no difference before and after. Yet Lin Yuan felt a sense of absolute control. For example, the same amount of force, before the soul match was complete. Lin Yuan could only use it to destroy a city. But now, Lin Yuan could use it to destroy 10 cities, or even 100. No wonder everyone says, as long as the soul match reaches 100%, stepping into the 6th rank is as simple as eating and drinking, with not the slightest risk. Lin Yuan looked as if he had realized something. Previously, he had some doubts about this. Even breaking from the 1st rank to the 2nd layer had associated risks. How could there be no risk in breaking from the 5th rank to the 6th? It turns out, when the soul is perfectly matched with the fundamental evolutionary path, an evolver has already stepped into the realm of the 6th rank. On the basis of having a 6th rank realm, stepping into the 6th rank is naturally not difficult, and the control power of a 6th rank evolver makes the breakthrough exceptionally simple. And there's also Martial Tao. Lin Yuan's gaze turned slightly heated. Using martial Tao as his fundamental evolutionary path, at this moment, Lin Yuan seemed to be fused with the martial Tao. I am martial Tao. Lin Yuan connected his consciousness to the virtual world. He entered a specialized training arena where the space around him automatically simulated, forming a small planet environment. Lin Yuan stood above the small planet. There was no air, and the gravity was extremely low, completely in line with cosmic standards. Lin Yuan looked down and raised his right hand, throwing a punch toward the small planet below. Boom! A terrifying pressure burst forth. At the surface of the small planet, right where Lin Yuan's punch landed, a crater tens of kilometers wide appeared. The force of this punch penetrated half of the planet, and the residual force caused earthquakes on its surface, triggered tsunamis, volcanic eruptions, and eventually, the small planet disintegrated into countless meteorite fragments that flew in all directions. I am now, almost infinitely close to a 6th rank evolver, right? Or perhaps to be considered as a weakened 6th tier. Lin Yuan exhaled softly, his eyes sparkling with vitality. Although the size of the small planet was not as large as a regular life planet, Lin Yuan's full-strength punch, causing such an effect. Indeed, there was almost no difference from a 6th rank fallen star warrior. At least, he was nearly at the threshold of the 6th rank, barely on the same level. Logically speaking, even if the soul match reaches 100%, depending on the evolutionary path, the boost to an evolver's strength varies. For someone like me, to have the strength skyrocket to the threshold of the 6th rank, is that considered extremely rare, or perhaps exceptionally scarce. Lin Yuan disconnected his consciousness from the virtual world, returning to reality, thinking to himself. It is important to note, Lin Yuan was not yet a 6th rank. When he breaks through later, his physical soul will undergo a substantial transformation. His strength will increase significantly, possibly reaching a relatively strong level within the 6th rank. Martial path, evolutionary path. Lin Yuan's mind settled, and at this moment, his soul perfectly matched with the martial path, evolutionary path, manifesting its true meaning with every move he made. It was precisely by merging with the martial path, evolutionary path that Lin Yuan was able to disintegrate the small planet with a single punch, unleashing power far beyond the limit of a 5th rank evolver. The red spirit fluid will take a few more days to arrive, and once it does, I can step into the 6th rank. Lin Yuan thought to himself. A transition from the 5th to the 6th rank entailed a transformation of both physique and soul, which naturally required a large amount of pure energy. Even though the cosmic starry skies are filled with infinite energy, that energy is chaotic and at a very low concentration. How long would it take to absorb cosmic energy slowly and break through to the 6th rank? Red spirit fluid, as a proprietary resource of the Red Kuan lineage, is most suitable for accumulating one's own energy. And using it to break through to the 6th rank couldn't be more appropriate. Upon reaching the 6th rank, revealing my identity will probably astonish many factions. Lin Yuan didn't need to think about it. He knew his true identity would cause quite a stir in the Qikuan star domain, and might even spread to other star domains. A 6th rank evolver under 100 years old, unlike the Wanyang Holy Sun, did not receive the profound cultivation of the Wanyang Star Lord shortly after birth. Lin Yuan's step into the 6th rank was entirely due to his own qualifications and talent. A few years ago, he was just a 4th rank evolver, taking part in the 7-star cave trial. From the 4th rank to the 6th rank, in just a few years. In the expanse of the human civilization territory, among the countless geniuses born in the past 100,000 years, how many can have such a cultivation speed? Once one becomes a 6th rank evolver, the essence of life is transformed. Spending some time, one can embed their life imprint in the cosmic starry sky. In this way, even if I fall in the future, I could be resurrected by the supreme being of the human race through this imprint. Why is it that upon reaching the 6th rank, one can reveal their identity without fear of assassination by different species? If the different species are willing to pay enough, not to mention the 6th rank, even 7th rank beings can't withstand it. The reason is that once you reach the 6th rank, you already possess the eligibility for resurrection. Below the 6th rank, life essence is too weak to leave an imprint, and death is truly the end. Different species are reluctant to assassinate 6th-tier evolvers and above because, even if they pay a huge price to assassinate a genius evolver, they might later be resurrected. Chapter 218, 14 Beating Wanyang Holy Sun, subscribe please, _2. This is completely a losing trade. Of course, even for human civilization, resurrecting an evolver is a huge burden to bear. Many 6th rank and 7th rank evolvers, even if they could be resurrected, would not be resurrected. A few days before the red spirit fluid arrives, I can finish off the remaining challenge applications. Lin Yuan glanced at the many evolvers he had applied to battle in the arena area. Since there was nothing else to do now, battling these genius evolvers from the human territories was also a gain. Especially the Wanyang Holy Sun, who had defeated him once before, just a few days later. Lin Yuan had applied again, and his opponent had agreed. The next day, it was still the same time. Around the arena where Lin Yuan was about to appear, a large audience gathered. Why is this Peak Master 13 sparring with the Wanyang Holy Sun again? Didn't they just fight recently? There's a big difference in their strength. Right, could it be that Peak Master 13 likes being dominated? Around the arena, numerous spectators were discussing animatedly. Although they enjoyed watching Peak Master 13's matches, they wanted to see him crush and dominate his opponents. Not to be crushed and dominated. Especially for some spectators from the Chiquin Star domain, some couldn't bear to keep watching. Watching their idol being incinerated into nothingness by the Wanyang Holy Sun was torturous. Ha ha ha, go Holy Sun, keep crushing your opponent. Just an underling, not a match for our Holy Sun's single strike. People of the Chiquin Star domain, listen up, you're about to see our Holy Sun crush everything with his strength. Compared to the subdued atmosphere of the Chiquin Star domain audience, the spectators from the Wanyang Star domain were extremely excited. No matter what, Peak Master 13 holds a high status in the Chiquin Star domain, and losing to the Wanyang Holy Sun once was a sight worth seeing. Losing again would still be a pleasing thing. What's there to be proud of? People from the Wanyang Star domain really have no manners. Wanted to lose twice. Does Peak Master 13, after every battle, grow stronger? Could it be he sees me as a whetstone? A smile appeared on the Wanyang Holy Sun's face. A whetstone. That's when the strengths are similar or nearly so. If he fully exerted himself, ending the fight in the shortest time, what honing effect could it possibly have? A few minutes later, the match began. Lin Yuan and the Wanyang Holy Sun faced each other. Shursan Peak Master, you must be careful this time. Wanyang Holy Sun's thoughts stirred slightly, and a scorching aura began to spread. You too. Lin Yuan smiled faintly. His figure then disappeared from the spot. Huh. Wanyang Holy Sun was startled. He couldn't at all see when Lin Yuan had disappeared. How has the speed become so fast? Wanyang Holy Sun's face changed slightly. At that moment, Wanyang Holy Sun only faintly felt that Lin Yuan was still present in the arena, but he couldn't pinpoint his exact location. Merely with speed, you can't beat me. Wanyang Holy Sun snorted coldly, instantly releasing his Wanyang domain. In an instant, centered around Wanyang Holy Sun. Within a radius of 10 miles, 100 miles, several hundred miles, everything was engulfed by terrifying heat. Wanyang. Same heaven. Wanyang Holy Sun transformed into an incarnation of a permanent star, constantly condensing into miniature stars within the range of his domain, releasing endless heat, and then exploding. Since he couldn't pin down Lin Yuan's position, he decided to directly destroy an entire area. After all, Lin Yuan must be in that area. Buzz. At that moment, a figure appeared a kilometer away from Wanyang Holy Sun. It was Lin Yuan. Facing the scorching heat and burning around him, Lin Yuan showed no hint of retreat and extended his right hand to slap towards Wanyang Holy Sun. Boom. Terrifying power enveloped his strike. And it came into contact with the Wanyang domain and the secret technique, Wanyang Same Heaven. But to Wanyang Holy Sun's disbelief, the force of that slap from Lin Yuan instantly penetrated the Wanyang domain. This is bad. Wanyang Holy Sun's expression drastically changed, and he began to retreat explosively. However, Lin Yuan took another step forward, appearing 100 meters from Wanyang Holy Sun, and slapped again. Rumble. The air tore apart. Lin Yuan's attack was too ferocious. Although it was just a simple slap, it somehow enveloped the area all around, covering all positions, leaving Wanyang Holy Sun with no place to hide. SSS. Wanyang Holy Sun could only grit his teeth and take Lin Yuan's slap head on. The next moment, Wanyang Holy Sun's figure exploded. Whoosh! Countless scorching flames converged. A few miles away, Wanyang Holy Sun's form recondensed. My Wanyang immortal body. Disbelief was written all over Wanyang Holy Sun's face. With the 9 Yang divine meridian and the truth crystal of myriad fire, combined with the infinite power from the depths of a star, Wanyang Holy Sun cultivated the Wanyang immortal body. The Wanyang immortal body allowed his physical body to energetically transform for a short period, similar to Thunder God's incarnation of thunder, but the Wanyang immortal body was even more profound and high-end. It had the effect of acting as a substitute for death. Without the Wanyang immortal body, Wanyang Holy Sun would have died outright from that slap from Lin Yuan, shattered to pieces, with no chance of survival. I concede. Without hesitation, Wanyang Holy Sun applied to concede, even though he wasn't dead, and the Wanyang immortal body could still act as a substitute a few more times. But having witnessed the terrifying strength exhibited by Lin Yuan, Wanyang Holy Sun didn't want to waste more time. What could dragging it out with the Wanyang immortal body achieve? It would only result in taking a few more slaps, completely devoid of any dignity. You should be able to step into the 6th rank at any time. We'll meet again at the 6th rank. Wanyang Holy Sun took a deep look at Lin Yuan, then vanished. The gap in strength between Lin Yuan then and now was too great. The only possibility was that his soul had transformed to perfection. Did I win just like that? Lin Yuan also felt that he won too easily, with the martial path evolutionary path as the core evolutionary path, achieving 100% transformation compatibility with his soul, which had greatly enhanced his strength. What's going on? Lin Yuan looked around. He noticed that all around him had quietened down. In the tournament stadium, countless spectators, whether they were from Qikuan Star Domain, Wanyang Star Domain, or from other neutral star domains, were all dumbstruck, mouths agape. Chapter 2:19-15, Breaking Through to the 6th Rank, please subscribe. Just a few breaths had passed. Surrounding the tournament stage, countless spectators gradually recovered, erupting in thunderous cheers. These cheers were like a tsunami, especially from the viewers of the Qikuan Star Domain, almost causing a riot. What just happened? The Wanyang Holy Sun was slapped into submission by the Peak Master of Shursan. That's the Wanyang Holy Sun, right? What's going on? Did he deliberately concede? Concede your whole family? Didn't you see how the Peak Master of Shursan's 2 slaps completely shattered the Wanyang Holy Sun's body? Although I have no idea how the Wanyang Holy Sun managed to survive, it's clearly evident that he's no match for the Peak Master of Shursan. What in the world happened? Wasn't the Peak Master of Shursan unable to beat the Wanyang Holy Sun before? How is it now? In just a few days, their strengths have reversed. Too terrifying. The Peak Master of Shursan is too fearsome, shattering the Wanyang Holy Sun's physical body with 2 slaps. With such combat power, I estimate he's reached the threshold of the 6th rank. What were those people from the Wanyang Star Domain barking about earlier? Saying something about a defeated opponent. Keep talking now. Countless voices of discussion exploded. Fiwem.com, if it was just the Wanyang Holy Sun being defeated, it wouldn't have caused such a huge reaction. After all, among human civilization, there's no shortage of geniuses, and although the Wanyang Holy Sun could certainly be considered first-rate, he was definitely not invincible. But the one who defeated the Wanyang Holy Sun was none other than the very Peak Master of Shursan who had recently lost to the Holy Sun. Such a stark contrast, along with the ease in which the Peak Master of Shursan defeated the Wanyang Holy Sun, ignited the emotions of numerous spectators. Wow, the Peak Master of Shursan is so powerful. Lin Yi stood up excitedly as well. That's terrifying, that's the Wanyang Holy Sun, and he was just crushed. A few of Lin Yi's friends at her side burst out in astonishment. Of course. Lin Yi then suddenly remembered her own brother. If only my brother could learn from the Peak Master of Shursan, that would be great. Lin Yi sighed, not because she looked down on Lin Yuan, but because all this time, Lin Yuan never accompanied her to watch the Peak Master of Shursan's matches. Such disinterest in the strong, Lin Yi didn't know what to make of it. Our little junior brother. In a VIP box, the 12 Peak Masters of the Red Kuan lineage looked at each other. Initially, They were puzzled why their junior brother would still challenge the Wanyang Holy Sun, but now, everyone understood. Too abnormal. Every peak master had the same thought in their minds. They were aware of their junior brother's partial true identity, not yet 100 years old. But now, the power that the little junior brother had demonstrated certainly indicated he'd reached perfect soul fusion. That is to say, the little junior brother could step into the 6th rank at any time. Such a speed of cultivation was somewhat embarrassing for the 9 elder brothers who were still at the 6th rank. Originally I thought we had a few decades, but I didn't expect we could go back so soon. Among all peak masters, the eldest brother's expression was the most bizarre. He, in order to curry favor with the little junior brother, had specially dispatched an avatar to reside over Kanglan Star, to prevent the Heyu from making a desperate move. This avatar, the eldest brother had planned to keep until the little junior brother stepped into the 6th rank. The eldest brother estimated that it would take at least a few decades. However now, it seems like it would only be a matter of a month. This is a top talent of my human alliance. In another stand, Zhong Bai, Lu Shiguang, and Chao Rong were full of shock. The most talented evolver they had ever seen was Lin Yuan. At the beginning, during the team competition of the tournament, they were in the same team as Lin Yuan. In the end, Lin Yuan lived up to expectations, successfully winning the championship of the tournament. However, Lin Yuan's performance was completely on a different level compared to the peak master of Shursan on the stage. One of the future dominators of the Qikuan star domain. Heyu Ao was also watching, and the current performance of the peak master of Shursan was so highly regarded that he couldn't even look up to him. Maybe one day when he ascended to the position of clan head of the Heyu family, he would have a chance to see this peak master of Shursan. Qikuan, you old rascal, you really found a treasure. In a crimson palace, a man in a white robe watched the tournament footage, and when he saw Lin Yuan shatter the Wanyang Holy Sun with 2 slaps, he was somewhat stunned. He's reached perfect soul fusion so quickly, and after achieving perfection, his strength has received such an enhancement. What kind of evolution path did you practice with him? The man in the white robe was experienced and knowledgeable. He was aware that reaching perfect soul fusion alone and having such an explosive increase in strength indicated Lin Yuan's extremely compatible foundation with his evolution path, and that this evolution path held immense potential. You'll know in time, the Qikuan Star Lord replied with an unchanged smile, yet deep inside, he too was extremely curious. Lin Yuan's 2 slaps just now seemed to not follow the Xianhuang evolutionary path. Could it be that he cultivated another evolution path as well? Qikuan, tell me honestly, how old is the little disciple you took in? Is he over 100 years old? The man in the white robe understood that the Qikuan Star Lord wouldn't reveal the true identity of the peak master of Shursan, so instead of asking about that, he asked about his age. One could generally gauge the talent of an evolver by their age. If the real age of the peak master of Shursan was 400 to 500 years or even 500 to 600 years, then he would just be considered a normal genius. If he was under 100 years old, then it must be said that the Qikuan Star Lord had truly found an exceptional genius this time. Under 100 years old, the Qikuan Star Lord replied after a moment's hesitation. Far from simply being under 100. If Lin Yuan's information was correct, he probably wasn't even 30 yet. Chapter 220, 15, Breakthrough to the 6th rank, Seeking Subscriptions, _2. Qikuan Star Lord himself found it somewhat incredible. He had presided over the Qikuan Star domain for nearly 200,000 years and had initiated the 7-star cave challenges countless times. Yet, he had never seen an evolver with talents and qualities like Lin Yuan. In the past, Qikuan Star Lord had only heard rumors about such talented evolvers, but this time, he unexpectedly became his disciple. Really not even 100 years old, the man in the white robe gasped, my disciple lost honorably. The man in the white robe thought of the junior disciple who had been utterly defeated by Lin Yuan recently. Truly a monster. The man in the white robe couldn't help but say. No need to say that. Once he steps into the 6th rank, there will be even more challenges waiting for him. Our human civilization initially proceeds smoothly, showing terrifying potentials, but there are also evolvers who fail to advance beyond the 6th or 7th rank. Qikuan Star Lord shook his head, don't set too high expectations for Shursan. The higher you stand, the harder you fall. Still pretending at this time. The man in the white robe rolled his eyes. Although the words were right, they somehow tasted bitter to him. "How about I trade 100 disciples for this one of yours?" the men in the white robe said. "No deal. Chikuin Star Lord didn't even think about it, it's your move." Several days later. Central Continent Manor. Lin Yuan, having finished his last match, came outside the manor. "Mr. Lin, here are your items." A man in a black uniform stood outside the manor. Behind him stood a several-meter-tall box. Drip. Following identity authorization, Lin Yuan asked the housekeeper robot to move the box to the underground training facility in the main building. While passing the grassy field, Lin Yuan saw his parents chatting with Lin Yi, his sister. "Mom, Dad, you have no idea how formidable Peak Master Shursan is. With just a couple of slaps, he shattered Wanyang Holy Sun. Wanyang Holy Sun, you know, is considered the undisputed number 1 below the 6th rank in the Wanyang Star domain." Lin Yi was vividly enlightening her parents with the glorious feats of Peak Master Shursan. "Incredible. Peak Master Shursan is indeed formidable." The parents continually nodded. Without Lin Yi's explanations, they too had entered the virtual world recently and heard most about this. "I just wonder when our Kanglin Star will produce a figure like Peak Master Shursan." Mother Lu Qiong sighed. "Mom, what are you dreaming about? That's Peak Master Shursan. In the Chikuin Star domain, with more than 1,000,000 life planets, only such one exists. It's already lucky enough for Kanglin Star to have my brother. A Peak Master Shursan. Absolutely impossible." Lin Yi shook her head, explaining to Lu Qiong. Even though Lu Qiong was also an evolver, she didn't understand much about the evolver community and just knew that Peak Master Shursan was formidable. But how formidable, she wasn't aware, thus she idly fantasized if Kanglin Star could also produce an evolver like him. Lin Yi felt like laughing internally. In such a shallow pool as Kanglin Star, dreaming of producing a true dragon like Peak Master Shursan. Underground training facility in the main building. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, looking at the box in front of him. In the box was exactly what Lin Yuan had applied for, Scarlet Spirit Liquid. To ensure a smooth breakthrough to the 6th rank, Lin Yuan had requested a large basin of Scarlet Spirit Liquid this time. It's time to make a breakthrough. Lin Yuan steadied his mind, having made his decision. The inner conditions, 100% soul bonding transformation, were met. The external conditions, a large basin of Scarlet Spirit Liquid, satisfied all consumption during the breakthrough period. Ho Ming. Lin Yuan thought for a moment and called Ho Ming, the captain of the guard troops. "For the coming period until I emerge, no matter what happens, do not let anyone come near." Lin Yuan stated. "Yes." Captain Ho Ming spoke reverently. Lin Yuan returned to the underground training facility again. "Let's begin." Lin Yuan looked at a large basin of Scarlet Spirit Liquid in front of him and took a gentle breath. A massive amount of Scarlet Spirit Liquid evaporated into the air, merging into Lin Yuan's body. With the influx of huge, pure energy, Lin Yuan started to release control over his physical soul. Rustle, rustle. The amount of Scarlet Spirit Liquid visibly reduced, while Lin Yuan's physical soul quickly began to grow stronger. Why are 6th rank evolvers called Fallen Star level? It's because their physical souls become powerfully unimaginable. With each breath, they absorb and exhale the cosmic energies, neutralizing various stellar radiations without depending on the planetary environment. For a 6th rank evolver, medium to low-grade life planets are already restrictive, akin to a shark trapped in a small pond. The battleground for 6th rank evolvers lies in the cosmos. Hum, hum, hum. As Lin Yuan's physical soul continued to transform and ascend, it gradually began to affect the surroundings, forming a unique life magnetic field characteristic of 6th rank evolvers. Of course, ordinary evolvers can't perceive this influence, and even 4th and 5th rank evolvers cannot sense it. Only. Is my junior brother starting his breakthrough? The bald man was strolling slowly, sensing something, and immediately glanced towards the central mainland. To protect my junior brother. The bald man's figure vanished, instantly appearing at the edge of the central mainland. Although it's unlikely, if a group of 7th rank alien species were to attack now, I could completely block them to buy time for my junior brother's breakthrough. If 8th rank aliens were to attack, I would also have enough time to take my junior brother and run. the bald man thought covertly. Logically speaking, the alien species should not be aware of Lin Yuan's true identity yet, otherwise, they would have sent strong entities to kill him long ago. On the other side of Kanglin Star, a member of the demonic mouse race, only 1 meter 50 tall, lay on the bed. Freewebnovel.com. Chapter 221, 15, Breaking Through 6th Rank, Seeking Subscriptions, _3. Several robust men beside him were drenched in sweat as they massaged him. Put a bit more strength into it, you guys. Didn't you eat last night? Even harder, I'm telling you, as long as it feels good, money is no issue. This member of the demonic mouse race was enjoying himself. Suddenly, the demonic mouse race powerhouse shuddered abruptly. The strong member of the demonic mouse race looked towards the direction of central mainland, his small eyes suddenly widening. Is this a breakthrough to the 6th rank? The strong member of the demonic mouse race was dumbfounded. He remembered that Lin Yuan, whom he protected under the command of the goddess of wisdom, had only the strength of the 4th rank. How did he suddenly reach the 6th rank? How long has it been? The powerful member of the demonic mouse race almost thought time was in disorder, but after some thinking, he confirmed he had only been on Kanglin Star for not even a year. What a monstrosity! The strong member of the demonic mouse race blinked. Even though he knew that Lin Yuan, who had the goddess of wisdom intervene to bring him to this planet as a bodyguard, was no ordinary individual. Such a leap across 2 major realms in such a short time was too frightening. Central Continent Manor. Main building's underground training area. So this is the 6th rank. Lin Yuan slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, he felt everything had changed. The myriad cosmic energies diffusing between heaven and earth were distinctly visible to him, especially the powers of Taiyin and Taiyang, which he could now discern as effortlessly as if viewing the patterns on one's palm. I finally succeeded. A smile emerged on Lin Yuan's face. In the main world, whether it was human civilization or other different species civilizations, the 6th rank was a boundary. It marked the divide between planetary life and cosmic life. Before reaching the 6th rank, life was extremely fragile, one could barely survive off their planet without the aid of tools. But at the 6th rank, the cosmic starry sky instead felt more like home. Whoosh! Lin Yuan's figure vanished. The next moment, Lin Yuan appeared outside Kanglin Star. Under the deep and vast cosmic starry skies, Lin Yuan took a deep breath. The originally chaotic and violent cosmic energies, now tame like a kitten, were all drawn into his body. Kanglin Star. Lin Yuan turned his head to look towards the distant Kanglin Star. At this moment, the enormous Kanglin Star appeared somewhat blustery, its internal strength not as robust as its exterior suggested. Though it boasted a planetary defense system, Lin Yuan could breach the planet in a short time if he so desired. The lives of Kanglin Star's 50 billion citizens hung on Lin Yuan's single thought. The planetary defense system could only delay Lin Yuan for a while but was very unlikely to stop him. Lin Yuan seemed to have noticed something and looked toward the left front. There appeared a bald man, little junior brother. Big senior brother. Lin Yuan immediately recognized the bald man, who was indeed his big senior brother. Their auras were almost identical. And also, Lin Yuan's gaze shifted, looking towards another location. There appeared a dwarf man, measuring only 1 meter 50. Don't get excited yet. The dwarf man immediately spoke, it's the goddess of wisdom who sent me here. Goddess of wisdom. Lin Yuan connected with the goddess of wisdom and after confirming, nodded slightly. Is it really the goddess of wisdom? The bald man was somewhat astonished. Just earlier while he was protecting Lin Yuan, he had sensed the dwarf man's presence. The two nearly came to blows until the dwarf man confirmed that the bald man was not an enemy and voluntarily stated that he was commissioned by the goddess of wisdom to protect Lin Yuan. Upon hearing this, although the bald man was skeptical, he halted his intent to strike since he did not detect any malicious intent from the dwarf man. And during the time he had been protecting Lin Yuan, the dwarf man had not made a move. If the latter truly harbored a killing intent, he would not wait until after Lin Yuan's breakthrough to the 6th rank to show himself. Is Mr. Lin, the peak master of the 13 peaks of the Red Kuan lineage? The dwarfman carefully observed Lin Yuan and spoke softly. It wasn't difficult to guess. The imminent breakthrough to the 6th rank by the peak master of the 13 peaks of the Red Kuan lineage was well known, and at this time, coinciding with Lin Yuan's breakthrough, it was easy to put 2 and 2 together. Moreover, Lin Yuan had a 7th rank powerhouse protecting him. Only someone with such a background could belong to the Red Kuan lineage. Thank you, Mr. of the Demon Mouse race, for your protection during this time. Lin Yuan, having learned the approximate details from the Goddess of Wisdom, immediately expressed his gratitude. There's no need for thanks, I was merely following orders. The dwarfman shook his head. I was curious about the identity of the 13 Peaks Master of Chikuan, but I never expected it to be the Mr. Lin I was protecting. The dwarfman looked astonished. He had a premonition that, soon, the whole Chikuan star domain, and even the surrounding star domains, would be continually shaken by the true identity of the 13 Peaks Master. Chapter 222, 16 Identity Revealed. Please subscribe. Since Mr. Lin has already stepped into the 6th rank, I will take my leave. The dwarfishman bowed slightly towards Lin Yuan and disappeared on the spot. He had been commanded by the Goddess of Wisdom to protect Lin Yuan until he reached the 6th rank. Now that Lin Yuan had indeed reached the 6th rank, his mission was considered complete. And, considering that Lin Yuan and the bald, burly men, the 2 Marshall brothers, obviously had things to discuss, his staying would only make things awkward for himself. So he was a king from the demonic mouse race. The elder Marshall brother glanced at the departing dwarfishman and spoke softly. The demonic mouse race. A king. A thought flickered in Lin Yuan's heart. He knew about the demonic mouse race, which had submitted to the human race 1,000,000 years ago and had long since been integrated. The fact that the Goddess of Wisdom had assigned this dwarfishman to protect him clearly showed her absolute trust in the men. In fact, these different species who had been integrated into human civilization for so long might be even more loyal to human civilization than some from the human race. Their relatives and tribe members all resided within the territory of human civilization. If they ever dared to betray, all of their kin would suffer the consequences. As for a king, that was a title for a 7th rank peak evolver. Contrary to the divisions of the 1st to 6th ranks into 12 segments each, Rewabove.com. 7th rank evolvers only had 3 stages. From weakest to strongest, they were Duke, Marquis, and King. The King level in the 7th rank was already at the 7th rank peak, and even in the battlefields of different races, a king could dominate an area alone. Thank you, Elder Marshall brother, for your protection during this time. Lin Yuan spoke earnestly. He had realized the moment he saw his elder Marshall brother how confident he had been when Lin Yuan had asked him how to guard against the Black Prison. It was why his elder Marshall brother had confidently told Lin Yuan to train on the Kanglan Star. We're Marshall brothers, why the thanks? The elder Marshall brother waved his hand. Let's go. Little brother, take advantage of the fact that the news of your breakthrough to the 6th rank hasn't spread yet and come back with me to the Chikuan main star, the elder Marshall brother suddenly said, as if he had thought of something. The dwarfishman from the demonic mouse race knew Lin Yuan had reached the 6th rank, but he definitely wouldn't spread the word. Therefore, up to now, others were unaware of Lin Yuan's breakthrough to the 6th rank. Even the several 5th rank evolvers on the Kanglan Star couldn't sense the subtle fluctuation of a 5th rank breaking into the 6th rank. All right. Lin Yuan nodded, glanced at the Kanglan Star, and said, You're wondering how to get to the Chikuan main star, right? The elder Marshall brother smiled subtly. If it were just me, I would take a leisurely trip back by spaceship. But with the little Marshall brother here, to avoid unnecessary complications, let's teleport directly back. The elder Marshall brother finished speaking. And suddenly, a 5-colored transparent crystal appeared before him. The crystal, shaped like a magic cube, faintly emitted slight space fluctuations. This magic cube. Lin Yuan felt that the magic cube closely resembled the giant magic cube in the 7-star cave world that represented surpassing the 6th rank evolutionary path. The two must share the same origin. This is called the crystal magic cube, given by our mentor. Once crushed, it will form a space passage, and the other side leads to the Chikuan main star, the elder Marshall brother said with a grin. Click. The elder Marshall brother grasped the crystal magic cube and gently squeezed. The crystal magic cube immediately crumbled into powder. Amid the countless powdered particles, the power of space began to gather. In front of the elder Marshall brother, a door of space formed. Go ahead, little Marshall brother. The elder Marshall brother closed his eyes and felt briefly. The space passage is very stable, strong enough for a sixth-rank life to pass through. Elder Marshall brother. Lin Yuan looked down at the Kanglan star. Are you worried about your family? The elder Marshall brother chuckled. Rest assured, once you return to the main star, we will immediately announce your identity on the Chensi main star, and then Chensi main star will make the announcement externally. The moment Chensi main star receives the news, they will dispatch a specialized guard troop to Kanglan star to protect the family of our little Marshall brother, said the elder Marshall brother, pausing for a moment before continuing. Actually, you needn't worry about your family's safety. Different species like to assassinate our human race's talented evolvers, but they are actually not that interested in the families of talented evolvers, the elder Marshall brother hinted. Not that interested? Lin Yuan was surprised. Let's say, hypothetically, the elder Marshall brother smiled and said, if your family were to be assassinated by a different species, would you be utterly devastated? No, Lin Yuan shook his head. I see, Lin Yuan realized. High-rank evolvers possessed power capable of destroying heavens and earth, and naturally, their mental state was almost at perfection. If the death of family members could cause a high-rank evolver's mental state to collapse, then all those years of cultivation would have been in vain. The death of family members would only incite deeper hatred against the different species in an evolver. Particularly for genius-level evolvers, the death of a relative might even act as a catalyst, helping them to break through faster. What about capturing family members as a threat? Throughout the long centuries of human civilization, no evolver had ever yielded to threats from different species. Therefore, unless under special circumstances, different species generally wouldn't target the families of human race geniuses, as it held no practical significance. Go ahead. Lin Yuan took one last look at the Kanglan star beneath his feet and followed his elder Marshall brother into the space passage before him. Such chaotic space power, Lin Yuan was somewhat surprised. Even with a space passage to shield him, he could still feel the wildly violent space power. This level of chaos and ferocity far surpassed what Lin Yuan had sensed in the Divine Arms world when he last entered that spatial rift. But now, all the turbulent and disordered space power was blocked by the space channel formed by the crystal magic cube. Space rules, too miraculous. Chapter 223, 16 Identity Revealed. Please subscribe, _2. Lin Yuan followed his eldest senior brother, step by step, walking inside the space tunnel. With each step he took, Lin Yuan vaguely sensed that he had traversed an immense distance, all crammed into just a few steps due to some form of compression within the space tunnel, compressing 10 light-years or even dozens of light-years into a matter of steps. Lin Yuan had done some research on space rules as well, and the giant cube within the Seven Stars Void world, representing a spatial evolutionary path beyond the 6th rank, had already been fully understood by Lin Yuan up to the 7th rank chapter. However, compared to the profound mysteries of the space rules he was encountering now, it was like comparing the light of a firefly to the bright moon. Quickly. After merely taking a few dozen steps, Lin Yuan had moved to the other side of the space tunnel. A planet appeared in the distance, hundreds of times larger than Kanglan star. That is the Chikuan main star. A smile appeared on his eldest senior brother's face. Not until this moment did his eldest senior brother feel that he and his junior brother were completely safe. Even if a high-rank evolver at the peak of the 8th layer came attacking now, they were so close to Chikuan main star that the Chikuan Star Lord could intervene instantly. So many powerful beings. Lin Yuan faintly sensed that on Chikuan main star, numerous high-rank evolver auras were lurking, and 6th rank fallen star warriors were no longer rare on Chikuan main star. I have already stepped into the 6th rank, my soul has achieved perfect harmony and transformation, and merged with the martial Tao evolutionary path. Even someone as powerful as my teacher cannot see through which evolutionary path I have cultivated. Lin Yuan thought to himself. After becoming one of the 13 peak masters of the Red Kuan lineage, Lin Yuan had been reluctant to return to Chikuan main star. He was worried that his cultivation of the martial Tao evolutionary path would be seen through by other high-rank evolvers. You see, the potential revealed by the martial path evolutionary path had the prospects of advancing to the 8th layer evolutionary path. FreeWebNovel.com, as the founder of this evolutionary path, Lin Yuan was, in a sense, an embryo of a great evolution scholar. This identity far surpassed being one of the 13 peak masters of the Red Kuan lineage because any evolution scholar represents the true foundation of human civilization. And an evolution scholar starts at the 8th layer, with a citizenship level that is unimaginably high, and their influence is much greater than that of a singular powerful evolver. Follow me. The eldest senior brother's mind slightly shifted. The space around subtly distorted. It isolated their appearances and auras. Whoosh. The eldest senior brother, with Lin Yuan, entered Qikuan main star. During this time, countless fluctuations transmitted as if confirming their identities and permissions. Quickly. The two soon arrived at the continent formed by more than a dozen mountains at the center of the planet. Lin Yuan looked around, and there were a total of 14 mountains, with the largest central peak belonging to the Qikuan Star Lord. The other 13 mountains were those of Lin Yuan and the other 12 peak masters. While walking, the eldest senior brother said, "Now that junior brother has come to the main star, next, our Red Kuan lineage will update the information of the 13 peak masters. Junior brother is from Kanglan Star, and since Kanglan Star is a life planet in the Dawn Star system, the Red Kuan lineage will first announce it to the Dawn Star system, then spread it outwards from Chensi main star." Okay, Lin Yuan nodded. Having reached the 6th rank, he could fully withstand the identity of one of the Red Kuan lineage's 13 peak masters without facing an unworthy of position issue. Apart from the eldest senior brother, the second and third senior brothers, the rest of the senior brothers were also 6th rank. Back when the Qikuan Star Lord seized the body of a starry sky wanderer Kuan, he only dared to return to the Human Civilization Alliance after painstakingly reaching the 7th rank. That's because the Qikuan Star Lord was not a genius in the conventional sense. The young starry sky wanderer Kuan that he possessed easily attracted animosity. For example, the parents of the original starry sky wanderer Kuan. Or the special life group of the starry sky wanderer Kuan. The starry sky wanderer Kuan species is indeed rare, but there are some, and with strong bloodlines, the probability of birthing powerful beings is much higher. It was precisely because of this. Qikuan Star Lord hid until he reached the 7th rank before daring to show himself and return to human civilization. I wonder how Chensi will feel, knowing that his star system has birthed such a supreme genius as junior brother, said the eldest senior brother with a bit of emotion in his voice. As one of the 13 peak masters of the Red Kuan lineage, Lin Yuan truly held the power of life and death over a star domain. Coming from the Dawn Star system, Lin Yuan was likely to develop some fondness for it. This fondness might not be substantial, but compared to completely unfamiliar star systems, he would definitely lean toward the Dawn Star system. Under such conditions, as long as the Dawn Star system didn't sabotage itself, it was equivalent to having a supporter in the Qikuan Star domain, thereby increasing its influence. This was just the impact Lin Yuan made on the vast Dawn Star system, but for Kanglan Star. If Lin Yuan wished, Kanglan Star could even advance to a higher-grade life planet. From a middle-grade life planet to a higher-grade life planet. This involves various aspects like the level of cosmic energy a planet can accommodate, the number of powerful beings, etc. Normally, higher-grade life planets are mostly innate, few middle-grade life planets advance to higher-grade life planets. Because the costs involved in such an upgrade are too great. But with the tacit support of Lin Yuan, the peak master of the 13 peaks, the ascent of Kanglan Star to a higher-grade life planet is just a matter of time. Big senior brother, shall we go see the teacher now? Lin Yuan asked. See the teacher? The eldest senior brother shook his head, there's no need. When you entered Qikuan main star, the teacher already knew, seeing or not seeing doesn't matter, said the eldest senior brother, looking at Lin Yuan with a somewhat solemn expression. Junior brother, the most important thing for you now is not to see the teacher, nor is it to continue cultivating. Rather, it's to form an imprint of your life essence and then brand it into the universe. Chapter 224 Chapter 16 Identity Revelation, Subscription Request, _3, 224 Chapter 16 Identity Revelation, Subscription Request, _3. The eldest senior brother said solemnly. A 6th rank evolver's life essence is strong enough to leave a mark in the universe. This kind of mark is also known as a life brand, and as long as the brand exists, even if Lin Yuan falls, the supreme beings of the human race can use this bit of life brand as an anchor point to reverse time for resurrection. As for those below the 6th rank, their life essence isn't strong enough. If they die, they truly die, and nobody can bring them back. Understood. Lin Yuan nodded. Branding one's life brand into the universe is something all evolvers do as soon as they step into the 6th rank. It relates to whether one can be resurrected in the future, and even those 6th rank evolvers without the privilege of resurrection will do the same. Who knows, in some future era, their offspring might make great achievements and beseech a supreme being to resurrect them. Chensi Main Star. The Chikuin star domain has 8 major star systems, with over 1 million life planets. Among them, the Dawn star system is not the weakest of the 8 major star systems, but it's also not associated with the strongest, ranking around 5th or 6th all year round. Chensi Main Star, within a certain department. This department is one of the core departments of Chensi Main Star, responsible for connecting with Chikuin Main Star, and constantly relaying the many orders sent from Chikuin Main Star. Who knows when Peak Master Shursan will step into the 6th rank, or what Peak Master Shursan's real identity is. Could it be from our Dawn star system? Within the department, a female employee chatted idly with a colleague. In the virtual world's arena area, Peak Master Shursan's last few battles, especially the way he shattered the Wanyang Holy Sun with 2 slaps, convinced many powerful beings in the outside world that Peak Master Shursan's soul had achieved 100% compatibility. Stepping into the 6th rank as a result is also a recent event. Once someone becomes a 6th rank, the importance of keeping Peak Master Shursan's identity secret vanishes, and it can be made public. And according to the style of Chikuin Main Star, from which star system Peak Master Shursan hails, that system's main star will be responsible for dissemination. If Peak Master Shursan is not from the 8 major star systems, then Chikuin Main Star will personally make it public. I think the possibility of Peak Master Shursan being from the Dawn star system is not big. In my Dawn star system, there are only over 100 high-grade life planets, while other powerful star systems have hundreds of high-grade life planets to start with. Geniuses like Peak Master Shursan are likely to be born on high-grade life planets. Another department employee spoke up. The many differences between high-grade life planets and middle and low-grade life planets include the probability of giving birth to geniuses. The former is much higher than the latter. High-grade life planets, accommodating higher quality cosmic energy, living long-term under such quality of cosmic energy means that even a mediocre talent can match geniuses from middle-grade life planets. Any news from the other star systems? The 3rd department employee asked. If Peak Master Shursan were from another star system, Chikuin Main Star would definitely inform that system, and the news would be publicized immediately. Not yet. I'm keeping an eye on it. The first woman who spoke up said. It's been so long, Peak Master Shursan should have made a breakthrough by now. Anything that should be made public would be, unless Peak Master Shursan really hails from outside the Chikuin star domain, and was picked up by a Star Lord during their travels in the universe. A department employee wondered. While they were chatting. Beep 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 beep. The entire department suddenly lit up with a red light. A document has been received from Chikuin Main Star. Peak Master Shursan's true identity comes from the Dawn star system. Chapter 225 Chapter 17 Changes in the Door to the Myriad Realms, Seeking Subscriptions. 225 Chapter 17 Changes in the Door to the Myriad Realms, Seeking Subscriptions. What? Peak Master Shursan really comes from our Dawn star system. In the department, all members were dumbfounded, having indeed fantasized about this possibility. After all, if the Dawn star system really was the home system of Peak Master Shursan, then the entire Dawn star system would benefit from his presence in the future. Not to mention gaining any resource bias, at the very least, it wouldn't be treated as a place to exploit for resources. But everyone was clear that it was just a fantasy. Just like before the lottery results are announced, nearly every citizen who has bought a ticket fantasizes about winning the jackpot. But in reality, there's only one winner. Those fantasies were nothing more than impractical, wishful thinking. However, now, someone was telling them that the fantasy had turned into reality. Peak Master Shursan. All hearts were pounding as they immediately began to review the real information file about Peak Master Shursan sent from the Chikuin Main Star. Peak Master Shursan, real name Lin Yuan, from Kanglan Star, the champion of the last Kanglan Star tournament, participated in the 7-star cave trials. Peak Master Shursan, born on a middle-grade life planet. A mere middle-grade life planet managed to produce a genius like Peak Master Shursan. It's incredible. The file says that Peak Master Shursan participated in the last tournament at only 4th rank, and now he's 6th rank. I understand now. Before the tournament, Peak Master Shursan must have been cultivating on his own, reaching 4th rank in such a backward environment on a middle-grade life planet, then entered the 7-star cave world, received guidance from a Star Lord, and his fortune soared. The numerous members of the department, looking at the information about Peak Master Shursan, were lost in wild thoughts. Chairman. Just then, one of the members looked up and noticed a burly man appearing. Chairman. Upon hearing this, the others immediately looked up, addressing the burly men with utmost respect. In the entire Chensi main star, no one could be called chairman except the dominion holder of the Dawn Association. The Dawn Association was the most powerful force in the Dawn star system, so much so that the entire system was named after it. Of course, no matter how powerful the Dawn Association was, it was still a subordinate to the Red Kuan lineage, and only the orders from the Red Kuan lineage were obeyed. Ha ha ha, Peak Master Shursan really comes from our Dawn star system. The face of the chairman of the Dawn Association lit up with joy, showing none of the usual aloof demeanor of a chairman. Chairman, what should we do now? The department head couldn't help but speak up. In theory, apart from the big shots on the Chikuan main star, only they knew about the real identity of Peak Master Shursan. What to do? Let me think carefully. The chairman of the Dawn Association composed himself. He had been so excited that he had for a moment neglected how to handle this matter. Without a doubt, having Peak Master Shursan from the Dawn star system was a tremendous opportunity. But no matter how great the opportunity, one must catch it properly. The Dawn star system must seize this chance, especially to not let other forces get there first. This is what we'll do. I will personally go to the Chikuan main star and make an appearance before Peak Master Shursan to congratulate him on advancing to 6th rank. The chairman of the Dawn Association said. Since the real identity of Peak Master Shursan had been transmitted from the Chikuan main star, it meant that Peak Master Shursan was already on the Chikuan main star. Secondly, Peak Master Shursan should still have parents and a sister on Kanglan star. Once he knew the real identity of Peak Master Shursan, the chairman of the Dawn Association immediately connected to the virtual world and looked up Lin Yuan's basic information. Now, you take my guard troops and quickly go to Kanglan Star and protect the Peak Master's parents. The chairman of the Dawn Association looked at the manager. He wanted to cover all bases, as protecting the Peak Master's family certainly couldn't be wrong. Now, we can release the real identity of Peak Master Shursan. The chairman of the Dawn Association didn't dare delay, as upon receiving the documents transmitted by the Red Kuan lineage, Chensi main star had to act with utmost speed. Naturally, as the spreader of the identity, the chairman of the Dawn Association was the first to know the information and could prepare in advance. The Dawn Star System. The Heiyu family station planet. Being one of the top 5 forces in the Chikuan star domain, the Heiyu family had station planets in all 8 star systems. The station planets, which are entirely owned by the Heiyu family, also serve as the family's branch headquarters within that star system. Overseeing all matters of the Heiyu family in the Dawn Star System. The Dawn Star System has 1,200,000 life planets, almost all of which have some trade and economic dealings with the Heiyu family. At this moment, the matter of Peak Master Shursan's real identity was transmitted here from Chensi main star. Within a garden, a man in a loose coat was leisurely lying there. 2 beautiful women were gently massaging him. The man in the loose coat, named Heiyu Qin, was Heiyu Ao's second uncle. It was through Heiyu Qin that Heiyu Ao had cut off all trade ties between the Heiyu family and Kanglan Star. Although far from the family's power core, at least I'm free, and not many can command me. Heiyu Qin was in a good mood. Not every member of the Heiyu family had ambitions to climb higher, and Heiyu Qin was quite satisfied with his status. While Heiyu Qin was enjoying himself, a deep voice suddenly echoed beside him. Heiyu Qin, come here. The voice, although devoid of any emotional fluctuations, obviously suppressed some anger and fear. Chapter 226 Chapter 17 Changes in the Door to the Myriad Realms, Seeking Subscriptions, _2. 226 Chapter 17 Changes in the Door to the Myriad Realms, Seeking Subscriptions, _2. The clan elder is calling me. Heiyu Qin suddenly felt a shiver run through him. Come at once. Although he didn't know what the clan elder wanted with him, Heiyu Qin knew that he must not defy the elder. Quickly, Heiyu Qin appeared before the clan elder. Elder. Heyu Qin bowed deeply, keeping his posture extremely low. Heyu Qin, I have sent you a document, take a good look at it. The clan elder took a deep breath, then give me an explanation. Ah. Okay. Upon hearing this, Heyu Qin immediately began to receive the document the clan elder had sent. The Red Kuan lineage, the true identity of Shursan Peak Master, is in fact an evolver from the Dawn Star system, from Kanglin Star, named Lin Yuan. The more Heyu Qin read, the more panicked he became. His heart trembled, his legs went weak, and he found himself unable to control his own body, collapsing onto the ground. Lin Yuan. Hadn't he been cut off from trading with Kanglin Star by his nephew Heyu Ao, all because of this Lin Yuan? And now, this Lin Yuan's identity was Shursan Peak Master. Heyu Qin felt the world spinning, breathing became unbearably difficult. He was keenly aware of what his actions meant. He himself had initiated the trade cut-off and had spread the word that it was all because Lin Yuan was disrespectful. But now, Lin Yuan had become the Shursan Peak Master of the Red Kuan lineage, one of the high-ranking beings of the Chikuan Star domain. One couldn't merely talk about himself. Even the sea-calming divine needle Heyu Mo of the Heyu family would have to treat Lin Yuan with utmost respect. And he had tried to suppress Lin Yuan. Heyu Ao, you have doomed me. You have put me beyond redemption. Heyu Qin crawled to the elder's feet, clutching his thighs. Elder, none of this has anything to do with me, it was all Heyu Ao, it was all his doing. I have no grievances against that Lin, against the Honorable Shursan Peak Master, it was all Heyu Ao's orders. Heyu Qin wept bitterly. He understood that he was finished, regardless of whether he wanted to do it or was ordered by someone else. As the person directly involved in suppressing the Shursan Peak Master, he was bound to meet no good end. Yet, even in death, there were differences. The Heyu family had ways to make the guilty wish for death. Heyu Ao. The clan elder closed his eyes. I will speak to the family about this. As for you. The clan elder looked at the sobbing Heyu Qin. In an instant, a guard approached and subdued Heyu Qin. Only after Heyu Qin had been taken away did the elder turn around to face the others behind him. They were all high-ranking members of the Heyu family stationed in the Dawn Star system, each of them looking grave. Before Heyu Qin arrived, they had already gathered and almost fully grasped the situation. Gentlemen, the time concerning the life and death, the survival of our Heyu family, has come, the clan elder said somberly. Life and death. The rest trembled slightly at the thought. Indeed, it was a matter of life and death. The Heyu family had grievously offended the Shursan Peak Master. As one of the Chikuan Star domain's 5 grand powers, deeply rooted with far-reaching influence, the Heyu family wouldn't face immediate issues even after offending the Shursan Peak Master. But, given enough time, it would undoubtedly weaken rapidly, and might completely perish after hundreds or thousands of years. Therefore, the situation the Heyu family was facing could indeed be considered life and death. If we'd known earlier, we should never have given Heyu Qin the power. To cut off all trade with a life planet might not be a major issue, but it is not a trivial matter either. If it had been reviewed by us, perhaps such an incident wouldn't have occurred. It's only a possibility. Heyu Ao is a direct descendant of our family. If he had come to us asking to cut off trade with Kanglin Star, would you have disagreed? The mistake lies in the fact that a middle-grade life planet like Kanglin Star could give birth to a great person like the Shursan Peak Master, and Heyu Ao just happened to run into the Shursan Peak Master. Since it has already happened, discussing this is pointless. What's critical now is how to resolve the animosity the Shursan Peak Master has towards our Heyu family. Heyu Qin will certainly have to be handed over, but the main culprit is Heyu Ao, and Heyu Ao. The people in the room discussed fervently. They had the power to decide Heyu Qin's fate, but as for Heyu Ao, after all, he was the son of Heyu Mo. How to deal with Heyu Ao had to be in consultation with Heyu Mo's wishes. I will go and speak on this matter. It concerns the family heritage, no matter who it is, those who must be sacrificed will have to be, as long as it can recover the favor of the Shursan Peak Master, as long as it can eliminate the Shursan Peak Master's animosity towards our family, no price is too great. The clan elder stood up, looked at everyone, and declared firmly. Chikuan Main Star. Official Member Cultivation Site. Fang Qing was sitting cross-legged, imagining the likeness of an ancient god in his mind. The evolution path of the ancient gods is simple in practice yet difficult in theory. That was to meditate on the ancient god corresponding to one's own evolutionary path and to imitate that entity as much as possible. The reason this was difficult was that even a minor mistake could lead to retaliation and possible death on the spot. Huff. Fang Qing finished his cultivation, a look of relief washing over his face. Just at that moment. Fang boy, quickly look at the document, go look at the document. A roaring voice came through, unmistakably from the white-bearded old man. What's the rush, what could possibly be so important? Fang Qing's brow furrowed slightly, feeling that his mentor was prone to overreacting, as if he had never seen the world before. Are you going to look or not? The white-bearded old man's tone rose a few notches. Fine, I'll look, but I certainly won't be like you. Fang Qing immediately skimmed through the document, muttering to himself as he read. Until. The true identity of Shursan Peak Master is an evolver from Kanglin Star in the Dawn Star system named Lin Yuan. What the fuck? Fang Qing was astounded. Big brother Lin is Shursan Peak Master. Fang Qing felt bewildered, rereading the document several times to confirm that the Lin Yuan mentioned was indeed the big brother Lin he knew, and not somebody with the same name. His mind turned to mush. It took a moment for him to somewhat snap back to his senses. This. Fang Qing's eyes widened, and though he was alerted by the white-bearded old man that Lin Yuan must have some sort of ace up his sleeve. Otherwise, he wouldn't foolishly refuse Heyu Ao's recruitment. But this ace, was it not too big? The 13th peak master of the Red Kuan lineage. Was this his fucking trump card? So that's how it is. I was wondering why, with your big brother Lin's talent, it would be impossible for him to pass the 7-star cave trial, even a waste like you passed. It made no sense. So that's how it is. So that's how it is. The white-bearded old man's voice, filled with sudden understanding, kept ringing in Fang Qing's ears. Fang Qing's mouth twitched. He had some objections to the old man's constant calling him a waste, especially in comparison to big brother Lin, so he immediately dared not say much more. Shursan Peak Master. Fang Qing couldn't help but look up, staring off at the 14 peaks standing tall in the center of the main star. Inside the palace, Lin Yuan was sitting cross-legged. Life essence, imprint, merging into the universe. Lin Yuan pondered carefully while feeling everything within his body. After stepping into the 6th rank, his physical soul underwent significant metamorphosis. Lin Yuan faintly sensed a deeper layer of space within the cosmic starry sky. Compared to before his breakthrough into the 6th rank, the door had become more majestic, solemn, and insurmountable. Not only did it no longer appear ethereal, but it also seemed more like a physical object. 1351. Since Lin Yuan became aware of the door to the myriad realms. Whether it was real or an illusion was unknown, but Lin Yuan felt that it was a place unreachable by mere flesh and blood. According to the Red Kuan lineage's description of that space, it should be the origin source space of this cosmic starry sky. It's the most central place of the universe, where only ethereal entities like life imprints are able to merge. As for life, even the most powerful beings could not enter the origin source space. Life essence. Lin Yuan slowly circulated the power within his body, resonating faintly with that layer of space. I can feel it. It should be about to merge soon. Lin Yuan's spirit shuddered. Merging the life imprint did not require much skill, otherwise, it wouldn't be achievable by a 6th rank evolver. Upon sensing the space where the life imprint rested, the final merge was imminent. As the life imprint continued to merge, Lin Yuan felt more at ease, able to spare a bit of consciousness to attend to other matters. The door to the myriad realms. A thread of Lin Yuan's consciousness reached the depths of his mind. This was his first visit here since advancing to the 6th rank. What's this? No sooner had Lin Yuan's consciousness reached this place than he noticed changes to the door to the myriad realms. Compared to before his breakthrough into the 6th rank, the door had become more majestic, solemn, and insurmountable. Not only did it no longer appear ethereal, but it also seemed more like a physical object. Since Lin Yuan became aware of the door to the myriad realms, this colossal gate had always been ethereal. Even when the outer regions were illuminated, you could still discern its ephemeral nature. But now, the door to the myriad realms actually gave Lin Yuan a tangible sensation. Furthermore, as Lin Yuan gazed at the door to the myriad realms, a vast amount of information flooded into Lin Yuan's soul from the door. Chapter 227 Chapter 18, Despair of Heyu Ao. 227 Chapter 18, Despair of Heyu Ao. These pieces of information. Lin Yuan rubbed his temples and even halted the act of integrating his life imprint into the universe. The information he received was obviously vast and exceedingly important. So, the door to the myriad realms in the depths of my mind is merely a projection of the true door to the myriad realms. Lin Yuan's thoughts converged silently. The real door to the myriad realms was not something that a frail and insignificant life like Lin Yuan could sustain, even if the former had acknowledged him as its master. The disparity in levels between them was too great for them to coexist in the same space. With Lin Yuan's strength before stepping into the 6th rank, bearing a projection of the door to the myriad realms was already his limit. Even now, as Lin Yuan had evolved to a 6th rank evolver, and his life essence had undergone transformation, making him capable of leaving a brand in the main world, he still could not sustain the real door to the myriad realms. Of course, stepping into the 6th rank wasn't without its changes. The current Lin Yuan could carry a projection of the door to the myriad realms, and its inherent essence had elevated much. This point could be explained by the additional information about the door to the myriad realms that Lin Yuan acquired. World-breaking origin force. Lin Yuan's expression grew somewhat solemn. According to the information just received from the projection of the door to the myriad realms, he knew that the world-breaking origin force was one of the core energy sources of the door to the myriad realms. Every 333 days, the projection of the door to the myriad realms could accumulate a strand of world-breaking origin force from the void. The specific manifestation was the lighting up of the peripheral area of the door to the myriad realms. Simply put, a strand of world-breaking origin force could allow Lin Yuan to travel once. The uses of world-breaking origin force were numerous. 10 strands of world-breaking origin force could enable Lin Yuan to return once more to any world he had previously traversed. This seemed rather good. Lin Yuan thought to himself. Although, thus far, the 4 traversals he conducted all ended with Lin Yuan emerging invincible. As the number of traversals increased and the levels of the worlds he visited were raised, under the restriction of the door to the myriad realms that limited the duration of stay, Lin Yuan couldn't guarantee that he would be able to conquer every traversed world. If there were any important treasures or things in the worlds that he hadn't fully enjoyed, he could use this method to return to those realms and continue to enjoy them. But that depended on the treasures or opportunities being sufficiently important, as 10 strands of world-breaking origin force were enough for Lin Yuan to traverse 10 times. 50 strands of world-breaking origin force can allow for physical traversal. Lin Yuan had long known that the door to the myriad realms was not limited to consciousness descent but also allowed for physical traversal. Though this method of traversal could establish a massive advantage early on, without the need for gradual cultivation, the risks were also greater. If one were to perish in a traversed world, it would probably mean true death, which is far less forgiving than the opportunity for a do-over that consciousness descent offered. 100 strands of world-breaking origin force would allow me to choose the worlds for traversal, according to my desires. Meaning, Lin Yuan could control the type and direction of the worlds he traversed based on his own needs. Such a utility was quite satisfying to Lin Yuan. All the traversals conducted by the door to the myriad realms thus far had been random. Such traversals were not harmful in the early stages, but as Lin Yuan's strength and realm continued to rise, some of the worlds he traversed wouldn't provide much aid. At this time, the effect of customized traversal showed its value. Lin Yuan could tailor a world that fit his cultivation system and could bring him immense aid. 100 strands of world-breaking origin force, too expensive. Given the door to the myriad realms projections rate of accumulating 1 strand of world-breaking origin force every 333 days. 100 strands would likely take 90 years. 1,000 strands of world-breaking origin force can bring back an item from any of the traversed worlds. Lin Yuan sighed. If 100 strands of world-breaking origin force already required waiting for over 90 years, wouldn't 1,000 strands necessitate nearly a millennium? Such use of world-breaking origin force wouldn't be considered by Lin Yuan unless it was for some special origin source treasure of a world. 10,000 strands of world-breaking origin force. Lin Yuan had not seen the specific effects of 10,000 strands of world-breaking origin force, but according to the current information received, there should be use for such an amount. The current door to the myriad realms projection, the accumulated, world-breaking origin force. Lin Yuan sensed it and found that the current amount of world-breaking origin force was just over 1 strand. The accumulation of world-breaking origin force should be based on the standard of the main world. Lin Yuan thought for a moment and continued to start integrating a bit of his life brand into the universe. Kanglin Star. Governor Song Wuyang stretched languidly. Governor, all matters have been dealt with, and what follows is your personal rest time, came the voice of his AI assistant. Personal rest time. Song Wuyang's face showed a smile. Suddenly. At that moment. The voice of the AI assistant came through once again. Governor, Nolan Chensi requests to speak with you. Nolan Chensi. Song Wuyang suddenly tensed up. The surname, Chensi, came from the strongest force in the Dawn Star System, the Dawn Association. And Nolan Chensi was the vice chairman of the Dawn Association, a major figure in the Dawn Star System, second only to the chairman. Agree to the call. Song Wuyang took a deep breath to stabilize his emotions. And immediately gave the command. He was somewhat anxious, unsure why such a high-ranking individual was personally reaching out to him. Now that Kanglin Star had just recovered from the pressure exerted by the Heiyu family, he hoped there wouldn't be any unexpected incident. The holographic screen before him showed the image of Nolan Chensi. I've seen Nolan, sir. Chapter 228, 18 The Despair of Heiyu AO_2. Song Wuyang's tone was somewhat constrained. What great men, not great men. Nolan Chensi seemed very amiable, completely lacking the imposing aura and unapproachability that Song Wuyang remembered. The Kanglin Star you govern is truly remarkable, having given birth to such a great evolver. Nolan Chensi said with a smile. What? Song Wuyang blinked. He understood every word that Nolan Chensi said, but when put together, Song Wuyang didn't know what to make of it. What does truly remarkable mean? Nolan Chensi, as the vice president of the Dawn Association, wouldn't even spare high-grade life planets a glance, let alone Kanglin Star. And yet, now, this big shot from the Dawn Star System was voluntarily praising Kanglin Star. Also, a great evolver was born. Song Wuyang still hadn't comprehended. He was well aware of the number of evolvers on Kanglin Star and their specific circumstances. There certainly wasn't any great evolver, as referred to by the esteemed Nolan Chensi. Lord Nolan. I'm not sure what you mean. Song Wuyang asked cautiously. I forgot this matter hasn't reached Kanglin Star yet. Nolan Chensi's smile did not diminish as his gaze turned even more affable. You should know about Peak Master Shursan, right? Peak Master Shursan. Song Wuyang was stunned. Of course, he knew of Peak Master Shursan. He was the pride of the Chikuan star domain, who not long ago had challenged the genius evolvers of the various star domains. Even the undefeated Holy Sun from the Wanyang star domain had been forced to bow his head in defeat at the hands of Peak Master Shursan. Song Wuyang not only knew of Peak Master Shursan but had also watched every one of his challenges, almost becoming a fan. But what did Peak Master Shursan have to do with him? If the Dawn Star System could dare to fantasize, then maybe Peak Master Shursan came from their star system. But as for Song Wuyang, he didn't even dare to fantasize about it, because the probability was too low, nearly impossible. With over 1 million life planets in the Chikuan star domain, including high-grade life planets and various main stars and so on. Why on earth would the great Peak Master Shursan come from a backward and remote planet like Kanglin Star? It was completely unscientific. Lord Nolan, this Peak Master Shursan? Song Wuyang asked, puzzled. That's right. Nolan Chensi nodded. The true identity of the great Peak Master Shursan is indeed an evolver named Lin Yuan from your Kanglin Star. Also, Peak Master Shursan has participated in a tournament and even won the championship, you should remember. Nolan Chensi's tone remained kind as he spoke. The true identity of Peak Master Shursan is Lin Yuan. Song Wuyang was dumbfounded, almost unable to comprehend at the moment. Almost immediately after, Song Wuyang's eyes widened in shock, hardly able to keep his composure. Peak Master Shursan was Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan was Peak Master Shursan. Song Wuyong felt dizzy, as if knocked over by a huge surprise. No, that wasn't right. This was more than just a surprise. The true identity of Peak Master Shursan will be announced by the Chensi main star, and soon your Kanglin star will also be informed. I told you in advance as a preparation, Nolan Chensi said. Moreover, soon the guard troops of our president will come over to protect the family of Peak Master Shursan. By then, you should know what to do. Nolan Chensi reminded him. Rest assured, Lord Nolan, before the president's guard troops arrive, Kanglin Star's defense system will be completely sealed off, barring any forces from entering, Song Wuyong said immediately after taking a deep breath. Then I'll leave it to the governor, Nolan Chensi said with a nod, his face showing satisfaction. Although he thought that no one would reach Peak Master Shursan's parents faster than his Dawn Association. But it's better to be safe than sorry. Having extra precautions was never a bad thing. You may go now to make the arrangements. Remember, the most important task for Kanglin Star at the moment is to protect the family of Peak Master Shursan until the president's guard troops arrive. Having said this, Nolan Chensi then disconnected the call. Thump. Song Wuyong fell to the ground with a thud. Lord Lin Yuan. Lord Peak Master Shursan. Song Wuyong's mind was whirring. He immediately thought of the time when Lin Yuan was oppressed by public opinion on Kanglin Star due to the Heyu family's repression. Draw up the list. From the moment the Heyu family severed trade with Kanglin Star, every citizen on the network who has verbally insulted and blamed Mr. Lin Yuan, regardless of their status, will be added to the list. Song Wuyong immediately began to make arrangements. He couldn't allow Master Shursan to even conceive the idea of suffering the slightest grievance on Kanglin Star. Heyu Ao was full of vigor, having the business map provided by the family's think tank, he just needed to follow it step by step. Mr. Ao. The training is proceeding normally, and the increase in strength of all evolvers is in line with expectations. The elder in the black suit, Bei Zhao, reported the results respectfully. I see. Heyu Ao was pleased in spirit. If the plan went smoothly, in the next championship tournament, those evolvers cultivated by Heyu Ao would shine brilliantly. The evolvers practicing divination are terrifying, able to grasp any minute information and thus make the most beneficial decisions for themselves. Heyu Ao felt a touch of emotion. If it weren't for the list provided by the family's think tank, how could he, Heyu Ao, have known about the tremendous potential for improvement in these evolvers? That a little training could greatly boost their strength. Just then. My father is looking for me. Heyu Ao tensed up. He received a video call from his father. This left Heyu Ao somewhat at a loss. Heyu Ao's father, the Seacoming Divine Needle of the Heyu family, the 7th rank evolver Heyu Mo. As the youngest son of Heyu Mo, Heyu Ao had met his father fewer times than he could count on both hands. Let alone receiving a personal video call from him. Could it be that father has discovered my achievements outside? Heyu Ao speculated in his heart and quickly accepted his father's call. On the virtual screen before him, Heyu Mo's image soon appeared. Heyu Mo was tall and emitted a certain dark and chilly aura. Heyu Ao. Heyu Mo spoke in a cold tone, I've sent someone to fetch you. Don't resist when they arrive. After saying this, Heyu Mo ended the call. Heyu Ao was confused. His father, the Seacoming Divine Needle of the Heyu family, had video called him personally just to tell him this. Fetching me back to the family. Heyu Ao fell silent. He had dreamed of returning to the family. But the words of his father, Heyu Mo, made him uneasy. What has happened? Heyu Ao furrowed his brow in deep thought. Mr. Ao. At that moment, the elder in the black suit, Bei Zhao, suddenly walked in. Chensi Main Star has announced the identity of Master Shursan. Oh. Heyu Ao's spirit was immediately uplifted, and he quickly connected to the virtual world to receive the relevant files. The real identity of Master Shursan is Lin Yuan from Kanglin Star. Heyu Ao was stunned. He disconnected from the virtual world, shook his head to fully wake himself up, and then re-entered the virtual world. Yet, the file regarding Master Shursan's true identity still identified him as Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan of Kanglin Star. How can this be? Heyu Ao was in disbelief. The great Master Shursan, why would he come from a backward middle-grade life planet? The fact that Master Shursan was from Kanglan Star, though shocking, was manageable. What Heyu Ao found unbelievable was that the evolver he had targeted at random could actually be Master Shursan. Why? Why am I so unlucky? The files came from the official source of Chensi Main Star, leaving no doubt as to their authenticity. Combined with the attitude of his father, Heyu Mo, just moments ago, Heyu Ao realized the magnitude of his offense. It's over. Heyu Ao's face turned ashen. He was well aware of the consequences of offending Master Shursan. Even if Master Shursan didn't pursue the matter, his father, Heyu Mo, with his character, would never let it go. As Heyu Ao trembled with fear, readnovel.com. A figure in a black overcoat appeared silently. Standing behind Heyu Ao, the figure spoke in an icy tone, "Mr. Ao, please come with me." Chapter 229, 19, Update, Martial Path Evolutionary Path. The Heyu family. Heyu Mo sat on the throne in the Grand Hall. His gaze was deep as he looked towards the cosmic starry sky. At his ears, a highly secretive fluctuation resounded. Heyu Mo, you have infiltrated human civilization for hundreds of thousands of years. All along, you have done very well, but today, you need to do one last thing. Kill Shursan, the Peak Master. That Shursan Peak Master, who has just stepped into the 6th rank and is the tribe's great diviner, has confirmed that his life mark is not yet fully integrated into the universe. At this time, if you kill him, he will die completely, with no possibility of resurrection. If it were anyone else, even an 8th layer powerhouse, it wouldn't be possible to break into Chikuin Main Star and kill that Shursan Peak Master. But you, Heyu Mo, are different. You are under the command of Chikuin Star Lord, and you have the right to enter Chikuin Main Star. Secondly, your youngest son once suppressed Shursan Peak Master. If you take your youngest son to Chikuin Main Star to offer an apology, you will have a chance to meet Shursan Peak Master. At that time, make your move. After calculations by the tribe's great diviner, you have a 10% chance of killing Shursan Peak Master. A series of extremely subtle vibrations entered Heyu Mo's ears, transforming into information he could understand. Kill Shursan Peak Master. Heyu Mo remained silent. He knew very well that the chances of killing Shursan Peak Master under the watchful eyes of Chikuin Star Lord were exceedingly slim. And no matter whether he succeeded in killing him or not, he, Heyu Mo, and the entire Heyu family would be doomed. Heyu Mo, the talent and potential shown by Shursan Peak Master suggest that he may become a 7th rank monarch, or even ascend to 8th layer. For hundreds of thousands of years, you have been stuck at 7th rank marquee level. If you can kill Shursan Peak Master, it will all be worth it. As for the Heyu family you run, considering your youngest son's oppression of Shursan Peak Master, the downfall of the Heyu family is only a matter of time. The subtle vibration continued. I am not sure that I can kill Shursan Peak Master within the perceptual range of the Star Lord. Heyu Mo replied. The subtle vibration stated he had a 10% chance of killing Shursan Peak Master. But Heyu Mo felt that a 10% chance was too high, based on his understanding of the Star Lord. As long as it was on the main star, he could appear instantaneously at any location. Regarding this, the tribe's great diviner is prepared. This secret technique can grant you 8th layer strength in an instant. As long as Chikuin Star Lord is not constantly on guard against you, there is a chance of killing Shursan Peak Master. A subtle vibration transmitted a secret technique. Secret technique. Heyu Mo glanced at it. This secret technique required him to burn everything of himself. Physical soul, lifespan, and potential, to gain a temporary surge in strength. Using this secret technique, he indeed had a chance to kill Shursan Peak Master, but he would not survive afterwards. After the event, he would die from the backlash of the secret technique without the need for any action from the Red Kuin lineage. Heyu Mo remained silent. Heyu Mo, as long as you do as I told, whether successful or not, your tribe, your people, will be granted 10 constellations as their home. My insect race will dispatch massive resources and treasures to cultivate your people and tribe. The subtle vibration continued. I understand. Heyu Mo replied softly. Shortly after, Heyu Ao was brought into the palace. Father. Heiyu Ao's limbs were trembling, and his lips quivered as he looked at Heiyu Mo seated on the throne. Heiyu Mo's expression was calm as he looked down at his youngest son. The act of Heiyu Ao suppressing Lin Yuan was criticized by many in the Heiyu family, but to other species, it was seen as an opportunity. It was because of Heiyu Ao's rashness that Heiyu Mo had the opportunity to take Heiyu Ao to meet Shirsan Peak Master. Without this incident, Heiyu Mo would have no pretext to meet Shirsan Peak Master. Forcing a meeting without reason could have likely alerted the divination class evolvers on Chikuin main star to something unusual. Everything in the universe follows its natural laws. Under normal circumstances, Heiyu Mo would not need to urgently meet Shirsan Peak Master. If he insisted on doing so, it would be abnormal and prompt the divination class evolvers to delve deeper. But with Heiyu Ao, it was different. My son once oppressed you, and now we have come here to offer apologies. This would seem reasonable and normal. No one could find fault with it. My tribe. Although Heiyu Mo appeared calm on the surface, his mind was intensely conflicted. He came from a weak tribe deep within the star space. The war between human civilization and the insect race affected the tribe where Heiyu Mo originated. Under unavoidable circumstances, Heiyu Mo had no choice but to follow his tribe and ally with the insect race. Because of his decent evolutionary talent and potential, the insect race arranged for him to enter the territory of human civilization. It is fairly common for members of weak tribes like Heiyu Mo's to occasionally drift into human civilization territory and settle down there. Human civilization did not take too many precautions against such beings, enabling Heiyu Mo to join Chikuin Star Lord and establish the formidable Heiyu family. Freebnol.com, of course, due to Heiyu Mo's foreign origin, it was impossible for him to become a high-ranking member of human civilization. Establishing the Heiyu family was already the limit. Father. Mother. Heiyu Mo's thoughts drifted as if he had returned to hundreds of thousands of years ago when he was still a child, running across the plains with his parents. Life was so carefree back then. If not for the war between humans and the insect race, he would probably be very happy now, staying by his parents' side, not needing to think or do anything. Chapter 230, 19 Update Martial Path Evolutionary Path _2. Father's shoulders were wide, sturdy enough to bear the livelihood of their entire family. After so many years, father and mother have long been dead. Heiyu Mo's thoughts returned to reality. Though his father and mother had passed, the other clan members, whose names Heiyu Mo could no longer recall, were still his kin. In Heiyu Mo's heart, these members of the Heiyu family were nothing more than tools to disguise his true identity. Ever since he had infiltrated human civilization, Heiyu Mo had not let his guard down for a moment. Father, mother, I will come to see you soon. Heiyu Mo stood up and walked over to the trembling Heiyu Ao, helped him up, and said, "Come, let's go apologize to the 13th Peak Master." Chikuin Main Star. In the square of the central continent. Heiyu Mo, accompanied by Heiyu Ao, sought an audience with the 13th Peak Master. Brother Heiyu Mo, your youngest son, the steward of the Red Kuan lineage, looked at Heiyu Mo with a trace of pity on his face. Since the identity of the 13th Peak Master was made public, every bit of information about Lin Yuan had been unearthed. Among them was the issue of Heiyu Ao suppressing the 13th Peak Master. In others' eyes, Heiyu Mo was just terribly unlucky, having had a good standing in the family, only to offend the 13th Peak Master because of his youngest son. How unfair was that? In fact, Heiyu Ao was unlucky too. For someone of his direct lineage in a prominent clan, using his power to suppress an evolver without any background was not unusual. The Human Civilization Alliance, governed by 3 goddesses from on high, rarely saw violations of the law. Yet suppression was unavoidable. Take for example, this company is mine, and if I don't like you, I can let the company fire you. Under the oversight of the 3 goddesses, at most the full penalty would be paid, and they wouldn't insist on employing a particular person. Give a message to the 13th Peak Master. Just tell him that I, Heiyu Mo, have a valuable treasure to offer. Heiyu Mo said softly to the steward. This was also to pique the 13th Peak Master's curiosity. To entice him into showing up for a meeting. Heiyu Mo, as a 7th rank evolver, might be referring to a treasure of king-level ranking at the 7th rank. Such treasures, even valued by the Great Peak Master, the 2nd, and the 3rd, would be taken seriously. Lin Yuan, having just become the 13th peak master, might have risen in status, but certainly didn't possess many treasures. Understood. The steward of the Red Kuan lineage nodded. He saw nothing strange in this. Moreover, coming over to seek forgiveness, one should not come empty-handed, right? After watching the steward leave, Heyu Mo composed himself. All he could do now was wait. Wait for the 13th peak master to summon him so he could activate that secret technique and strangle this human genius within the 6th rank. In exchange for a better living environment and resources for his race. Inside the palace on the peak, Lin Yuan received the news that Heyu Mo was bringing Heyu Ao to seek forgiveness. But Lin Yuan had no intention of meeting them. Before his life imprint merged into the cosmos, Lin Yuan could hardly settle down to cultivate, let alone meet people. And his eldest senior brother had made it very clear. For Lin Yuan, the most important thing now was to integrate his life imprint into the cosmos. As for everything else, even meeting his teacher, the Chikuan Star Lord, could be postponed, let alone Heyu Mo. It's almost time. Lin Yuan breathed out lightly, his eyes shining. Integrating the life imprint, though not difficult, and something any 6th rank evolver could achieve, was a process that required patience and could not be rushed. Kanglan Star. Continental Manor. Xiao Yuan's seclusion is lasting quite long this time. Lu Qiong's face showed a hint of worry. Isn't that normal? Lin Shouqing had grown accustomed. After all, my son is Kanglan Star's once-in-10 millennia genius. What's a few months of seclusion? I've heard those higher rank evolvers, every time they seclude themselves, it could be for dozens or even hundreds of years. Lin Shouqing said. Right. Daughter. Lin Shouqing glanced at Lin Yi not far away. At the moment, Lin Yi was watching the 13th Peak Master's combat videos over and over. Yes, yes, yes. Lin Yi responded nonchalantly. Just then, the smart housekeeper mentioned that someone had come to visit. Governor Song has come over. Lu Qiong immediately stood up, ready to greet the visitor personally. Because of Lin Yuan's championship in the arena competition, Song Wuyang often came over to pay his respects. So, Song Wuyang's visit did not attract much attention from the family. Very soon, Song Wuyang walked in. Governor Song, Xiao Yuan is currently in closed meditation and can't come out for the time being. I'm sorry. Lu Qiong's face was full of apologies. She naturally knew that Song Wuyang's visit could only mean he was looking for Lin Yuan. As for them, they didn't have the status to warrant a personal visit from Governor Song. I'll notify Xiao Yuan right away. Lin Shouqing got up, intending to send a message to Lin Yuan. Of course, such a notification was like leaving a voicemail, which Lin Yuan would only see when he was done with his affairs. No need, no need. Song Wuyang hurriedly waved his hand. Mr. Lin must be busy over at Chikuan Main Star. I just came over to have a look. I wouldn't dare disturb him. Upon hearing this, Lu Qiong and Lin Shouqing looked slightly stunned. What did Song Wuyang just say? Xiao Yuan is on Chikuan Main Star. Governor Song, you must be mistaken. My brother was still in meditation in the main building a few days ago. Lin Yi, noticing that error in Song Wuyang's words, couldn't help but interject. Little Yi. Lu Qiong glared at Lin Yi. Even if Song Wuyang was mistaken, it wasn't appropriate to point it out directly. That was too impolite. Ha ha ha, don't worry about it, Governor Song. Little E is just like that. But still, you must pay attention to rest amidst your busy schedule. Lin Shouqing seized the opportunity to say. Mr. Lin, Mrs. Lu, and Miss Lin. Song Wuyang's expression became solemn. I'm not mistaken, Mr. Lin should indeed be on Chikuan Main Star. Song Wuyang paused for a moment, then continued, also, there is some great news I need to share. Your son, Mr. Lin Yuan, is the 13th Peak Master of the Red Kuan lineage. Song Wuyang declared. As soon as these words came out, Lin Shouqing, Lu Qiong, and Lin Yi looked at Song Wuyang. It seems like Governor Song has indeed been overworking himself. Lin Shouqing stepped forward to smooth things over. However, Governor, such a joke about the 13th Peak Master isn't appropriate, that's Lin Xiaoqing hinted delicately. With his status, he naturally had no place to correct a planetary governor. But this matter could be big or small, and could even involve his own family, so Lin Xiaoqing summoned the courage to speak. Ha 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 ha. Song Weiyang saw their reactions and showed no sign of surprise. When he first learned that the 13th Peak Master's true identity was Lin Yuan, he was no less shocked. Mr. Lin, Mrs. Liu, and Miss Lin. I, Song Weiyang, am quite lucid. Your son is the 13th Peak Master. Soon, a guard unit from Chenxi Main Star will come to protect you, Song Weiyang said earnestly. Ah. Lu Qiong and Lin Xiaoqing looked at each other in bewilderment. It was at this moment that they faintly realized that Song Weiyang was not joking. Impossible. My brother is just at 4th rank, while the 13th Peak Master is at 6th rank. Lin Yi couldn't help but say. That's because the 13th Peak Master's talent and aptitude are too terrifying. If he revealed his true identity, those different species would surely keep attempting assassinations continuously. Song Weiyang said without hesitation. He then directly shared the identity confirmation document from Chenxi Main Star with them. This. Lu Qiong and Lin Xiaoqing were flabbergasted. After seeing the unique seal of Chenxi Main Star on the document, they took a while to come to their senses. Then I'll take my leave now. If there is anything, you can contact me at any time. Seeing the situation, Song Weiyang immediately got up to leave. He had come specifically to inform Lu Qiong and Lin Xiaoqing of this matter, in order to gain their favor. Now that he had achieved his goal, and Lu Qiong and the Lin family probably had a lot to discuss, it wouldn't be appropriate for him to remain on Qikuan Main Star, at the palace atop the 13th peak. Finally, Lin Yuan opened his eyes, a smile appearing on his face. Ever since he arrived at Qikuan Main Star, he hadn't rested at all, constantly integrating his life force brand into the universe. At last, he had completed it. Right, before stepping into 6th rank. The martial path evolutionary path had already been nearly perfected. A thought suddenly struck Lin Yuan. The perfected martial path evolutionary path was no longer limited to Taiyin Taiyang Taiji. It could include all sorts of world energy rules into the martial arts system and cultivate according to the martial Tao cultivation system. Let's upload it. Lin Yuan thought to himself. After advancing into 6th rank, he had always been busy. Only the changes in the door to the myriad realms had distracted him for a while. Now, finally having some time, he was ready to upload the martial path evolutionary path. The perfected martial path evolutionary path significantly reduced the threshold for cultivation. Lin Yuan was somewhat eager to see what the 3 goddesses would think of it. Chapter 231-20, Star Domain Rankings. Please subscribe. Martial Path Evolutionary Path. Lin Yuan's thoughts diverged, his expression showing brief contemplation. After its refinement, the martial path evolutionary path saw a significant enhancement in potential. Apart from the Tao of Taiji formed by Taiyin and Taiyang, evolvers could choose their own preferred paths and then combine them with others to form many branches. Furthermore, the lower limit of the martial path evolutionary path, or more accurately, the training threshold, had also been reduced significantly. Simply put, it is more adaptable, and the evolvers practicing martial Tao have greater hopes of advancing to the 3rd rank, 4th rank, and 5th rank. Spreading the evolutionary path related to oneself, the more lives that practice it, the more it enhances certain foundations, aiding the ultimate leap in the future. Lin Yuan thought to himself. The related to oneself here could be like the ancient gods' evolutionary path, imitating everything about the ancient gods. It could also be like Lin Yuan, who established a certain evolutionary path and then spread it. Goddess of Wisdom. Lin Yuan actively connected to the Goddess of Wisdom. Respected Level 5 Citizen Lin Yuan, the Goddess of Wisdom is pleased to serve you. The solemn and chilly voice of the Goddess of Wisdom came through. I need to update the martial path evolutionary path. Lin Yuan spoke. Lin Yuan had not yet created the 6th rank chapter of the martial path evolutionary path, so it was somewhat inaccurate to say he was uploading. It was merely a refinement of the previously existing 2nd layer chapter, 3rd rank chapter, 4th rank chapter, and 5th rank section, so it was more appropriate to refer to it as an update. Afterwards, Lin Yuan then synchronized the refined martial path evolutionary path to the Goddess of Wisdom in its entirety. just after the goddess of wisdom received the martial path evolutionary path. In a mysterious space far away from the Chikuin main star, massive screens flickered rapidly, crazily analyzing and deducing the latest martial path evolutionary path. This evolutionary path is likely to advance to the 8th layer, re-evaluation beginning. Preliminary evaluation. The latest martial path evolutionary path significantly reduces the training threshold and increases ultimate potential. Beginning in-depth evaluation. In-depth evaluation. Starting from the 2nd layer chapter, the difficulty of training shows a significant downward trend, analyzing reasons. This evolutionary path incorporates various energies into the system. In-depth evaluation. The fusion of different energies will produce unforeseen variables, which could be worse or better. In-depth evaluation. Evaluation of martial path evolutionary path enhanced, overall potential increased. In-depth evaluation. The creator of this evolutionary path, personal security level risen, reached 9-star level. Contacting the goddess of freedom, goddess of justice, re-evaluation starting. Chikuin main star. At the central plaza, Heiyu Mo's expression remained unchanged, but inside he was growing anxious. What does this 13-peak master mean? I've mentioned offering treasures, yet he won't even meet with me. Heiyu Mo's eyebrows twitched. He regarded his actions as flawless, coming here to apologize and seeking an audience with the 13 Peaks master. Everything was logical and legitimate. He couldn't find any fault. Even if the 13 Peaks master didn't forgive him, he ought to at least meet with him once to inquire what treasures were offered, right? But now, his self-abasing plea had not received any response at all. If I wait any longer, the 13 Peaks master may complete the integration of the life brand. Heiyu Mo steadied his spirit and suppressed the restlessness in his heart. If the 13 Peaks master successfully integrates the life brand, even if Heiyu Mo successfully kills him, he would be smoothly resurrected later on. Indeed, that evolver from the insect race had said, regardless of whether he could utterly destroy the 13 Peaks master, his clan and race would receive sufficient favor and corresponding resource allocation. But utterly destroying the 13 Peaks master versus not achieving an utter destruction or not killing at all, would definitely affect the final treatment of his race. Since he would die in the aftermath no matter what, Heiyu Mo naturally hoped his death would be worthwhile. No rush. Take your time. I now must not reveal any abnormality. Heiyu Mo knew, being in the Red Kuan lineage, he was being watched by countless eyes. He had to maintain a demeanor befitting his status. I don't believe the 13 Peaks master won't come out. Heiyu Mo took a deep breath. Estimating the time, the 13 Peaks master must have completed the integration of the life brand by now. Heiyu Mo knew, the chance to utterly destroy the 13 Peaks master was no longer substantial. Now he could only consider killing the 13 Peaks master, and even if he was resurrected by the human race's supreme being later, it would be many years later. And for the human race to resurrect the 13 Peaks master, a huge price would need to be paid. The evolver from the insect race had tasked Heiyu Mo with the assassination, risking his life. And Heiyu Mo never considered making the supreme being of the insect race resurrect him. Because the insect race would likely never agree. Even if the insect race agreed, Heiyu Mo wouldn't believe it. At the palace atop the 13 Peaks, Lin Yuan waited for a while and, finding that the goddess of wisdom was still evaluating the martial path evolutionary path, he connected his consciousness to the virtual world and entered his personal space. Lin Yuan glanced at the visitor request list. The list was densely packed. At a rough count, there were at least tens of thousands of citizens wishing to visit him. And this number was increasing every moment. The identity of the 13 Peaks master indeed attracts too much attention. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly, setting the visitor filter to 6th rank evolvers, or his own relatives and friends. Suddenly, the visitor list cleared out. Mom and Dad left me a message. Lin Yuan scanned the message list. The so-called messages were not call requests and wouldn't disturb Lin Yuan. Chapter 232, 20, Star Domain Rankings, please subscribe, _2. It's time we met. Lin Yuan invited his parents and sister into his personal space. In less than a moment, Lin Shoucheng, Lu Qiong, and Lin Yi appeared in the personal space. Brother, Lin Yi looked at Lin Yuan with admiration. Now standing before her was not just her brother, but the peak master of Shursan, whose countless fans throughout the Qikuan star domain yearned for a glimpse. Xiao Yuan, these few days you spent on the Qikuan main star, Kanglan star was celebrating like it was a festival. Governor Song personally made an appearance, congratulating you on becoming the peak master of Shursan alongside all the citizens. Numerous corporate enterprises even spent vast amounts of money to hang a huge banner outside the planet. Lu Qiong said with a smile. Lin Yuan smiled silently. Becoming the peak master of Shursan had indeed had a profound impact on Kanglan star. Without mentioning the many other benefits, let me point out one. From now on, Kanglan star might become the must-visit holy land of the entire Qikuan star domain. Every year, countless tourists from major star domains will specifically visit Kanglan star to witness the planet where the peak master of Shursan once resided. Just from tourism revenue alone, Kanglan star could probably earn a fortune. Therefore, all of Kanglan star, from top to bottom, owes Lin Yuan gratitude. Xiao Yuan, Lin Shouqing was overjoyed. Our Lin family has truly honored our ancestors. This is not just any honoring of ancestors. I don't know how many good deeds I did in my past life. The ancients say, when one man attains the Tao, his pets ascend to heaven. In our case, it's more than ascending to heaven, those big shots are nearly kneeling at our doorstep. In these past few days, Lin Shouqing had felt deeply moved. Previously, Lin Yuan was known as the champion of the arena competition. But in the eyes of Kanglan star's top decision-makers, he was at most given extra attention, as they valued only Lin Yuan himself. However, now, these big shots treated their family even more warmly and respectfully than their own parents. Lin Yuan listened with a smile as his parents and sister shared their feelings. As the peak master of Shursan, his power and influence within the Qikuan star domain were terrifying. Not just the corporate forces of Kanglan star, but even one of the 5 great forces of the star domain like the Heiyu family had to try everything to curry his favor. And Lin Yuan's family members were certainly being showered with various praises. By the way, Xiao Yuan. As if recalling something, Lu Qiong pulled out a list and said, Governor Song gave me a list to give to you. It contains the names of people who cursed you online during the Heiyu family incident. In this era of interstellar civilization, every citizen enjoys the freedom of speech. But this freedom of speech is on the condition that it does not harm other citizens. Online insults, strictly speaking, can be pursued by the insulted party. Punish the few ringleaders, and let the rest go. Lin Yuan looked at the list and said casually. Given the pressure exerted by the Heiyu family at that time and their guidance of public opinion, countless citizens had been led astray. If all were pursued, perhaps 1/10 of Kanglan star's citizens would be unfortunate. After chatting with his family, Lin Yuan disconnected the virtual world connection. Should be about settled now, right? Lin Yuan waited for the response from the goddess of wisdom. A moment later, the solemn voice of the goddess of wisdom transmitted. Respected 5th rank citizen Lin Yuan, according to the final verdict, the updated martial path evolutionary path you've provided has significantly lowered its threshold and greatly enhanced its potential. Apart from the original value of the evolutionary path, you will be awarded an additional 500,000 merit points. 500,000 merit points, Lin Yuan was somewhat surprised. This time he had only updated the martial path evolutionary path, without uploading subsequent content for the martial path evolutionary path. He originally thought that an award of 1 or 200,000 merit points would suffice, so 500,000 merit points were unexpected. To know, even combining the first-tier chapter to the 5th-ranked chapter of the previous martial path evolutionary path wouldn't even come close to 500,000 merit points. The probability of advancing to the 6th rank is 95%. The probability of advancing to the 7th rank is 30%, and the probability of advancing to the 8th layer evolution path is 10%. Lin Yuan also glanced at the latest information on the martial path evolutionary path. The probability of advancing to the 6th rank evolution path has not changed, still at 95%. Lin Yuan slightly nodded, feeling nothing strange. A 95% chance of advancing to the 6th rank represented a very high probability, as most 5th rank evolution paths have only a 30 to 40% chance of advancing to the 6th rank. Over 50% is considered extremely good, let alone 95%. The chance for advancing to the 7th rank has increased by 10%, and the chance for advancing to the 8th layer has increased by 5%. Lin Yuan speculated that the increase in the probability of advancing to the 7th and 8th ranks was entirely due to the integration of various energy systems, which induced a kind of transformation and sublimation to the entire martial arts evolution system. Let's take a look at the latest rankings of the martial Tao evolutionary path. Lin Yuan continued to check the updated information of the martial Tao evolutionary path, looking at the rankings column. First in the Kanglin evolution ranking. 12th in the Qikuan evolution rankings. Lin Yuan's expression changed slightly. If he remembered correctly, weren't the martial Tao evolutionary path previously ranked 53rd in the Qikuan evolution rankings? 12th. Lin Yuan let out a sigh of relief. Ordinary evolvers might not understand what this meant. But as the peak master of Shursan, Lin Yuan naturally knew what it meant to be ranked in the top 50 on the Qikuan evolution rankings. The Qikuan evolution rankings were divided into 2 levels. The top 50. The bottom 50. The evolution paths in the top 50 were all 7th or 8th rank evolution pathways. As for the bottom 50, there were 7th rank evolution pathways and 6th rank evolution pathways. It was already unthinkable for the martial Tao evolutionary path to previously make it to the 53rd place in the Qikuan evolution rankings with a 5th rank evolution pathway. After all, from 50th to 100th place in the Qikuan evolution rankings were either 6th or 7th rank evolution pathways. But now, the martial Tao evolutionary path had actually made it into the top 50. And it was a prominent position in the top 50, 12th place. Keep in mind the martial Tao evolutionary path was still a 5th rank evolution pathway. A mere 5th rank evolution pathway had broken into a ranking dominated by 7th and 8th rank evolution pathways. Qikuan Prime Virtual World. Central Plaza area. Many evolvers and high-ranking citizens had gathered. In pairs and small groups, they talked quietly. Even though more than a year had passed, the main topic among the many evolvers on the plaza was still the martial Tao evolutionary path. There was no choice. The martial Tao evolutionary path was too exaggerated, too unique. Freebubble.com. The top 100 evolution paths of the Qikuan evolution rankings were 6th, 7th, and 8th rank evolution pathways. The only one mixed in was a 5th rank evolution pathway. It inevitably drew a second glance. I bet that once the 6th rank chapter of the martial Tao evolutionary path is uploaded, its ranking will definitely rise again, breaking into the top 50. Nonsense, now the martial Tao evolutionary path is already in the top 53. Once the 6th rank chapter is uploaded, the overall rank will rise. As long as the 6th rank chapter performs steadily, it could probably break into the top 30 or 20. All the evolution paths in the top 50 of the Qikuan evolution rankings are 7th or 8th rank evolution pathways. If the martial Tao evolutionary path can break into it with a 6th rank evolution pathway, TSK. The many evolvers talked rapidly among themselves. Just then, the Qikuan evolution rankings began to refresh. The 100 evolution paths on the ranking board simultaneously blurred. All the evolvers in the plaza stared at the evolution rankings full of anticipation. Several breaths later, the Qikuan evolution rankings refresh was complete. Damn it. The martial Tao evolutionary path has broken into the top 50. Not just the top 50, it's the 12th place. Almost broke into the top 10. What's going on? I thought after uploading the 6th rank chapter, it could about make it into the top 20 or 30. It seems I still underestimated the scholar who developed this evolution path. Let me see what is so exquisite about the 6th rank chapter of the martial Tao evolutionary path that it allowed the martial Tao evolutionary path to rise from 53rd to 12th place. Countless evolvers, filled with anticipation and excitement, went to the purchasing interface of the martial Tao evolutionary path, looking to buy the 6th rank chapter. Immediately, everyone discovered a horrifying scene. Martial Tao evolutionary path did not have a 6th rank chapter. Chapter 233, 21, beginning the 5th shuttle, end of this volume. Please subscribe. What's going on? Where's the 6th rank chapter? Where is the 6th rank chapter of my martial path evolutionary path? Has the virtual world not updated? Or is it a network problem? Countless evolvers were in an uproar. In everyone's view, for the martial path evolutionary path to leap forward by more than 40 ranks from the original 53rd to the 12th. The only possibility was the upload of the 6th rank chapter. Without the enhancement of the 6th rank chapter, how could the martial path evolutionary path break into the 12th position on the Chicoan evolution rankings? In fact, even if the martial path evolutionary path had uploaded the 6th rank chapter, such a rapid rise in the rankings was incredible. However, incredible as it may be, it is understandable. After all, with an additional 6th rank chapter, the martial path evolutionary path was truly a 6th rank evolution path, and such potential for improvement, when thought through carefully, does make sense. But now, without the 6th rank chapter, how did we break into the 12th rank? Many evolvers initially thought it was a delay in the virtual world update, or a network latency in their area. That's what caused them not to see the 6th rank chapter. However, after communicating and finding that others also hadn't seen the 6th rank chapter, they were stunned. If it was just one or two evolvers who hadn't discovered the 6th rank chapter, it might have been due to other factors, an isolated case, or perhaps network latency. But if no one has seen the 6th rank chapter, then there's only one possibility. That is that the martial path evolutionary path doesn't have a 6th rank chapter. But this possibility leads to another astonishing fact. How did the martial path evolutionary path, without a 6th rank chapter, break into the 12th spot on the Chicoan evolution rankings? If you say that the martial path evolutionary path, with only up to the 5th rank, entered the 53rd spot on the Chicoan evolution rankings, it's like mixing an elementary student among a group of college students. Extremely conspicuous. Then still only with 5th rank, the martial path evolutionary path broke into the top 50, into the 12th position. It's akin to an infant with a pacifier mixing among a group of PhDs. How the hell is that possible? What on earth is going on? Without uploading the 6th rank chapter, how is the martial path evolutionary path now 12th? It seems like the martial path evolutionary path has changed a bit. The word count of the 2nd layer chapter to the 5th stage section has been modified. It's normal for there to be modifications. The evolution paths on the ranking list aren't set in stone. Occasionally there are some changes, but that still doesn't explain how the martial path evolutionary path became 12th. Maybe the reason lies within the modified content. Many evolvers and high-level citizens began to notice that the content they had purchased from the 2nd layer chapter to the 5th stage section had changed. So everyone subconsciously started to review it. How is this possible? The martial path evolutionary path can incorporate any energy system. It's too incredible. No wonder there was such a significant climb in the rankings. The qualitative change, it boosts the potential of the martial path evolutionary path. A 6th rank evolver's expression changed slightly. With his insight, he could just make out the impact of the changes to the martial path evolutionary path. If the martial path evolutionary path was no longer limited to Taiyin and Taiyang, then the many evolvers of human civilization following the martial path evolutionary path would benefit, able to follow the paths they were proficient in. This could be a qualitative breakthrough in the chances of producing higher rank evolvers. No wonder the martial path evolutionary path, before uploading the 6th rank, was able to break into the top 12 on the Chicoan evolution rankings. No wonder the great scholar who established the martial path evolutionary path would personally update the path. Because this is extremely important for martial arts evolutionaries. Truly worthy of being an evolution scholar, to have expanded the martial path evolutionary path to such heights. No good. Previously I was only vaguely aware of Taiyin and Taiyang, which is why I didn't follow the martial path evolutionary path. Now, I don't need to grasp Taiyin and Taiyang. The martial path evolutionary path can still be cultivated, so I need to switch evolution paths. Me too. This is the masterpiece of some evolution scholar. After all, there's definitely no mistake in following it for cultivation. Many evolvers left the Central Plaza area, clearly intending to pass the news on to their backing family powers. Chicoan main star, palace at the peak of the 13 peaks. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. 500,000 merit points. It's enough for a promotion to a level 6 citizen. A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. The perfected martial path evolutionary path had been rewarded with an enormous sum of 500,000 merit points by the goddess of wisdom. You should know that there are only a few ways to acquire merit points. Without exception, they are awarded for making contributions to human civilization. Other than founding a complete and new evolution path like Lin Yuan. Or developing other technologies beneficial to human civilization. The main channel is to go to the battlefields of different races to kill alien beings in exchange for merit points. According to Lin Yuan's knowledge, killing alien strong ones would grant corresponding amounts of merit points. A 6th-rank alien race strongman is worth 1,000 merit points. A 7th-rank alien race strongman is worth between 10,000 and 100,000 merit points. An 8th-rank alien race is worth over 1,000,000 merit points. The 500,000 merit points that Lin Yuan had received was equivalent to half an 8th-rank alien race strongman. Or perhaps dozens of 7th-rank alien race strong ones. Of course, killing alien strong ones is just one way to obtain merit points. On the battlefields of different races, if one could lead an army of evolvers to victory in local warfare against the alien races. Chapter 234-21, starting the 5th shuttle, end of this volume, please subscribe, _2. Even without killing an alien strong one can still obtain the corresponding merit points. It's too dangerous. Lin Yuan slightly shook his head. On the battlefields of different races, earning merit points sounds easy. Killing a 6th-rank alien strong one can earn you 1,000 points. But in reality, a 6th-rank alien won't just wait for you to kill them. It requires evolvers to risk their lives. A 6th-rank evolver, wanting to kill a 6th-rank alien strong one, really needs to pay a great price, and that alien strong one isn't a fool either. If they know they are outmatched, they will flee. Defeating a 6th-rank alien is easy. Killing them is difficult. And alien strong ones often do not come alone, but in clusters. In such situations, killing them is really difficult. It is the same with all 6th-rank aliens. Not to mention the 7th and 8th ranks. Thousands of years ago, the Chikuan Star Lord, enraged by the assassination of a disciple, went on a killing spree on the alien battlefields. But most of those he killed were aliens below the 6th rank. Basically cannon fodder. The truly powerful aliens had fled early. And after a while, the Chikuan Star Lord was blocked by alien strong ones of the same rank. All the alien strong ones capable of stalemating with human civilization, close in power to the insect race notwithstanding, are extremely powerful. Upgrade to a 6th-rank citizen. Lin Yuan thought to himself. His citizenship rank instantly upgraded from 5th rank to 6th rank. From 5th rank citizen to 6th rank citizen, it requires 500,000 merit points, which Lin Yuan had already saved by perfecting the martial path evolutionary path. Moments later, Lin Yuan successfully became a 6th rank citizen. At the same time, an email from the Human Civilization Alliance was sent to Lin Yuan's inbox. The email content generally introduced some of the many privileges of a 6th rank citizen. Most privileges of a 6th rank citizen are advanced versions of those of a 5th rank citizen. Besides, a 6th rank citizen, compared to a 5th rank citizen, has an additional benefit, a certain privilege. The benefit being that upon promotion to a 6th rank citizen, one will receive a bottle of evolution elixir issued by Human Civilization. 6th rank evolution elixir. The function of this evolution elixir is to forcibly elevate an evolver's physical body and soul to the 6th rank level. Of course, only the physical body and soul are enhanced. As for the comprehension of rules and the understanding of evolutionary paths, those will not change, as they cannot be improved by external means. This benefit exists specifically for scientists and developers who aren't skilled in the paths of evolution. These scientists and developers might have made significant contributions to human civilization but lack evolutionary talent, being only 2nd or 3rd rank evolvers. And taking gene elixirs and the like carries the risk of death. So, once the level of citizenship reaches the 6th rank, one can obtain the 6th rank evolution elixir. The 6th rank evolution elixir, when taken, carries no risks, and the physical body and soul perfectly transform. Of course, human civilization grants such a benefit to 6th rank citizens primarily to enable them to live thousands to tens of thousands more years. To continue contributing to human civilization. 6th rank evolution elixir. Lin Yuan looked astonished. Such a rare treasure that can elevate an ordinary person to the status of 6th rank evolver in one stride is obviously priceless. At least Lin Yuan hadn't seen such a product on the market app when he was a 5th rank citizen, clearly not having sufficient privileges. However, evolvers who step into the 6th rank by taking the 6th rank evolution elixir are estimated to be at the lowest end of the 6th rank combat power. Lin Yuan was aware. The combat power of 6th rank evolvers is composed of multiple aspects. One is the basic strength of a 6th rank level. Another is mastery of the secret techniques they wield. Third is the degree of perception of rules. And fourth is the strength of their own cultivation evolutionary path. Evolvers who took the 6th rank evolution elixir possess only the basic strength of the 6th rank. The second privilege, or eligibility, of a 6th rank citizen is to participate in the Star Alliance conference held once every century. The so-called Star Alliance is an alliance formed of multiple star domains. Currently, the Chiquin Star Domain is part of the Anan Star Alliance. And the Star Alliance Conference is initiated by the official Anan Star Alliance, with only the 6th rank citizens and above eligible to participate. At the Star Alliance Conference, all participating citizens can propose their suggestions. The scale of these suggestions can vary greatly. On a small scale, it concerns individual benefits. For instance, a 6th rank citizen might suggest they lack a personal battleship and therefore apply to the Anan Star Alliance. The Anan Star Alliance will most likely allocate a battleship to the 6th rank citizen. On a large scale, it involves altering certain laws within the Anan Star Alliance, such as a 6th rank citizen who feels that the death penalty isn't humane and wants to abolish it. The Anan Star Alliance will consider this suggestion and eventually respond with approval, rejection, or reservation. Of course, the laws here solely refer to those internal to the Star Alliance. As for the charter laws enacted by the Cosmic Human Alliance, they are beyond what a 6th rank citizen can question. Star Alliance Conference. Lin Yuan pondered. This conference symbolizes the supreme power of a Star Alliance, and only 6th rank citizens who have made significant contributions to human civilization are qualified to participate. After carefully reviewing the many privileges of 6th rank citizens, Lin Yuan stood up and walked out of the palace. Take me to see the teacher. Lin Yuan glanced at the supervisor outside the palace. Yes. Peak Master, please follow me. The supervisor, showing great respect, led Lin Yuan towards the largest central mountain. I've seen the teacher. Inside the Crimson Palace. Chapter 235-21, commencing the 5th shuttle, end of this volume, please subscribe, _3. Lin Yuan bowed slightly towards the Chiquin Star Lord, who was seated on the throne. Ha 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 ha. My good disciple, quickly stand up. The Chiquin Star Lord immediately said. His gaze towards Lin Yuan grew increasingly satisfied. Lin Yuan had truly outdone himself. During this period, he had won so much face for him that, although those old geezers didn't say much, their envious tones plainly showed they wished they could snatch Lin Yuan away to be their own disciple. How are you feeling? Are you acclimating well? The Chiquin Star Lord asked with concern. It was Lin Yuan's first time on Chiquin Main Star, and he might be somewhat unaccustomed to it. Not bad. Lin Yuan nodded. That's good then, the Chiquin Star Lord said, a smile appearing on his face. If you have any issues, tell your teacher directly. The Chiquin Star Lord said. Then, after talking with the Chiquin Star Lord for a while, Lin Yuan got up and left. On the 13 peaks, Lin Yuan gathered with his 12 senior martial brothers. Congratulations, junior brother. Ha ha ha, finally getting to see you in person, junior brother, the 12 senior martial brothers warmly greeted him. Right, junior brother, the 3rd senior brother asked, are you planning to meet Heyu Mo or not? As soon as he said this, the rest of the senior martial brothers instantly quieted down and turned their gazes to Lin Yuan. Heyu Mo. After thinking for a moment, Lin Yuan said, better not to meet. There's nothing worth discussing. Lin Yuan had no intention of meeting Heyu Mo at all. Understood, the 3rd senior brother nodded immediately upon hearing this. If Lin Yuan were willing to meet with Heyu Mo, it would imply there was room for easing tensions between the two. It was simply a matter of how much Heyu Mo would have to pay as a price. But the refusal to meet made Lin Yuan's intentions crystal clear. It's time to investigate the Heyu family, the 2nd senior brother hinted. Leave it to me, the Heyu family will halt all commercial activities, all members are forbidden from leaving their resident planets, and accept the surveillance of the Chiquin lineage, the 3rd senior brother declared. This statement effectively announced the downfall of the Heiau family. The Heiau family had a profound influence within the Chiquan star domain. A direct clampdown wouldn't look good. However, by employing surveillance to force a cessation of all activities, it was akin to death by 1,000 cuts. Their decline was a matter of time. For the Chiquan lineage, the Heiau family was nothing more than a dog kept outside. If the dog failed to obey, it could be easily replaced. Now that the dog had dared to bite its master, it could no longer be kept. "Thank you, my fellow senior brothers," Lin Yuan said earnestly. "What's there to thank for? We are brothers. In the future, we must support each other," they responded. "Yes, this is trivial," the 12 senior martial brothers said with a chuckle. Half a day later, Lin Yuan returned to the palace where he had been in seclusion. "Everything is pretty much taken care of. I can proceed with the traversal." Lin Yuan gathered his thoughts, his consciousness sinking into his mind, arriving in front of the grand and magnificent door to the myriad realms. "Let's first have a look at some information on this traversal." Lin Yuan allowed a sliver of consciousness to merge into the door to the myriad realms. In a daze, Lin Yuan found himself before a colossal, boundless world. This world, in a flash of astonishment, Lin Yuan saw an immortal mountain shrouded in immortal qi, a wasteland enveloped in ghostly energy, and a massive nest deep in demonic power. This world, outside the door to the myriad realms, Lin Yuan's expression was grave. Through the slight touch of his consciousness, he knew that this traversal would grant him a stay of 500 years in the other world, with the passage of time in the main world amounting to roughly 3 to 4 months. "Let us begin." Lin Yuan's consciousness returned, and after some minor preparations, he announced he was entering seclusion. Finally, he once again faced the door to the myriad realms. With a slight thought, the door emitted a sucking force, drawing Lin Yuan's consciousness into it. Chapter 236, 1, Doubt Immortal Sect. Please subscribe. Name, Lin Yuan, Jun Wuji. Identity, Holder of the Myriad Realms Gate. Bonded talent, Against Heaven's Understanding. Current state, Consciousness Descent. Remaining residency time, 500 years. The clouds and mist were ethereal. Immortal qi twined around. A somewhat frail-looking youth lay on a recliner, with 2 maidservants gently massaging him by his side. "I didn't expect this consciousness descent to be with such an identity." The frail youth, who was Lin Yuan, discreetly took in his surroundings. The maidens who were massaging him appeared to be soft and weak, but Lin Yuan could vaguely feel a subtle spiritual pressure emanating from them. Golden Core Realm Female Cultivators. Lin Yuan closed his eyes and rubbed his brow. Through the memories of the original body, Lin Yuan understood that this time he had traveled to a world of immortal Tao. To say it was a world of immortal Tao wasn't quite accurate, it was more like a large world dominated by the immortal path. "My father, he is the disciple with the highest talent in this generation of the Dao Immortal Sect, having mutated heavenly spiritual root aptitude and is being nurtured as the next immortal sect leader. My mother is the daughter of the immortal sect leader of the Dao Immortal Sect, a beloved gem adored like the moon by all the stars. My maternal grandfather is the 30th generation sect leader of the Dao Immortal Sect, an ancient saint of the refinement void who suppresses the entire divine continent, and whose strength ranks among the top 3 in the immortal sect's history. My elder brother also has heavenly spiritual root aptitude and is expected to reach the divinity transformation stage in the future. My second sister has mutated earth spiritual root. With the support of the sect's resources, there is also a great possibility for her to enter the divinity transformation stage. As for me, am I just a waste without any spirit root aptitude?" Lin Yuan thought to himself. In this world, spirit roots are crucial, they act as the bridge that communicates between the heavens and the earth. Spirit roots are categorized as heavenly spiritual root, earth spiritual root, dual spiritual roots, triple spiritual roots, quadruple spiritual roots, and quintuple spiritual roots. The quintuple spiritual roots are also known as waste spiritual roots. With Lin Yuan's background, even if he had such a waste spiritual root as the quintuple spiritual roots, he would still be able to become a foundation establishment practitioner, or even a golden core cultivator, with the support of bountiful resources. But he had no spirit root aptitude at all. Without a spirit root, one cannot absorb spiritual energy from nature. Even if one forcibly entered the qi refining and foundation building stages with the aid of resources, they would rapidly lose their cultivation and eventually fall back to being immortal. It was like a bamboo basket, no matter how much water it held. It was of no use, it would all leak out swiftly. Efforts were in vain, like drawing water with a bamboo basket. Nature's spiritual energy. Lin Yuan carefully felt it for a moment. He discovered that this world was filled with strands and wisps of clear and pure energy. Although far from comparable to the scarlet spirit liquid of the red Kuan lineage in the main world, it was abundant and ubiquitous. What a pity. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. Freewebnovel.com. Without a spirit root, you can't even touch nature's spiritual energy. Lin Yuan couldn't even feel it. The only reason he could sense the spiritual energy was due to his powerful perception brought about by the descent of his consciousness. Young master, are you all right? As Lin Yuan pondered, the two maidservants by his side asked with concern. I'm fine. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. Although he was a talentless waste, his status as the third-generation descendant of immortals was still there. Even the maidservants who served him were in the golden core stage. One must know, in the outside world, golden core cultivators are considered significant figures and female golden core cultivators are highly sought after. Yet at the moment, the high and mighty female golden core cultivators were merely maidservants for Lin Yuan. If Lin Yuan wished, they were ready to warm his bed at any time. You may leave for now. Lin Yuan waved his hand. Yes. The two maidservants nodded and respectfully withdrew. Lin Yuan watched the two women leave. These two golden core stage maidservants were arranged by Lin Yuan's mother, not only to serve Lin Yuan but also as a protective measure. This world. A look of contemplation crossed Lin Yuan's face. This world, boundless and vast, with the Taoed immortal sect occupying the resource-rich central divine continent, boasted the strongest power, producing an ancient saint of refinement void generation after generation. Beyond the central divine continent, to the west were the lands inhabited by barbaric demon beasts. These transformative great demons coveted the divine continent and time after time were suppressed by the Taoed immortal sect. To the south of the central divine continent was the territory of the ghost cultivators of the netherworld. Its eerie and ghostly mist made it unsuitable for regular cultivators to stay for extended periods. To the north of the central divine continent were the devil cultivators, the strongest among them known as the blood demon, who cultivated the sea of blood demonic scripture with a claim that until the sea of blood dries up, they cannot die. Taoed immortal sect, barbaric demon beasts, ghost cultivators of the netherworld, devil cultivators to the north, these are the four main powers, and to the east are the overseas islands, where it is said that some followers of the left paths have taken root, but they haven't formed a significant presence. Without a doubt, among the many powers, the Taoed immortal sect is unquestionably the strongest. With the power of one sect, it monopolizes the most resource-rich central divine continent, driving the other three major powers to the margins. Lin Yuan silently thought. Through his memories, Lin Yuan knew that though the Taoed immortal sect claimed morality, their actions were exceedingly domineering. The central divine continent originally had other major immortal sects besides the Taoed immortal sect, but in the end, all were eradicated by the Taoed immortal sect. Eventually, the entire central divine continent was enjoyed solely by the Taoed immortal sect. No matter what world it is, strength determines everything. Lin Yuan thought to himself. The human civilization alliance in the main world is constantly expanding, engaging in battles with different species, seizing many star systems. Their actions were not unlike the Taoed immortal sects. With 500 years of residency time, I can take it slow. Lin Yuan glanced at the remaining residency time and breathed a sigh of relief. This place isn't the Taoed immortal sect. Lin Yuan rose to his feet. Where he was now was a paradise away from the mortal world, abundant in spiritual energy, but compared with the magnificent presence of the Taoed immortal mountain from his memory, it naturally fell short. Chapter 237, 1, Taoed immortal sect, please subscribe, _2. So he couldn't withstand the blow and actively asked his parents to send him away from Mount Morality Immortal. Lin Yuan immediately found the reason from his memories. The original body couldn't practice cultivation, yet with a prominent ancestral background, none of the true disciples or sequenced disciples of the Taoed immortal sect dared to bully him. However, living within the Taoed immortal sect and facing those disciples flying back and forth every day, he couldn't help but feel depressed. In front of him, disciples of the immortal sect who bowed and scraped held strengths and means that far exceeded his own. Under such extreme contrasts over a long time, Jun Wuji simply had his parents send him away. The reason Mount Morality Immortal was called Immortal Mountain was because its spiritual energy was so abundant it nearly took physical form. Practicing cultivation there had immeasurable benefits for any cultivator. But Jun Wuji didn't need any spiritual energy. Without a spirit root, no amount of spiritual energy was of use. Therefore, Mount Morality Immortal wasn't as important to Jun Wuji as one might imagine. This is good too. Lin Yuan nodded slightly, quite satisfied. If he were still at Mount Morality Immortal, under the watchful eyes of an ancient saint of refinement void, Lin Yuan would have to be very cautious at first. The ancient saint of refinement void was one of the strongest existences in this realm, capable of plucking stars and seizing the moon with the flick of a wrist. In the hierarchy of the main world, he was equivalent to a 6th-rank evolver. Moreover, the founding artifact of the immortal sect wielded destructive powers capable of annihilating heavens and earth. An ancient saint of refinement void in possession of the sect's founding artifact was an invincible existence. This was why the Dao Immortal sect could occupy the central divine continent, so long as there was no break in the lineage of ancient saints. It was the most formidable force of the current era, without equal. This must be Cloud Mist Blessed Land, right? Lin Yuan observed carefully. Although the original body couldn't cultivate, he still had some understanding of the common knowledge in the cultivation world. In the central divine continent, there are 72 caves and 108 blessed lands. They are second only to Mount Morality Immortal, the top-tier cultivation sites. Among them, Cloud Mist Blessed Land is one of the 108 blessed lands, its nature's spiritual energy so rich that it can sustain the daily practice and breakthroughs of nascent soul cultivators. Unwilling to stay at Mount Morality Immortal any longer, Jun Wuji's parents cleared out one of the 108 blessed lands, Cloud Mist Blessed Land, for him to live in, evidently doting greatly on their son. Cloud Mist Blessed Land was close to Mount Morality Immortal, so in case something happened, the cultivators of the Immortal sect could quickly come to aid. Family love. Jun Wuji had a good relationship with his parents, his elder brother, and younger sister. Even the grandfather of the Immortal sect leader had seen him more than once. If Jun Wuji had spirit root talent, by all accounts, his future should be boundless. Alas, there are no ifs. In the central divine continent, there are countless treasures and rare materials. But to compensate for a lack of spirit root, or to even create a new one, those are few and far between, each exceedingly rare and significant. Outside Cloud Mist Blessed Land, 2 cultivators, a man and a woman shrouded in mist, stood silently overlooking the blessed land below. Wuji. The female cultivator, looking downhearted, gazed at Jun Wuji inside the blessed land and murmured to herself. Liener, don't be sad. Wuji doesn't have a spirit root, and there's nothing we can do about it. The male cultivator beside her whispered gently. Normally, spirit roots are passed down through bloodlines. If the parents possess spirit roots, the likelihood of the next generation having them is greatly increased. But nothing is absolute. There are still cases where parents with high-quality spirit roots give birth to offspring with only 3rd or 4th-class roots. However, cases like Jun Wuji's, where both parents are of the heavenly spiritual root, yet the son is born without any spirit root talent, are rare. Just like Jun Wuji's elder brother and younger sister, one with heavenly spiritual root and the other with a mutated earth spirit root, that's more common. I will ask Father to take out 9 heavens glazed water for Wuji to consume. The female cultivator said. 9 heavens glazed water, a treasure of the central divine continent, is said to possess the effect of rebirthing spirit roots, even in a mortal. Of course, no mortal has ever consumed 9 heavens glazed water. Who would let mortals consume something so precious when even the ancient saints would act decisively for it? Liener. Don't ever mention this in front of the sect master. 9 heavens glazed water is the main ingredient for crafting the ancient void elixir. And the ancient void elixir is crucial for the breakthrough from divinity transformation to the refining void ancient saint layer. Our Dao Immortal sect absolutely cannot have a break in the lineage of ancient saints. The male cultivator beside her said solemnly. He, too, wanted to help his son. But the 9 heavens glazed water concerned the heritage of the Immortal sect. How could they treat it lightly? Even if it were Jun Wuji, let alone him, without reaching the peak of divinity transformation, he couldn't utilize the 9 heavens glazed water. The Dao Immortal sect could only collect a thread of 9 heavens glazed water every 10,000 years, just enough to craft an ancient void elixir. The female cultivator fell silent. She understood this, too. But seeing her own son so despondent, it was hard for her heart not to ache. If he cannot grow into a towering tree, what we can do, the male cultivator sighed lightly, is to let him live out his life peacefully and quietly. Cloud mist blessed land. Lin Yuan glanced in a certain direction. Finally gone. Lin Yuan thought to himself. Ever since his consciousness had descended, he had faintly sensed some kind of spying sensation. This sense of being watched carried no malice or intent to kill. It was probably his parents who had just brought him here. What am I now, exactly? Seizure? Or reincarnation? Lin Yuan picked up the jade teacup beside him and gently took a sip. The tea, turning into streams of spiritual energy as it entered his throat, nourished Lin Yuan's physical body. As expected of the third generation of immortals, such immortal tea, if placed outside, would probably cause a group of golden core stage cultivators to fight over it, right? Lin Yuan took a few more sips. It shouldn't be considered seizure. Lin Yuan concluded in his mind. The essence of seizure was the soul of the seizer taking over the physical body of the seized. But now, Jun Wuji's physical soul remained unchanged, it was just the consciousness that had been replaced by Lin Yuan. Besides, seizure was not unheard of in this world. If Lin Yuan had seized Jun Wuji, the parents who had already stepped into the nascent soul stage would have noticed. Even just the 2 golden core stage maidservants attending him would have been able to sense it. Perhaps my consciousness was cast into this world long ago, and I only awakened my memories now after encountering the confusion within the womb. Lin Yuan pondered. This could also explain why every time he transitioned, the time he regained consciousness differed. Forget it. These things are not important. Lin Yuan shook his head. Whether it was reincarnation or consciousness descent. After all, he is now Jun Wuji. The cultivation system of this world primarily revolves around the immortal path, with other paths such as those of demonic beasts, the ghost path, and the demonic Tao, they are all essentially similar. Although Jun Wuji lacked a spirit root, he had tried many cultivation methods, covering a broad range, and that's why Lin Yuan was now clear about it. While thinking, Lin Yuan made his way to the deepest part of the cloud mist blessed land. This place was the core of the entire blessed land and also the location with the most abundant spiritual energy. Staying in such an environment for a long time, even an ordinary person would benefit with longevity. I'm going to rest. No need to pay attention to me. Lin Yuan suddenly spoke. Yes. 2 female voices responded from outside, belonging to Lin Yuan's 2 golden core stage maidservants. Chuanhua. Chuyue. As Lin Yuan's maidservants and bodyguards. Chuanhua and Chuyue were always focusing their divine sense on Lin Yuan. To prevent any accidents. The comment Lin Yuan just made was to have Chuanhua and Chuyue withdraw their divine sense. This was also a habit of the original Jun Wuji. Although he was an ordinary person, he did not like being shrouded in divine sense. Even though he couldn't feel the shroud of divine sense at all. Sensing that Chuanhua and Chuyue's divine sense had left, Lin Yuan's thoughts stirred, and he took out several array discs. He then inserted spirit stones and activated them directly. Suddenly, a hazy, illusory barrier enveloped the surroundings. This array disc could block the probing of cultivators' divine sense. Even when facing a nascent soul or divinity transformation stage cultivator, it wouldn't block them but would give an early warning instead. Of course, Lin Yuan was not relying solely on these external items. Array discs or any other methods were all things Lin Yuan placed out in the open for others to see. His true reliance lay in his senses as a 6th-rank evolver. The perception of a 6th-rank evolver was equivalent to the refining void ancient saint layer, so even the sect master of the Dao Immortal sect probing Lin Yuan with divine sense in secret would be immediately detected. That should do it. Having done all this, Lin Yuan let out a slight breath of relief. Next, what he needed to do was to cultivate and recover his full strength as much as possible. Without strength, even with an unapproachable background and no one daring to offend, Lin Yuan would feel insecure. Chapter 238, 20 years later, please subscribe. This world's cultivation system, from weak to strong, is divided into Qi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, divinity transformation, refine void. Lin Yuan had no spirit root and could not inhale and exhale the nature's spiritual energy. Naturally, he could not follow the immortal cultivation system. But for the martial Tao cultivation system, having a spirit root was not necessary. The martial Tao cultivation system established by Lin Yuan had a low threshold, especially for someone like him who had evolved the martial Tao to the 6th rank. It was a piece of cake. Exhale. Inhale. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. Internal energy circulated within him. A moment later, Lin Yuan opened his eyes and took out a bottle of elixirs. He poured out a pellet and swallowed it. Once the elixir entered his body, it immediately transformed into a raging flow of blood energy, continuously forming the inner qi of the early stages of martial Tao. The differences between Immortal Path and the initial stages of martial Tao lay in Immortal Path requiring the refinement of the essence of nature into one's own internal energy. The essence of nature referred to here is the nature's spiritual energy. Whereas martial Tao involves refining the essence of oneself, transforming one's own internal energy. Efficiency-wise, refining the essence of nature in Immortal Path is naturally faster. After all, nature's spiritual energy is infinite and inexhaustible. Of course, its shortcomings were also very clear. That was being too dependent on nature's spiritual energy. If one were to lose access to that natural energy, or were in a place devoid of it, it's supposed that the immortal cultivation system would be cut off. While the early stages of the martial Tao cultivation system focus on refining one's own essence. No matter in what world, as long as one still possesses vitality, one can cultivate the martial Tao. Moreover, cultivating to deeper levels in martial Tao also enables one to forcibly inhale and exhale the spiritual energy of nature. This so-called spiritual energy of nature is merely a form of energy after all. It's just that cultivators of the Immortal Path attract spiritual energy with the spirit root within them, whereas martial Tao cultivators forcibly devour it. Half a day later, Furanovel.com. After consuming dozens of elixirs that enhance vitality, Lin Yuan stepped into the second layer. The second layer of martial Tao is equivalent to the foundation establishment stage of the Immortal Path. It's about time. Lin Yuan restrained his vitality and concealed the aura of the second layer of martial Tao. In this world, which is a great world of Immortal Path, if he were to suddenly display previously unseen talents or techniques, even without signs of seizure, it would attract the attention of others, especially with such a profound background. With an external grandfather at the level of an ancient saint of refining void. It's better to be cautious and careful about his actions. Lin Yuan didn't want his abnormal performance to lead his parents to take him to his grandfather for inspection, which might end up with him being kept by this ancient saint. I need to create a secret technique that blocks the detection of divine sense. Lin Yuan fell into contemplation. In the world of Immortal Tao, detection techniques are primarily based on divine sense. As long as the detection of divine sense can be obstructed, it essentially means that outsiders would have a hard time actively realizing Lin Yuan's true power. Divine sense. Lin Yuan pondered repeatedly. Divine sense is a certain application of the soul's power. To block the perception of divine sense, one must similarly use the soul's power to prevent it. With Lin Yuan's exceptional talent and having multiple evolution paths from the main world, including those involving the soul, he only took a few days to create a secret technique targeted at the probing of divine sense. This technique, utilizing one's own soul's power, forms a special barrier that instantly assimilates when the divine sense of other cultivators comes. Probing, thereby achieving the effect of shielding. Not bad, not bad. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. Upon activating this secret technique, in combination with his own realm, unless an ancient saint of refining void came personally and repeatedly inspected Lin Yuan directly, the abnormality could not be discovered. If Lin Yuan could recover to the 4th or 5th rank, even an ancient saint wouldn't be able to discover anything problematic as long as he meticulously checked multiple layers inward and outward. 2 months later, Lin Yuan was in the middle of secluded cultivation. Suddenly, at this moment, the maid Chuanhua hurriedly came outside. "Young master, your older brother and second sister have come to see you." "I understand." Lin Yuan stopped his cultivation and went out. The older brother and second sister, mentioned by Chuanhua, were naturally Lin Yuan's older brother and second sister. The three had a good relationship, with the older brother and second sister taking great care of Lin Yuan. Previously, when Lin Yuan was living in Mount Morality Immortal, one of the reasons no one dared to provoke him was not only because of the background of his parents and grandfather, but also because all disciples of Immortal Sect who provoked Lin Yuan were somehow beaten up several times by the older brother and second sister. Over time, when disciples of Immortal Sect saw Lin Yuan, they couldn't help but tremble, fearing they might be beaten if they made a mistake. After all, if other disciples beat you, you could still reason with them, at worst go to the enforcement hall of the Immortal Sect. But if Lin Yuan's older brother and second sister beat you, then you could only swallow your grievances. After all, their background was clear. Would the cultivators of the Immortal Sect's enforcement hall dare to truly punish the grandchildren of the ancient saint who were at the sect leader level? Even if the Immortal Sect leader emphasized many times that the cultivators of the enforcement hall must act impartially and must not engage in any favoritism. But who would dare to truly be impartial? Little brother. Little brother. Lin Yuan had not yet reached the front hall when he heard the voices of his older brother and second sister calling him. Older brother, second sister. Lin Yuan greeted. Ha ha ha, little brother, you look well. Tell me, who dared to show off in your presence? I'll make him suffer for a year. A year isn't enough, at least 3 years, said the older brother and second sister with a smile. Ha ha ha, it's okay, no need for such trouble. Lin Yuan waved his hand. Wuji, by nature, is not a bad person and doesn't dwell on things. Otherwise, he wouldn't have let his parents send him away willingly. Lin Yuan looked at his older brother and second sister in front of him. The older brother was a tall and burly man with a very approachable smile. It was said that the older brother had metal attribute heavenly spirit root talent and followed the path of a sword cultivator. He was powerful enough to rank among the top 3 of the nascent soul layer in Mount Morality Immortal. Part 2 of the series ends here. Thank you for watching and listening. If you find it interesting, please give us a like, a comment and a subscription so that we have the motivation to make the next videos.